Chapter 1904. Dominating the World, sounds great. Lin Ling nodded. The celestial demon overlord physique was originally an emperor physique and possessed the emperor's aura. Hence, its defense was extremely strong. With the addition of the golden providence, the celestial demon overlord physique's defense would be even stronger. In fact, when Lin Ling fought with others, it seemed like he had fewer laws but he could still win. The celestial demon overlord physique was a great help as its defense was too strong and could resist certain laws. In addition to his powerful physical body, he could also break through laws with brute force. However, these advantages could not be seen on the surface. Lin Ling hurriedly took the golden ball of light and was just about to refine it when Elder Z reminded, "Your Majesty, why didn't you consume the triple cycle grand immortal pill that you obtained with your merit points? Could it be that your Majesty is afraid of the side effects of the triple cycle grand immortal pill?" Two people had consumed the 3 Revolution Supreme immortal pill before. One of them had exploded and died while the other had become a cripple. Hence, no one had ever exchanged for it. Lin Ling smiled. "Elder Z, this is a pill used for cultivation in the martial god realm. Of course, it can't be consumed alone. It has to be combined with the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid." "I see. This must be Li Xiaoyao's memory. No wonder no one in this world could succeed. This time, I also bought a large amount of materials for the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid to forge the spiritual liquid." With Elder Z's reminder, Lin Ling began to forge the spiritual liquid. After 3 months he began to consume the 3 Revolution Supreme immortal pill. At the same time he began to refine the Golden Emperor horoscope. The Golden Emperor horoscope contained the Emperor's aura. With Providence, Lin Ling's ancient divine emperor physique became even more condensed. His eyes were majestic as if a King Kong had descended. The terrifying thing was that not only was the ancient divine emperor physique domineering and majestic, but it also had the aura of the emperor, noble and mighty. The last stage, dominating the world. Looking at the golden ancient divine emperor physique, Elder Z was so excited that his mouth was wide open. Tears welled up in his eyes. The former number 1 emperor of the star-picking nation had finally returned to the world. Battling the heavens and earth, there was nothing he did not fight. Dominating the world, this was the last stage. The Purple Mansion Realm's World Rumble. After an unknown amount of time, an unparalleled domineering aura erupted, causing the entire space to tremble. The ancient god emperor appeared like a giant, his head touching the sky and his feet stepping on the ground. Brr. At this moment, Lin Ling also roared towards the sky. His long hair suddenly turned golden and so did his pupils. An aura of supremacy bloomed from his body. Who else but me? At this moment his battle intent was boiling. It was as if he would even dare to fight against the firmament realm. He punched out and 20 universes of power erupted. Without using the dragon claw, he was able to erupt with 20 universes of power. And when the fist reached its peak, 100-dimensional space appeared, forming space cracks around Lin Ling, like a thunder pool. "Genesis," Lin Ling said softly. The 9th tier of the world annihilation physique possessed the power to annihilate the world. The 10th tier of the world domination physique was the creation of the world. It was as if he was saying that he was the master of his world. "Peerless divine sword." Lin Ling roared angrily once again. With his sword in hand, he revealed his sharpness. "I am the master who dares to not obey." The aura of the world domination physique also affected Lin Ling, making him feel as if he was the master of the world. "Genesis." Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, and actually activated all the spatial laws of the world domination physique, forming a total of 200 laws of power, and fiercely slashed forward. Rumble. The Purple Mansion was split open by the sword. Seeing this, Elder Z sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the world domination physique. After a long time, Lin Ling's golden pupils slowly disappeared. His eyes also regained their calmness, but his face was filled with shock. So strong. Really strong. The peak of the divine devil overlord physique was really the world domination physique. Right now, the talent of the divine devil overlord physique had also reached the 2nd grade of the divine rank. Haha. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh towards the sky. That long-lost feeling was once again approaching. After experiencing his blood and sweat, the feeling of dominating the world had returned. "I've broken through and reached Wu Sheng stage 5. After that, Lin Ling's expression changed again. It seemed that the triple revolution Taihong immortal pill had taken effect, allowing him to smoothly step into a new realm. Moreover, he sensed that the power in his dantian had not ended, and the void energy source was still rotating. The triple revolution Taihong Immortal Pill could allow the user to undergo 3 revolutions. Why isn't there any effect? Lin Ling frowned again. Your Majesty, the first revolution of the void energy source is the most difficult. Many CND experts even gave up on the first revolution and wanted to step into Wuxia stage 6. That's because if the first revolution failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, even if your Majesty swallowed the pill, there wouldn't be an immediate effect. Elder Z guessed. Lin Ling nodded. That was indeed the case. After all, only those with great perseverance could succeed in the first revolution. This meant that the first revolution was difficult, so he could only wait. If I succeed in the third revolution, then after I step into Wuxia stage 6, every time my void energy source becomes stronger, I'll be able to increase the power of 30 laws. Yes, this was the benefit of the first revolution. Not only would he accumulate the previous laws, but he would also be able to increase the power of laws by 1 realm. This meant that if Lin Ling succeeded in the third revolution, he would definitely be the strongest in the same realm. The Yellow Springs Flame has finally stabilized at the 2nd grade of the divine rank. However, the Yellow Springs Flame can still be improved. If I cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation, this flame will definitely improve. Yes, Lin Ling said again. However, he had not succeeded in the third revolution. Therefore, he did not cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation for the time being. Next, Lin Ling stabilized his cultivation and left the Purple Mansion. Not long after, Taoist came to visit Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling break through, he could not help but be surprised. This was because when others cultivated, breaking through to the next realm would take a few years. However, Lin Ling succeeded in a short period of time. It was as if there was no bottleneck at all. Most importantly, Taoist sensed that not only did Lin Ling break through to the next realm, his strength seemed to have increased by more than 1-fold. At this speed, Lin Ling, you will soon catch up with me. Taoist looked at Lin Ling and laughed. There were so many geniuses in the mortal world. The only one he could not see through was Lin Ling. I was just lucky. Lin Ling shook his head modestly. However, his every move was filled with confidence. The 9th stage of dominating the world gave him a domineering aura. By the way, Little Flame, have the Fire Spirit Princess and the others returned? Lin Ling pondered for a moment and asked. Not long ago he entered the Sky Cloud Forest to complete a mission. However, Little Flame and the others went to another secret realm to complete a mission. They have not returned yet. However, I will calculate for you. Taoist frowned. He took out a tortoise shell and calculated. Then his expression changed slightly. Lin Ling could not help but ask, what happened? I calculated that they will all face a calamity. Taoist shook his head and said, however, their lives are not in danger at the moment. However, this calamity can be big or small. If it continues to develop, then they will all die. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression changed dramatically. Taoist was a prophet of the mortal world. Lin Ling naturally believed his words. I will go to the Rainforest Sacred Land to take a look. Their secret realm mission has already ended. However, they have not come to True Spirit Island. Perhaps they are in the Rainforest Sacred Land. Lin Ling, quickly go and take a look. Chapter 1905. Colluding with the Devil Race, Spiritual Master said that they had a calamity. Could it be the Devil Race? Devil Race. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. Little Flame was his younger brother, the 9 spirits of heaven. Bayun Chendi was a brother who had gone through trials and tribulations with him. Therefore Lin Ling could not bear to see them in danger. Most importantly, the Fire Spirit Princess was among them. The Dragon Turtle battleship was very fast. One day later, Lin Ling landed in Shenping province and headed towards the Rainforest Sacred Land. However, when he reached the Rainforest Sacred Land, he realized that the place was in a mess. The cities, streets, and palaces were all destroyed. Moreover, there were a large number of experts attacking. Most importantly, those people were not from the Devil Race but were humans. This made Lin Ling's expression change drastically. What had happened? At this moment, the sky above the Rainforest Sacred Land was filled with smoke. A large number of experts were attacking. Some were capturing the people of the Rainforest Sacred Land while some were killing them directly. Enough, you guys are acting so recklessly. Aren't you afraid of Mad God Lin Ling? On the ground, many experts were shouting angrily. Their eyes were red. Mad God Lin Ling has committed a serious crime. We are under the orders of the human realm's highest authority to capture him. Everyone who is related to Lin Ling must be brought back. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. A man in armor shouted angrily. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He was cold and emotionless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being Lin Ling's subordinates. Another person shouted. These people were not weak. They were around the first realm of Wuxia. With such powerful strength, the people of the rainforest sacred land could not stop them. Everything requires evidence. This sir's words have no proof. Aren't you afraid of disappointing the world? On the ground, Lady Shui Wu led many experts and looked at the sky fearlessly. Until now they still did not know what had happened. Mad God Lin Ling colluded with the devil race. The Fire Spirit Princess and the rest have been captured. Moreover, most of Lin Ling's accomplices who colluded with the devil race have been captured. You guys had better surrender in case we are ruthless. The experts in the sky said coldly. Colluding with the demon race? On the ground, many people's expressions changed drastically. How did their lord collude with the devil clan? It seems that you don't know what happened. Then I'll let you die knowing. When the devil race invaded, many celestial emperors and CND powerhouses went to stop the devil race. However, many people were greedy and agreed to the devil race's reward, so they helped the devil race open the enchantment. The Supreme Deacon Palace of the human realm killed countless celestial emperors and CND powerhouses because of this, and your mad god Lin Ling was one of them. Those people finally revealed their intentions. Moreover, it seemed that it wasn't just the rainforest holy land. Many people in the entire human world were killed, accused of colluding with the demons. Nonsense. Angry shouts came from the rainforest holy land. They didn't think that Lin Ling would collude with the devil race, because Lin Ling had done so much for the human realm. How could he collude with the devil race? All of this was fake. This matter there are witnesses and evidence. In the Sky Cloud Forest, Lin Ling and the two people ranked second and third on the Earth ranking worked together to kill Xiandi, and tried to open the enchantment in the void. If it wasn't for the appearance of the Dark Angel from the Divine Marquis Manor, the Sky Cloud Forest would already be under the pressure of the devil race, and they would have killed their way into the human realm. The Dark Angel is the hero of the mission in the Sky Cloud Forest, and the people of the Purple Alliance have confirmed everything. Above the sky, the experts spoke again, their words carrying endless majesty. Now that the time given to you has passed for the sake of the human race, all of you will die. As a human, you colluded with the devil race, wanting to turn the human realm into a river of blood and plunge the people into misery and suffering. You scum, what's the use of not dying? Kill. A terrifying killing intent exploded in the sky, causing the earth to tremble. In the distance, Lin Ling tightly clenched his teeth, and his eyes were completely red. He had become a traitor who colluded with the devil race? He and the second on the earth ranking Yen Yeming had helped the devil race together? Moreover, the so-called Dark Angel had become that archer from the Divine Marquis Manor? Distorting right and wrong. Inverting right and wrong. He, Lin Ling, had sealed the enchantment in the Sky Cloud Forest, and had also disrupted the archer's plan. Not only did he not contribute, he was a sinner. Cold. An extremely terrifying and cold aura spread out from Lin Ling's body. The clouds in the sky split open and the wind stopped blowing. Killing intent filled the air. The experts on the ground and in the sky all felt a terrifying coldness drifting over, and it was so cold that it penetrated their hearts. Suddenly, everyone looked at the other side of the sky. A man in a black robe stood there. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his eyes were cold. An invisible aura of indifference emanated from his body, causing everyone to fall silent. It was too cold and none of them could withstand it. It was as if they were looking at a god of death, a giant of the mortal world. Sir, who are you? The experts in the sky all trembled with fear as they stared at Lin Ling. You all said that the mad god Lin Ling colluded with the devil race, and the Dark Angel from the Divine Marquis Manor disrupted his plan. Is this correct? Lin Ling finally stepped out, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Plop. Everyone's heart violently jumped. Just by looking at the young man, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Yes. This is the order of the mortal world's highest authority. Senior, are you angry at Lin Ling? This Lin Ling really deserves to die. He allowed the devil race to come in, who knows how many people will die in the hands of the devil race. Lin Ling is too cruel. One of them gritted his teeth and said, but as far as I know, the mad god Lin Ling has repeatedly helped the mortal world's highest authority, such as the true martial world, and the news of the devil race's invasion. These were all revealed by him. Whether he colluded with the devil race or not, at least he saved many people. Do you all have to kill him? Lin Ling said softly. His voice was calm, but it gave people the feeling that it was even colder. Senior, you probably don't like mad god Lin Ling, right? I admit that he has indeed made contributions to the human realm's highest deacon palace. However, he is frivolous and lawless. Therefore, he is going to die just because he helped the demon race. No merit can offset that crime." An expert smiled and said. Lin Ling was silent. He stepped forward step by step, but the coldness emitted from his body became even crazier. No one remembered his merit, they only wanted him to die. Even the whole thing didn't seem to be investigated in detail, and Lin Ling was directly sentenced to death. "I want to see who can kill me." Lin Ling's anger became even crazier. Finally, those people felt that something was wrong. Someone asked nervously, "Senior, you are?" "I am the mad god Lin Ling who colluded with the devil race." Lin Ling spat out a sentence. The ancient god emperor descended, dominating the world. He fiercely punched. "When I sealed the sky cloud forest barrier, where were you? When I was pulled into the devil domain by the devil race's great senior and almost died, where were you? You didn't do anything, you don't know anything, you only know how to kill people. Die for me." Boom. With a single punch, over 100 experts were reduced to dust. Blood rained down like rain. No one could block that punch of his that could not be stopped. Chapter 1906. Raging fury. Lin Ling could be killed by others, but he couldn't allow others to use him to kill his friends. Most importantly, the archer who colluded with the devil race had become the hero of the mortal world while he, Lin Ling, was the sinner. He, Lin Ling, refused to accept this. "You're mad god Lin Ling." The experts in the sky changed their expressions. They didn't expect mad god Lin Ling to dare to appear in front of them. At this moment, everyone's hearts trembled with fear. Although they were very impressive before, when Lin Ling appeared in front of them, that cold killing intent immediately made them lose the ability to fight. "My friend, where are you?" Bang. Boom. Another punch, dominating the world. Lin Ling's hair turned golden and his eyes were dark gold. This was the wrath of the Son of Heaven. "You're crazy." Bang. Those experts all shouted in panic. "My friend, where are you?" Bang. However, what answered them was a punch, an incomparably terrifying punch. Boom. Blood rained down from the sky. It was a ghastly sight. Dozens of experts fell. Who could stop the wrath of the Son of Heaven? If these people didn't say anything, then Lin Ling would kill them until they did. Moreover, he was furious today. He wanted to kill his way to the highest administrator's palace in the mortal world and ask those who condemned him for his crimes. If they wanted to kill him, Lin Ling, then come directly. Why did they accuse him? If anyone tried to stop him, he would kill them all. Because he had a clear conscience. Because he was the real angel of the night, not the one from the divine Marquis mansion. The ancient god Empyrean's incomparably terrifying power engulfed those powerhouses. Naturally, those powerhouses would not allow themselves to be captured without putting up a fight. They also retaliated one after another, bursting forth with their ultimate techniques. However, those powerful attacks that landed on Lin Ling's body were all blocked by a golden light. "So many of us working together can't shake him?" The experts were shocked. How could Lin Ling be so strong? Mad god Lin Ling, we're not CND, one of the three great legends of the mortal world. We're from various great powers. Today we're just here to inform you. Since you don't welcome us, we'll take our leave. The experts didn't dare to stay any longer. One of them coldly said and wanted to leave with his group. "But let me remind you, no matter how arrogant you are now, you'll still die when the great powers of the mortal world comes, haha." The remaining people seemed to know that Lin Ling's death was near, so they did not want to fight Lin Ling head-on. However, they thought that Lin Ling would definitely die, but could they leave? World annihilation. A huge ancient sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He fiercely slashed. The sword light was like an arc, splitting the space wherever it passed. The group of people was stunned for a moment. When they turned their heads to look, their expressions changed greatly. Just as they wanted to say something, each of them was cut in half, leaving only one person standing there in a daze. On the ground, Lord Shui Wu and the other experts were shocked. They didn't expect Lord Lin Ling's strength to become so powerful. Those CND experts were like chickens and dogs in front of Lord Lin Ling. There was still one person in the sky who didn't die. His body trembled as he looked at Lin Ling walking over. "Where are my friends?" Lin Ling appeared in front of that person, his face indifferent as he spat out a sentence. "I'm telling you, you can't kill me." That person was completely scared and his mouth was pale. "Speak." Lin Ling didn't answer him. He shouted again and that person didn't dare to hide anything. He directly said, "The new mortal world prison is at the border of Xinhuangdayu, beside the chaotic demon sea. It's called the Black Castle Prison. Boom. After he finished speaking, Lin Ling punched out, then turned around and left. That person stared at Lin Ling and said with a bitter smile, "I said, why do you still want to kill me? I didn't promise not to kill you." Lin Ling's cold voice came from afar, and that person's bitter smile deepened. In the end, his body exploded, turning into endless crystal light and disappeared. "My lord." Lord Shui Wu and the others knelt down at this moment, but their hearts were still shaken. The mortal world was facing a great calamity, and a large number of experts had surfaced. However, their lord was still arrogant. Whoever dared to invade would be killed without mercy. Lin Ling nodded, and his cold eyes looked into the distance as he analyzed what those people said before. First, Lin Ling was sure that he wasn't the only one who was slandered. Because of the invasion of the devil race, the giants of the mortal world used this opportunity to eliminate dissidents, and he, Lin Ling, was only one of them. As for the people who wanted to eliminate Lin Ling, it wasn't difficult to guess. It should be the Sky Lord, the Xinyuan clan, and the Ancient Ji clan. Of course, there might be other experts who wanted to kill Lin Ling, but these three forces couldn't escape being related. Second, why were they so sure that Lin Ling colluded with the devil race? Because the most dazzling figure in the Sky Cloud Forest was the Angel of the Night, but no one knew the identity of the Angel of the Night. So, someone impersonated the Angel of the Night and used the name of the Angel of the Night to eliminate dissidents. Lin Ling constantly thought about it, and he had a general understanding of the situation. Unfortunately, those people who wanted to harm him didn't know that the Angel of the Night was Lin Ling himself. As he thought of this, the flames of rage in Lin Ling's heart surged. Using the calamity of the mortal world to eliminate dissidents, those giants of the mortal world had a good plan. They weren't worried about the innocent people at all, and they wanted to use this opportunity to rise up. "Follow me to the prison of the mortal world." Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the dragon turtle battleship appeared. He stepped onto it, and the people of the rainforest Holy Land roared furiously as they leaped into the sky. No matter if Lord Lin Ling colluded with the devil race or not, they would risk their lives and follow him wherever he went. Moreover, Lord Lin Ling had helped the mortal world many times in the past, but today the highest authority of the mortal world had killed him just like that. They couldn't swallow this insult. Rumble. The dragon turtle battleship rumbled as it flew towards Shenhuangdayu at a terrifying speed. In the streets and alleys of the rainforest Holy Land, many commoners looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with excitement. Today their rainforest Holy Land had almost been destroyed, but the Lord had returned and killed the enemy. He had even killed his way up to the 9 heavens. This was the Lord Lin Ling that they had always loved. The mortal world prison used to be in the Devil Prison Mountain Range, but after it was broken, it changed its location. It was now at the edge of the chaotic demon sea in Shenhuangdayu. At this moment, a huge black fortress had been built there. The walls were thousands of meters tall, and it was like a giant beast sitting on the ground. Around the black fortress, a large number of prison guards in black armor were walking around, and their eyes flashed with a ruthless light. The mortal world's calamity, there are so many people who colluded with the devil race. This Black Castle prison can't hold all of them. The prison in the Devil Prison Mountain Range is much better. At least it has a great array protecting it. The defense of the Black Castle prison that was built temporarily is much weaker. It's all that Mad God Lin Ling's fault. If he didn't cause havoc in the prison, how could the devil race have invaded? Maybe Mad God Lin Ling will be the next prisoner. I heard that he is also one of the criminals who colluded with the devil race. Chapter 1907. Black Castle Prison Rumble. However, at this moment, the clouds in the sky were torn apart, and a huge dragon turtle battleship arrived in a mighty manner. Many warriors in the Shenhuang Big Domain also noticed it, and their faces changed. What a mighty battleship! What is it doing here? However, what surprised everyone was that the battleship was charging towards the Black Castle in an unbridled and lawless manner. Stop. This is the human world's prison. How dare you behave so atrociously here? Are you crazy? The prison guards were shocked. A young man in his 20s shouted angrily. He was the son of Emperor Jianghu and one of the guards of the Black Castle prison. Activate the array. The young man waved his hand coldly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The black bricks in the Black Castle shone brightly and formed black light arrows that shot into the sky. These black arrows were the Black Castle prison's defensive measures. At that moment, tens of thousands of arrows were fired at the same time. It was a shocking scene. Is the owner of the Dragon Turtle battleship stupid? Why can't he talk things out? Why must he barge into the prison? Sigh, what a pity. The crowd in the distance stared at the majestic scene in the sky and shook their heads. They saw that the sky had already turned black, densely packed with arrows. As for the Black Castle prison, the prison guards were laughing. The young man in the lead had a cold look in his eyes. He waved his hand again and wanted the Black Castle prison to stop shooting arrows. However, at that moment, another rumbling sound came from the sky. A majestic battleship with a dragon head and a turtle body appeared. It did not slow down and continued charging towards the Black Castle. Nothing happened? What kind of battleship is that? Why is its defense so strong? Everyone was shocked. The young man in the lead had a drastic change in his expression. He waved his hand again and said, "Shoot." Clang, clang. Countless arrows were fired again. However, this time, everyone could clearly see how terrifying the dragon turtle battleship was. None of the arrows could penetrate the battleship. Instead, they were destroyed after colliding with it. Who are you? The young man in the lead did not dare to underestimate the intruder. Armageddon. At that moment, a terrifying sword radiance slashed out from the dragon turtle battleship. It was like the Grim Reaper's blade was telling them that anyone who stood in its way would be killed without mercy. Rumble. 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 A large number of prison guards were cut in half as their blood spilled onto the ground. No one could block that terrifying sword radiance. Crazy. A large number of people in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. The Mortal World prison was backed by the highest deacon palace in the mortal world. How dare someone kill a prison guard? He was too arrogant. The expression of the leader of the prison guards changed drastically. He turned his head and saw that more than half of the prison guards beside him had been killed or injured. If he had not reacted quickly and pulled several people beside him to be his scapegoats, he would have been killed by the sword. The strength of the person who came was very strong. He stared at the sky and saw a black-robed young man standing coldly at the head of the dragon turtle battleship. He was tall and slender and had delicate features. However, his eyes were cold and emotionless. The coldness in his eyes could penetrate one's heart. Killing God. A terrifying thought appeared in the young man's mind. Suddenly, he felt that the young man was very familiar, as if he had seen him not long ago, but where exactly was he? It's in the Devil Prison Mountain Range. Your mad god Lin Ling. Finally, the young man let out a terrified voice. Because of his shock, his voice was not soft. Many experts in the distance heard it and were all stunned. Mad God Lin Ling. It was Mad God Lin Ling again. Because the person who had caused havoc in the Mortal World prison in the Devil Prison Mountain Range was Mad God Lin Ling. Today, the person who caused havoc in the Black Castle prison was Mad God Lin Ling again. Could it be that his arrogance had reached the point of lawlessness? Mad God Lin Ling, how dare you? The young man immediately roared, but what answered him was a sword that would decide his life. The sword light passed through him and his head was separated from his body. Almost at the same time, the huge dragon turtle battleship slammed into the Black Castle prison. After a rumble, the prison that had just been built collapsed. Awesome. My friend was wrongly accused and imprisoned without any reason. Now that Mad God Lin Ling has broken through the prison, he is very popular. That's right. The giants of the mortal world are ambitious. They want to become existences that surpass myths, so they are eliminating dissidents to gain more prestige. That's right. Most importantly, although they have wronged others, they have also fabricated evidence. Those experts who have been wronged have suffered unspeakable hardships. That's right. Mad God Lin Ling continued to be lawless. In the distance, many onlookers were excited. In a world dominated by experts, there was a need for a new force to emerge, and that person they hoped to be Mad God Lin Ling. At this moment, in the basement of the Black Castle prison, painful cries could be heard from time to time. A large number of people were tied to the wall. Their wrists were shackled with powerful divine weapons. Once they were shackled, no spiritual energy could be recovered. No matter how strong they were in the past, they could only be prisoners now. Pah, pah, pah. Several prison guards held iron whips and whipped the prisoners fiercely. With every whip, thunder and fire bloomed. Hee, how did the former Great Yuan prison emperor become a prisoner today? The prison guards sneered. Those who were beaten could not resist at all. Following the line of sight, there was a man in his 40s sitting on a chair in the dimly lit hall. He was completely naked. This was the expert guarding the Black Castle prison, Great Emperor Jianghu. In my prison, everyone is a slave. Even if you were the mentor of the three great myths Xiandi in the past, you will still have to worship me as your king. A low voice came from Great Emperor Jianghu's mouth. Beside him, several beautiful and naked women were massaging him, making him look satisfied. Despicable. The mortal world prison is for prisoners. We are not guilty. Why are you imprisoning us? Suddenly a clear voice came. Among the prisoners, a beautiful woman stared at Great Emperor Jianghu and said, "Hee, it seems like you don't understand. In my prison everyone is a slave." Great Emperor Jianghu laughed. He stood up and waved his right hand. A powerful force came out and brought the person who spoke over. Whoosh. Then Great Emperor Jianghu let out a violent roar and tore the woman's clothes, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Without waiting for the woman to cry out, Great Emperor Jianghu pressed down on her, making her cry out in pain. What was more terrifying was that the woman's talent and cultivation were slowly being absorbed by Great Emperor Jianghu. Seeing this, the prisoners who were tied up in the hall trembled. They had long heard that Great Emperor Jianghu was cruel and ruthless. Today they saw that it was true. Falling into his hands was a fate worse than death. Ha Hongyun Xiandi, the sect leader of the Sunset Three Cloud sect. You are as beautiful as a fairy. Today you have become my slave. Your cultivation is mine. Let me tell you, this is just the beginning. Great Emperor Jianghu was still pressing down on the woman as he laughed wildly. I beg you, let me go. Chapter 1908. Crippled Great Emperor Nyo-jin kicked the woman away and swept his gaze across the remaining prisoners. Everyone lowered their heads in fear of being targeted by Great Emperor Nyo-jin. Especially the women, their bodies were trembling non-stop. Fire Spirit Princess, your talent is not bad. I have long been attracted to you. Come, I will let you enjoy the best time in the human world. Great Emperor Nyo-jin's eyes finally landed on a lively girl. She was the Fire Spirit Princess. Who in the human world didn't know about the beauty of the Fire Spirit Princess? Moreover, her talent was not bad. If he could absorb her talent, his strength would increase greatly. Great Emperor Nyo-jin's talent was extremely mysterious. He had the first-grade Divine Nyo-yang Heavenly Root. He could pluck yin to nourish yang. All these years he had ravaged many girls. How dare you? At this moment, Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven by Yun, and Xiandi were also tied up on the wall. All of them roared in anger. Hee, don't be anxious. You will have your chance too. Great Emperor Nyo-jin sneered as if he was talking to his friends. This made Little Flame and the others furious. Just as Great Emperor Nyo-jin was about to attack, the entire basement shook and dust fell from the sky. Rumble. Along with the rumbling, it was as if the Onyx Castle prison had collapsed. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the terrifying tremors. Great Emperor Nyo-jin was furious. Who was ruining his mood? He shouted, "Go and see what happened. Isn't my son Nyo-lan guarding outside?" A prison guard immediately obeyed the order and walked out along the dark corridor. However, just as he walked out of the corridor, he came back and walked backwards. Who asked you to come back? Can't you hear me? Great Emperor Golden Ox was even more furious. However, when he turned around, he suddenly saw a black-robed young man slowly walking in. He extended his left hand and actually grabbed the prison guard's cheek. Just like that, he walked in with the prison guard in his hand. The entire process was silent, as if the god of death had arrived. Such a scene was undoubtedly shocking. All the prisoners' expression changed drastically as they stared at the newcomer. Little Flame and the others were overjoyed. Big brother is here. Bastard. The Fire Spirit Princess also let out an excited cry. Great Emperor Nyo-jin stared at the intruder in astonishment. However, his heart was filled with anger. Who was this person? Why had he barged into his prison? Just as he was about to speak, the young man opposite him spoke first. The so-called human realm prison is actually the dirtiest place in the human realm. These prisoners are cleaner than a scum like you. The young man was Lin Ling. How powerful was his soul force? Even before he entered, he could see what was happening in the basement. This made his anger and killing intent even crazier. Filthy scum, treating the prisoners like adults and almost attacking the second dream, this was Lin Ling's reverse scale. Who are you? Let me tell you, my backer is the ancient Ji clan. Staring at Lin Ling, Great Emperor Jianghu said coldly. Bang. Lin Ling's left hand clenched tightly, and the prison guard's face blossomed like a flower. His head exploded from Lin Ling's grip. I'm Lin Ling, the mad god. Lin Ling casually threw the corpse away and took a step forward. His aura burst forth like a ruler, dominating the world. Mad god Lin Ling. Hearing this, Great Emperor Jianghu's expression changed drastically. He thought that mentioning his backer would be enough to make this young man flee. However, this young man was Lin Ling, an enemy of the ancient Ji clan. This young man wasn't afraid of the ancient Ji clan at all. In fact, in the entire human realm, Mad God Lin Ling was the only person who had challenged the ancient Ji clan and the Shenyuan clan and emerged unscathed. Good timing. Since you're here today, let me see how amazing a human realm genius like you is. Great Emperor Jianghu knew that this young man didn't come with good intentions. He immediately unleashed a powerful aura. Since he was able to guard the prison, he naturally wasn't weak. Rumble. A brown demonic bull rushed out from under his crotch. It was as if it could wipe out an entire army. Bang bang bang. The ground cracked open and the law of collision spewed out. If it was in the outside world, it could destroy a city. Boom. However, when the demonic bull collided with Lin Ling, the ancient god emperor appeared behind Lin Ling. He lifted his foot and stomped forward. With just one stomp, the demonic bull's momentum was suppressed. Lin Ling's foot stepped on the demonic bull's head, immobilizing it. Dominating the world. Lin Ling stretched out his hands and grabbed the two horns of the demonic bull. Then his strength erupted. Swoosh. That terrifying demonic bull was actually torn apart by Lin Ling, split into two. Great Emperor Nyo Jin immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The demonic bull was closely related to his innate talent. Therefore he was also severely injured at this moment. However, he did not expect Mad God Lin Ling to be so powerful. He was actually able to tear apart his demonic bull law attack. Mystic Turtle's 9 steps. Lin Ling didn't intend to talk too much. He came in front of Great Emperor Jianghu and raised his head to look at the burly man. Great Emperor Jianghu's body trembled. Although the person in front of him didn't look old, he felt as if he had seen the god of death. Your talent comes from under your crotch. What's the use of such a dirty talent? From now on, I want you to never trample on others. A peerless archery sword appeared in Lin Ling's right hand. He stabbed fiercely and stirred it. Great Emperor Jianghu let out a painful cry. His talent was destroyed and his manhood was messed up. This kind of pain was undoubtedly more unbearable than killing him. As for the prisoners in the hall, they were all happy. Evil people would be dealt with by evil people. Great Emperor Jianghu was a cruel and merciless emperor, but he met Mad God Lin Ling who was even more ruthless than him. You crippled me. Great Emperor Jianghu rolled on the ground and let out a hideous cry. His talent was destroyed. From now on he couldn't increase his strength anymore. The so-called crippling isn't just your manhood. Lin Ling's eyes were emotionless. He took a step forward and came in front of Great Emperor Jianghu. His left hand turned into a claw and grabbed at Great Emperor Jianghu's dantian. Then he grabbed a source of void force and crushed it with a bang. The source of void force was the source of power for experts like Xian Di. Now that it was destroyed by Lin Ling, Great Emperor Jianghu was like a deflated balloon. All the power he had accumulated in the past disappeared. His burly body suddenly aged and his face was full of wrinkles. And this was the so-called crippling. Crippling a person didn't mean crippling his talent, but crippling his entire body. You. Great Emperor Jianghu said with difficulty, just kill me. If you want a person to remember what pain is, death isn't the best. You want him to live a life worse than death. Lin Ling looked down at Great Emperor Jianghu and said coldly, all these years many people have been ruined by you. They will make you suffer a life worse than death. Hearing this, Great Emperor Jianghu's eyes widened. He actually forced himself to get up and kowtow to Lin Ling. He wanted Lin Ling to kill him with his own hands. Because he was powerless and was captured by those prisoners. His fate was obvious. Men, release all the prisoners in the prison. Lin Ling ignored him and shouted angrily at the hall. Chapter 1909. Rewards according to merit. Mad God Lin Ling, I will never forget your kindness today. Yes. Then many Xian Di experts bowed to Lin Ling. We were wronged. The giants of the human world wanted to kill us and eliminate the dissidents. Their goal was to become an existence that surpassed the 3 myths and be on equal footing with the master of the martial pavilion. Yes. Because we were eliminated, there were fewer voices of opposition. Moreover, the giants of the human world also made great contributions. The prestige was enough for them to rise. Yes. It's the Sky Lord. Yes. Those Xian Di experts continued to speak, their faces full of anger. Hearing those words, Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a cold light. Especially when he saw the Fire Dragon Princess, the killing intent in his heart boiled even more. The Sky Lord, the ancient Ji family and the Shenyuan clan. This time not only did they kill a large number of experts but they also framed Lin Ling. This feud was set. No matter who came forward, Lin Ling would not give any face. He would kill these experts in his lifetime. Who will go to the heavenly world with me? Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, Lin Ling glanced at the crowd and said indifferently, "Boss, I'll go. Batty, I'll go too." Little Flame and the others immediately responded. They wanted to seek justice. The Sky Lord wanted to use them as a stepping stone. They would never allow it. Mad God Lin Ling will follow you. Many CND experts also shouted. They could not take this lying down. They came from all over the human world. There were people from the Fire Clan, the E Clan, the Supreme Clan, and so on. As long as they were against the Sky Lord and the others, they were all wronged. Good. Today, follow me to the Deacon Palace of the human world. Lin Ling nodded and took a big step forward, leading the crowd away. When they came outside, the Dragon Turtle battleship was still there. After everyone boarded the battleship, Lin Ling took out an ancient sword and slashed at the Onyx Castle prison on the ground. Rumble. With this slash, the entire prison collapsed. There's no need to stay in such a dirty place. Then the Dragon Turtle battleship flew into the sky. And in the distance, many people became excited. Lin Ling once again destroyed the human prison. He was worthy of being called a martial artist of our generation. He was magnanimous, daring to take responsibility for his actions. Where did they go? It seems like they've killed their way into the Deacon Palace of the human realm. Mad God Lin Ling, you're still mad. Many people started to discuss among themselves. They stepped out and flew towards the sky. They wanted to know the outcome of this matter. They wanted to know if Mad God Lin Ling could bring justice to those who were wrongly accused. At this moment, heavenly earth was like a paradise. There were tall buildings, green mountains, and clear waters. However, a large number of experts had gathered on this vast island. Obviously, the missions issued by the human realm had all been completed. Those human realm experts had all returned and were waiting for the time to reward them. In terms of rewards, as long as one completed the mission, one would be able to obtain a large amount of merit points. Moreover, one would be able to obtain the title of Mortal Realm's Calamity, bringing honor and pride to the entire realm. However, even though there were many strong cultivators in the heavenly earth, it was extremely silent. All sorts of ambitious and ruthless people were sitting there. Some closed their eyes, some whispered to each other. The 7 emperors of the 7 emperors' world were sitting together and frowning. They were thinking about colluding with the Demon Clan. Ridiculous. Many of my people have colluded with the Demon Clan. That's ridiculous. But they have proof, it's difficult to refute them. Emperor Li Shou and the others were furious, but they had proof so they couldn't refute. Of course, Lin Ling was one of those who had been wrongly accused, so they weren't happy. On the side of Champion University, Sun and Yu Wushuang looked grim. Even though many people from Champion University had been imprisoned in the human world, there weren't many of them. Therefore, they were wondering if they should help those strong cultivators or if they should just ignore them. In the end, they chose to wait and see. After all, even though those who had been wrongly accused were from Champion University, they weren't their trusted subordinates. More and more people are coming back, whispered someone at that moment. In the distance, a large number of strong cultivators were coming back. They were all smiling. They had finished their tasks and were going to get a lot of points. It's the first time I've seen such a grand ceremony. All the strong cultivators of the human world have gathered. Hee, Brother Xiaofeng is a strong cultivator of the Central Earth list. This time, in the mysterious world of the horizontal cloud forest, the empty world was sealed. You've done a great job. I've heard that everyone's points will be doubled. Sister Wuxia, you're overpraising us. We were just lucky. Among the experts who had rushed back, several figures were talking in low voices. One of them was Princess Wuxia. With her current strength, she naturally couldn't enter the Middle Earth ranking. Therefore, she looked up to the Middle Earth ranking. The most important thing was that Brother Xiaofeng was a strong cultivator of the Central Earth list. He was pursuing her, so she was happy. Furthermore, the Sky Cloud Forest Secret Realm was also one of the most dazzling places in today's rewards. Because, among all the void boundaries, there were less than 5 sealed void boundaries, and the Sky Cloud Forest was one of them. Therefore, Brother Xiaofeng was going to be famous, which made her even more proud. By the way, have you seen Crazy God Lin Ling? If I'm not mistaken, he also went to the mysterious world of the horizontal cloud forest. He's a genius from the human world, so he must be dazzling too, said Princess Wuxia suddenly. Said the handsome man next to her. He also knew about the tensions between Princess Wuxia and Lin Ling. He smiled and said, there are many strong cultivators in the horizontal cloud forest. The most dazzling one is Lu Susu from the Purple Alliance and the legendary Dark Angel. As for Lin Ling, I admit that he's a genius from the human world, but unfortunately he hasn't matured yet. Besides, nobody knows if he'll rise in the future. Therefore, nobody has seen him in the horizontal cloud forest. He's probably just a passerby. Brother Xiaofeng is still the best. At least you've joined the Purple Alliance because it's an honor to be able to join it. Princess Firecloud suddenly laughed. Her laughter was extremely happy. She was conflicted about Lin Ling. In fact, she admired Lin Ling very much. However, Lin Ling didn't care about her, which made her feel humiliated. Therefore, she subconsciously wanted to see Lin Ling's downfall. Now she finally had the chance. She could also be proud in front of Princess Huoling and tell her that her husband was even more dazzling. Rumble. While the crowd was whispering, the sound of thunder came from the distant sky. A mighty dragon turtle battleship swept through the wind and clouds and arrived majestically. Moreover, on the dragon turtle battleship, there were countless people standing there. For a moment, everyone looked over and was secretly surprised. The people who came were very bold. After all, when it came to rewards, everyone had to keep a low profile. However, they rode the dragon turtle battleship and directly entered the heavenly world. This action was undoubtedly extremely arrogant. Subconsciously, many people looked at the dragon head of the dragon turtle battleship and saw a cold young man with an ancient sword on his back. His aura was domineering. What an arrogant young man. Who is he? Chapter 1910. Arriving at Heavenly Earth was in an uproar. Many people's eyes flickered. Although Lin Ling wasn't the strongest existence in the mortal world, Lin Ling was still a genius of the mortal world. Who didn't know about his arrogance? This Lin Ling the mad god is so arrogant. He dares to ride a battleship in front of the mortal world's giants. Sky Lord, is this the junior who has repeatedly ruined your plans? A voice drifted out from a corner of Heavenly Earth. Many people looked into the distance. These people's auras were extremely powerful. If it was Wang Ruoxian, they would be the giants of the mortal world. Moreover, there were experts from the Saint's great domain here. North Celestial Emperor, Yuanshe Royal Family, Divine Marquis Mansion, countless immortal clans, Ancient Ji Family, Shenyuan Clan. Every one of them could shake the mortal world with a single move. Haha, he's just a dying ant. Sky Lord also looked into the distance with cold eyes. It said that this Lin Ling the mad god is in the secret realm of the Hengyun forest. If I had known, I would have let Cripple kill him. A man from the Divine Marquis Mansion laughed. No matter. He's colluding with the demon race. With the Dark Angel as his witness, he won't be able to escape death. Sky Lord waved his hand. He didn't care at all. In his opinion, Lin Ling was just a passerby in the Hengyun forest. He wasn't qualified to shine at all. Am I right, Dark Angel? Then, the Sky Lord looked at the silent youth behind him. This youth wore a mask and a black robe. He was none other than the Angel of the Night. Sky Lord is right. In the Hengyun forest, I'm the hero. No one will doubt anything I say. The youth replied faintly. However, he stared at Lin Ling and felt that he had seen him somewhere before. Especially that pair of eyes, he felt even more familiar. Of course, he quickly shook his head. Mad God Lin Ling was just an ant. If he knew that the youth in front of him was the Dark Angel who fought with him, he wouldn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. Unfortunately, only Lu Susu and a few others knew about the identity of the Angel of the Night. That was why this young man dared to replace Lin Ling. Rumble. The battleships in the sky were getting closer and closer. However, many experts of the earthly paradise revealed gloating smiles because they knew that Lin Ling had colluded with the devil race. Therefore Lin Ling still dared to come. Could it be that he had come to throw away his life? Junior sister Wuxia, is he mad god Lin Ling? That's all there is to it. Watch me teach him a lesson for you, said Xiaofeng indifferently. It seemed as if he wanted to solve the demon in Princess Wuxia's heart. His body was filled with thick battle intent. No, there are too many big shots right now. Princess Firecloud shook her head. I heard that Lin Ling has colluded with the demon race, so no one will object to me taking action. On the contrary, everyone will approve of my actions. You should take a good look at how lowly that so-called Lin Ling is. Xiaofeng stepped out and went toward the dragon turtle battleship. Seeing this, Princess Wuxia did not stop him. In fact, she was also looking forward to the scene of Lin Ling being humiliated. Now her man was going to defeat Lin Ling. That was the best. Mad God Lin Ling, you are so lawless. You came to the earthly paradise but you are so rude. Do you dare to fight with me? Xiaofeng appeared in the sky and then shouted loudly. Countless eyes were looking at him. Many people were looking forward to it. After the trip to the Mystery Land, many people's strength had increased greatly. They did not know whether the former genius of the earthly paradise, Lin Ling, had also improved his strength. Qiao Feng, an expert of the first rank Wuxia, was also one of the geniuses of the earthly paradise with 100 principles. However, he was not as dazzling as Lin Ling. However, under Qiao Feng's voice, the dragon turtle battleship still moved forward. All the people on the battleship were silent. Lin Ling, you don't dare to speak. No. Seeing this scene, many people shook their heads and said, Mad God Lin Ling was arrogant. If someone provoked him, he would not be afraid of a fight. Now that he was silent, it must be that he admitted his strength was inferior to the opponent. Haha, Mad God Lin Ling, you don't deserve your reputation. Stop and fight with me. Qiao Feng shouted again. He seemed to have noticed Princess Wuxia's admiring eyes, so he was in high spirits at this moment. Mad God Lin Ling, if you have the ability, fight with senior brother Qiao Feng. In the crowd, Qiao Feng's friends also shouted loudly. Their voices were like waves, which finally attracted the attention of the people on the dragon turtle battleship. Brother, let me. The 9 spirits of heaven stared at Qiao Feng indifferently. Their fighting spirit was also boiling. Lin Ling shook his head and said indifferently, I don't see an ant blocking the way. Does such an idiotic ant want to be valued by the whole earthly paradise? Boom. This voice was not soft, which made the hearts of everyone in the earthly paradise explode. Previously they thought that Lin Ling did not dare to fight. Who knew that Lin Ling would only see Qiao Feng now? This also showed that Qiao Feng was an ant on the roadside. Lin Ling did not dare to show any interest in him and did not even bother to look at him. Lin Ling, stop the battleship and fight with me. Qiao Feng's face became cold. He noticed Lin Ling's naked disdain. Why should I stop? Lin Ling said slowly. Your dragon turtle battleship's defense is so strong. If you don't stop the battleship, how can you fight? You want to use the battleship to fight me. So won't I be at a disadvantage? Qiao Feng said coldly, which made Lin Ling laugh. He did not know where Qiao Feng's confidence came from. However, if he did not drive away this fly, it would be troublesome. He simply stepped out of the battleship and said, I know that many people want to see a good show. But since I dared to come, I have never thought of leaving. If you want to fight, then come. That's right. Without the battleship, we will have a fair fight. Let the experts of the earthly paradise see how powerful you, the so-called genius of the earthly paradise, is. Green Tornado Fist. Qiao Feng wanted to prove himself. With a punch, all the power of law erupted and formed a huge storm. The so-called genius is not the same. In the past you were a genius. But in the future, when others get an opportunity, they can also surpass the genius. Qiao Feng followed the Purple Union to fight in the Sky Cloud Forest and killed countless devils. I have already left you far behind. Everyone's blood boiled when they heard this. That's right, a genius is not the same. Qiao Feng will definitely defeat Lin Ling. Sky Lord and the other experts smiled faintly. In fact, although Lin Ling participated in the birthday celebration of Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, they were not clear about Lin Ling's strength. So they also wanted to see if Lin Ling's strength had improved. Worthy of being senior brother Qiao Feng. Looking at the terrifying storm in the sky, Princess Wuxia clenched her fists in excitement. She even saw Princess Hualing on the dragon turtle battleship. So she was proud at this moment. She believed that from today onwards, Princess Hualing would not be able to be arrogant in front of her. Under countless gazes, it was as if Lin Ling did not know how powerful the attacks of 100 precepts were. He actually stood quietly in the sky, not moving at all. This action undoubtedly caused many people to hiss. Lin Ling's strength was not weak. If he had fought back, no one would have been surprised. But he was just standing there without moving? This made people unable to guess. Could it be that Lin Ling was unable to react? Chapter 1911. Condemning Lin Ling Rumble. Astral wind swept Lin Ling and Lin Ling disappeared from the sky. Seeing this, heavenly world was silent. The gap in strength was too big. Lin Ling was defeated in one move. Qiao Feng was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to get rid of Lin Ling so easily. He couldn't help but laugh. He looked at heavenly world and said, Sirs, you won't blame me for killing Lin Ling, right? It doesn't matter. He is currently colluding with the devil race. He is a sinner. Killing him is not only a crime, but also a reward of merit points. A voice drifted out from heavenly world. Qiao Feng finally laughed. His face was indifferent as if he had obtained endless glory. Good. That's great. Princess Wuxia was also relieved. This was the husband she had imagined. He defeated Lin Ling in front of countless people. It was as if he was stepping on colorful clouds to proudly marry her. Princess Wuxia, this is the Lin Ling in your eyes. Xiao Feng sensed Princess Wuxia's joy. He turned around and said with a faint smile. Princess Wuxia nodded heavily. She was just about to say something but her pupils constricted. She pointed at the person in front of Xiao Feng and couldn't say anything. At this moment, astral wind was still sweeping, but a golden light appeared. Then a handsome man stepped out of the wind. He didn't make any move but he seemed to have torn apart the terrifying storm law. I have already walked out of the battleship. That's because I don't want to take advantage of you. But your full strength, is that all? An indifferent voice drifted out at the same time. Xiao Feng's body trembled. He quietly turned around. The one standing in front of him was Lin Ling. Lin Ling was fine. He was actually fine after being hit by the storm with all his power of law. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ignore you. I just didn't want to waste time. But you pestered me for this battle, so I will accompany you. But you have disappointed me. Lin Ling sighed softly but he didn't make a move. Instead he walked past Xiao Feng. His golden eyes glanced at Xiao Feng, causing Xiao Feng's entire body, heart and even blood to tremble. Tianzi. This was the might of the Son of Heaven. It wasn't until Lin Ling walked past him that he asked with bloodshot eyes, "Why didn't you attack me?" "Because you're no match for me," Lin Ling said without even looking at him. His words were calm, but they were filled with boundless dominance and confidence. "You're not my match?" The endless echoes were like thunder, causing everyone's hearts to explode. They couldn't believe their eyes. However, they looked at Xiao Feng with anticipation. They thought that Xiao Feng wouldn't give up so easily. However, they were surprised. Xiao Feng stood there trembling and didn't dare to move. He seemed to have lost the will to fight. No one had expected this result, because Xiao Feng had stepped out. They all thought that Xiao Feng would win, and at the very least he would fight 300 rounds with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling only said a few words and Xiao Feng was defeated. It was no wonder that Lin Ling chose to ignore him because the facts had proven that Xiao Feng was too weak. His full-strength attack couldn't affect Lin Ling at all. On the other hand, Lin Ling only said a few words and a glance, and Xiao Feng didn't dare to fight anymore. How could this be? Princess Wuxia looked at Xiao Feng and then at the young man who looked like an emperor. Her lips turned pale. Lin Ling was a passerby in Sky Cloud Forest. No one had heard of him. Xiao Feng had joined the Purple Alliance and followed the Dark Knight Angel. His strength had greatly increased and his name had shaken the world. But now, a passerby had defeated Xiao Feng with just a few words. This is impossible. Princess Wuxia's faith crumbled once again. Lin Ling, even if he had hidden himself from the world for a year, his pride still existed. He was still someone that she, Princess Wuxia, had to look up to. Rumble. At this time, the Dragon Turtle battleship finally arrived at Earthly Paradise. A large number of experts walked down and followed Lin Ling into the crowd. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The giants of the mortal world looked at Lin Ling. The geniuses and experts of the mortal world looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely calm. Finally, he spat out a few words. Reward based on merit? This voice was full of sarcasm. How dare you? Mad God Lin Ling, you colluded with the devil race and dared to come to the most sacred place in the mortal world. Finally, someone shouted angrily. It was an old man from the ancient Ji family. Colluding with the devil race and helping the devil race to open the void enchantment in Sky Cloud Forest. Lin Ling, you have committed a heinous crime. If I were you, I would immediately kill myself to atone for my sins. Another voice sounded, impeaching Lin Ling. Men kill him. Gradually, voices filled with murderous intent rose one after another. Countless voices sounded, but Lin Ling was like an immovable king. He did not speak or refute. Instead, the sarcastic smile on his face deepened. As for those who came with Lin Ling, they all looked at Lin Ling in silence. These people have all committed the crime of colluding with the devil race. However, this is ultimately a side of the story. After all, they also helped the Deacon Palace in the mortal world in the past. Therefore, I think that some things should be investigated first. That's right. Rashly convicting them will chill everyone's hearts. On the side of the Seven Emperors, someone spoke up for Lin Ling. Colluding with the devil race, kill without mercy. However, on the side of the Sky Master, an expert immediately retorted. Let's see who dares to kill him. Emperor Yu stood up angrily and looked coldly at the side of the Sky Master. It seemed that if there was a disagreement, a big fight would break out. The crowd looked at the confrontation between the giants of the mortal world and was shocked. They did not expect that today for Lin Ling alone, the Deacon Palace of the mortal world would be stirred up. Enough. However, at this moment, a cold voice finally sounded. The Sky Master stood up and swept his gaze across the crowd. The devil race is invading. The mortal world should be united instead of fighting among ourselves. Otherwise, the devil race will take advantage of us. Therefore, we must put down all our selfishness. For the people, for the pride of the human race, we must fight side by side. His voice was sonorous and powerful, and it was filled with righteousness. Many people fell silent. As for those who colluded with the devil race, they deserve to die. Today they can collude with the devil race, tomorrow they can betray the entire mortal world. Such scum and vermin should be eradicated. Sky Master, you are right. Scum and vermin should be eradicated. However, how can you be sure that they colluded with the devil race? If I think so, then I naturally have evidence. However, there are too many people who colluded with the devil race, so I will not list them one by one. Let's start with Mad God Lin Ling Yen Yeming, third dragon ancestor. Come out. The Sky Master said indifferently. This made the people of the seven emperors heaven frown. Could it be that the Sky Master really had evidence? I am Yen Yeming. I made an agreement with Lin Ling in the Sky Cloud Forest. In order to get the devil race's reward, I helped the devil race open the void barrier. However, I regretted it after that. After all, the mortal world is the place where I was born and raised. Therefore, I will surrender to the Deacon Palace of the mortal world. I am third dragon ancestor. I am also one of the people who colluded with the devil race. If the Dark Angel did not interrupt us, I am afraid that we will continue to make mistakes. Chapter 1912. Witness and Material Evidence. Is this true? Lin Ling colluded with the devil race with them? Hearing their words, many people began to discuss. They found it hard to believe. The Purple Alliance can testify to this. Yen Yeming said indifferently. This is indeed the case. Someone helped the devil race and tried to open the void barrier. That person was with Yen Yeming and the others, and the Night Angel defeated them and sealed the void barrier. After a moment of silence, many people in the Purple Alliance also spoke. This matter was obvious to all, so no one could lie. Could it be that Lin Ling really colluded with the devil race? On the side of the seven emperors, everyone's faces turned ugly. The situation was extremely unfavorable for Lin Ling. As for the people in the Purple Alliance, they all looked at Lin Ling. They were also puzzled. Could it be that Mad God Lin Ling was that ruthless archer? Mad God Lin Ling, what else do you have to say now? Sigh, I've already turned over a new leaf. Why are you still so stubborn? Yen Yeming and the third dragon ancestor looked at Lin Ling, as if they were Lin Ling's good friends, and advised him. Seeing this, everyone was even more certain. As for Xian Di, who was behind Lin Ling, their faces became even more serious. Because if Lin Ling was convicted, it also meant that none of them were wronged. It's not like that. Mad God Lin Ling did not collude with the devil race. At this time a voice floated out. It was Lu Susu. I heard that Lu Susu and Lin Ling are very close. Could it be that in order to help Lin Ling, Lu Susu, you are lying through your teeth? The crowd immediately spoke. Lu Susu still wanted to explain, but no one believed her. The Night Angel sealed the devil race's barrier. His words have the most weight. Why don't we ask him? Someone else said. Countless eyes looked at the demon-masked youth, and the people in the Purple Alliance revealed looks of admiration. Night Angel, you have made a great contribution. It's best for you to say it. The Lord of the Sky also stood up and bowed to the Angel of the Night, shocking countless people. As expected of the Sky Lord. He actually put down his pride and bowed to a junior. This is the Sky Lord. He is respected and approachable. I think he can become an existence that surpasses the three great myths. Yes, I think so too. Someone suddenly shouted, causing the entire heavenly earth to cheer. Sky Lord of the Sky Lord, what a good method. The Sky Lords to the seven gods to hell, 9 myths war. This undoubtedly to the Sky Lord God to heaven. This Sky Lord had made a great contribution to the human realm. And this was obviously the Sky Lord's goal. He had long wanted to become an existence that surpassed the three great mythological legends, surpassing the seven emperors. Sky Lord, you are too generous. I'm flattered. Under countless gazes, the Angel of the Night said with a smile. The Sky Lord waved his hand and bowed again. At this moment I am not the Sky Lord, but the representative of all living beings in the world. You sealed the void barrier, so I salute you on behalf of all living beings in the world. No matter who you are, as long as you can help the entire human world, not only will I salute you, even if you want my life, I will not hesitate. Many people admired the Sky Lord even more after hearing these words. Among everyone, only Lin Ling looked calm, but his eyes were full of sarcasm. He was good at acting, and his acting was very good. Previously, Yan Yeming and the other person said that Mad God Lin Ling colluded with the devil race. Now, I can also prove that Mad God Lin Ling colluded with the devil race. Sky Lord, you will not accuse him unjustly. Those who colluded with the devil race deserve to be punished. The Night Angel finally spoke, and the spearhead was pointed at Lin Ling. As soon as his words fell, the heavenly world was in an uproar. I didn't expect that Lin Ling really colluded with the devil race. To think that I used to admire him. Who would have thought that he would do such a disgraceful thing for his own benefit? In my opinion, those experts who are as ugly as Lin Ling should all be executed. A large number of angry voices floated out. If Yan Yeming's words were still doubtful, then no one doubted the Night Angel's words. Is he going to die? What a pity after all, he is one of the geniuses of the human realm. He only has himself to blame. On the other side, the son of Huang and the top expert Xian Di said lightly. Except for Emperor Xiaoyao, no one sympathized with Lin Ling, and Emperor Xiaoyao was not sympathizing with Lin Ling. He just felt that his nourishment was about to disappear. What should we do? Should we save him? On the side of the 7 emperors, Emperor Yu's face was extremely solemn. He wanted to save Lin Ling, but he also knew that at this moment, those lords were also staring at this place, so they could not do anything at all. Mad God Lin Ling, don't you have anything to say? Hearing that everyone wanted Lin Ling to die, the Sky Lord finally laughed. The plan this time was perfect. Not only could he kill Lin Ling, but he could also kill a large number of experts who were against him, and Lin Ling was just the fuse. What was surprising was that Lin Ling did not seem to know that he was in danger. Instead, he took out a wine and slowly took a sip. His calm appearance shocked many people. As expected of the Mad God. If he had not committed such a great crime with such courage, he would have extraordinary achievements in the future. Have you said enough? If you've said enough, then shut up. After drinking a mouthful of the wine, Lin Ling finally raised his head and looked at the crowd fearlessly. It was as if he had drunk a mouthful of magma. The crowd was silent. They never thought that Lin Ling would still be so arrogant when facing death. Even the Dark Angel's eyes flickered. This was the first time he saw Lin Ling, and he did not expect this ant-like person to be so arrogant. Sky Lord, as expected of a big shot in the mortal world. In order to become an expert above the 3 great myths, you have spent a lot of effort. Lin Ling looked at the Sky Lord and said, Fame and fortune are just a pile of dirt. I don't care about it. My heart contains the people of the world. The Sky Lord replied. Very good. I'm very touched. I'll remember what you said before. As long as you can help the entire mortal world, not only will you bow but you'll even give up your life. Don't be too full of yourself. Be careful that you won't be able to back up your words. Lin Ling sneered. He looked at the Night Angel and said, Have you seen me? The Dark Angel stared at Lin Ling indifferently and shook his head. You should be in the Sky Cloud Forest. Unfortunately, there are too many Xian Di there. You are not strong enough, so I have not seen you before. His words were arrogant, and many people nodded in agreement. Lin Ling was in the Sky Cloud Forest and no one had seen him before. He must be a passerby. He had the nerve to ask the Dark Angel if he had seen him before. He was simply overestimating himself. Very good. Lin Ling nodded. At this time, a powerful expert shouted angrily, Are you done with your nonsense? You can die now. Chapter 1913. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios, you know me? Let him speak. The Sky Master waved his hand. He wanted everyone to respect him wholeheartedly, so he wasn't in a hurry to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling couldn't cause any big waves. You said that I colluded with the devil race and there are witnesses and evidence. However, the Night Angel said that he has never seen me and doesn't know what the so-called evidence is. And Yan Yeming, you said that you formed an alliance with me and reached an agreement with the devil race, but this seems to be your first time seeing me. You don't know anything about me, yet you jump to conclusions. Is this the evidence? When Lin Ling didn't speak, everyone thought that he had confessed, but once he spoke, his words came out like a cannonball. For a moment, everyone looked at Yan Yeming, wanting to see how they would answer because they were witnesses. Yan Yeming and the others didn't expect Lin Ling to refute before he died. They were stunned for a moment, then they laughed loudly. Lin Ling, are you still trying to shirk the crime? Have you forgotten what you said when you formed an alliance with us? Let me tell you, you'd better confess now. Perhaps on account of you being a genius of the human world, the lords might spare your life. So, you're very familiar with me and I seem to be a passerby. So, I'm much weaker than you, is that right? Lin Ling said. Yan Yeming and the others' eyes flickered because it was their first time seeing Lin Ling, and they didn't know Lin Ling at all. They immediately nodded. So, I'm the weakest in our alliance? Lin Ling took a step forward and asked again. Nonsense. Yan Yeming and Yan Yeming shouted at the same time. But Lin Ling took a step forward, and the ancient god Empyrean rewarded him. Golden light shone as he punched out with a domineering fist. Come, let's see how familiar you are with me. Seeing that Lin Ling attacked, Yan Yeming and Yan Yeming's expressions changed drastically, and they exploded with terrifying power of laws to fight against Lin Ling. They didn't know what Lin Ling wanted to do, but Lin Ling's actions were simply courting death. Crazy, Lin Ling may be a genius of the human world, but how can he be a match for the second and third on the Central Earth list? Many people were shocked, and even the Sky Master was puzzled by Lin Ling's actions. Rumble. However, even though Yan Yeming and Yi Shiwen had unleashed their ultimate techniques, the world-dominating fist was like a hot knife through butter. It actually shattered their power of law with one punch, causing the entire heavenly earth to shake. Countless people's expressions changed drastically. And Yan Yeming and Yeming and Yeming's Yeming and were. You guys are too weak. The ancient god emperor's Yeming. After all, the two of them weren't Lin Ling's match when they were in Sky Cloud Forest, let alone now that Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly. Boom. The golden protective light of the Emperor's Majesty enveloped Lin Ling, and Lin Ling moved to the third dragon ancestor and punched out. Crack, crack, crack. Panic appeared in the third dragon ancestor's eyes as he retreated and shouted, Lin Ling, how dare you? You've all colluded with the demon race. Today I'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Boom. Following Lin Ling's angry roar, the third dragon ancestor's body split open, and he exploded. As for the other person, Yan Yeming, his face turned pale. He flew towards the Night Angel and shouted, Save me! However, Lin Ling did not chase after him. He stopped in his tracks and stood there like an immovable wisdom king. The mocking smile on the corner of his mouth became even wider. Lin Ling, how dare you? Not only did you collude with the demon race, but you even dare to kill people in heaven and earth. Someone from the Sky Master's side immediately roared. They should know my strength since they formed an alliance with me. However, they said that I'm just a passerby. Don't you think they're slapping themselves in the face? There's only one possibility. They don't know me at all. Lin Ling was fearless and his words caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Yes. Today's witnesses were Yan Yeming and Yeming. They had formed an alliance with Lin Ling, but they didn't seem to be familiar with Lin Ling's strength at all. Moreover, everyone realized that Lin Ling defeated two of the top 3 existences on the Earth roll with one punch. With such terrifying strength, how could he be a nobody in Heaven and Earth Forest? For a moment, Heaven and Earth was silent. The eyes of the Sky Master and the other experts also flickered. They seemed to have underestimated Lin Ling. Facts have proven that those were all lies. As for you, Night Angel, you said that I colluded with the demon race, so you should be familiar with me. Am I right? Lin Ling looked at the Night Angel, and the Night Angel frowned. It was naturally difficult for him to answer because this was the first time he met Lin Ling. Therefore, he wasn't familiar with Lin Ling. However, if he said that he wasn't familiar with Lin Ling, how could he prove that Lin Ling colluded with the demon race? What are you trying to say? The Night Angel frowned. As far as I know, the real Night Angel is the strongest expert in Heaven and Earth Forest. Since you said that you're the Night Angel, you should be very strong. Lin Ling looked at the Night Angel and said, That's right. The Night Angel is the strongest expert in the Purple Alliance. This is obvious to everyone. There were many voices from the Purple Alliance. For them, the Night Angel was the strongest expert that they worshipped the most. Of course. If I can become the Night Angel, my strength must be the strongest. I'm the first on the Earth ranking. I can even fight with experts on the Earth ranking. Hearing the voices around him, the Night Angel immediately said. At this moment he naturally couldn't be weak. You're indeed the Night Angel. The real flag of the Purple Alliance. Many people said. They worshipped the Night Angel even more. The Night Angel's eyes were filled with confidence. It seemed that there were more and more people who believed in him. Very powerful. I also admire the Night Angel. Even Lin Ling clapped his hands. The Night Angel was stunned for a moment. He said indifferently, "Are you admitting your guilt?" "Of course not. However, I suspect that you're not the real Night Angel," Lin Ling said. Everyone was shocked. The Night Angel was a fake? But didn't he already get the recognition of the Sky Master? How could he be a fake? Everyone immediately looked at the Night Angel. They wanted to see the Night Angel's angry face because Lin Ling actually doubted him. However, under everyone's gaze, the Night Angel was stunned for a moment. Instead of being angry, he looked up to the sky and laughed. "Haha, in order to get rid of your crime, Lin Ling, you're going against your conscience." His voice also floated out, causing many people's eyes to flicker. However, at this moment Lin Ling also looked up to the sky and laughed out loud. "Alright, since you are ranked first on the Central Earth leaderboard, then I would like to see how powerful the so-called Dark Angel is. However, let me warn you in advance. If you, the Dark Angel, are inferior to a passerby like me, then you have no right to be the Dark Angel." Boom. As soon as Lin Ling's words fell, everyone's hearts exploded. Chapter 1914. Dark Angel, please use your full strength. If you're not as good as me, then it means that what you said before was nonsense. So, do you dare to fight? Lin Ling spat out another sentence, causing the crowd's eyes to tremble violently. Even the 7 emperors were not sure if Lin Ling could win. Only Lu Susu, the Crystal 7 Talents, and a few others were able to affirm Lin Ling's words. They laughed. No wonder Lin Ling didn't refute them earlier. It turned out that Lin Ling's intention was very simple. Fight, fight, fight. Dark Angel, defeat him. Mad God Lin Ling boasting shamelessly. No one thought that Lin Ling could win. Many even thought that Lin Ling couldn't block a single attack. After all, the strength of the Dark Angel was obvious to everyone. And it? The Sky Lord nodded. He naturally didn't think that Lin Ling was a match for the son of the Divine Marquis Mansion. In his opinion, Lin Ling's actions were simply courting death. "Alright, since you want to fight, I'll accompany you." The son of the Divine Marquis Mansion nodded. He didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes because if anyone could defeat him, then he wouldn't be qualified to be called a godly archer. It could be said that in the Sky Cloud Forest, the only thing he was afraid of was the true Dark Angel. "Do you need me to give you a handicap?" The son of the Divine Marquis Mansion walked forward with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "There's no need for that. You're so thick-skinned. If you let me make a move, who knows what excuses you'll come up with next. Besides, with your strength, you don't have the qualifications to let me make a move." Lin Ling also slowly walked forward. His long black robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked indescribably spirited. "Alright." The son of the Divine Marquis Mansion nodded and didn't intend to give him a handicap. "Let me show you my talent." Swallow the heavens. With a roar, endless black light shot out like arrows. This was his innate skill, Divine Overlord swallowing the heavens. Combined with the 32 King's arts, it could greatly increase the power of the laws. He pointed his finger and the black light shot out like an arrow. Obviously, he didn't dare to use his bow here, but he could use his finger as an arrow. And this finger arrow had over 200 nomological laws. It was extremely powerful. As a result, he turned around and left. When the crowd saw how carefree he was, their hearts jumped. As expected of the Night Angel, he was still so powerful and confident. Rumble. The terrifying finger arrow shot towards Lin Ling, and even Wu Sheng, who was in the 6th degree realm, couldn't block it. In an instant, it engulfed Lin Ling and formed a black light screen which changed the color of the sky. Following that, the ground split open and the heavenly earth and sky island seemed to have collapsed. Is he dead? Many people stared at the black light barrier with solemn expressions. They could see that the surface of the black light barrier had laws shooting out like tens of thousands of arrows. It was extremely shocking. Boom. However, at this moment, there was a roar and a sword light slashed out as if it could cut through the sky. World annihilation. Following that dazzling sword light, the black light barrier instantly shattered and melted like tofu. At the same time, a golden-haired, golden-eyed man holding an ancient sword walked out step by step. His imposing manner made many people in the Purple Alliance gasp. So familiar, so familiar. As for the son of the Divine Overlord Manor, he stopped in his tracks and his eyes widened. "You can't compare to me in terms of playing." At this moment, Lin Ling held the peerless divine sword and stared at the son of the Divine Overlord Manor with a mocking gaze. "You can't compare to me in terms of playing." Crazy. This sentence echoed in everyone's ears. Arrogant, extremely arrogant. It's almost 200 nomological laws, and his talent is second-grade divine rank. The giants of the human realm gasp. When did Lin Ling's laws become so strong? As for the son of the divine overlord Manor, his expression was solemn. There was actually someone in the Central Earth ranking who could break his attack? You better use your arrow, don't put on an act. Otherwise you can only be tortured by me. Lin Ling stepped forward. His imposing manner was not only filled with mockery, but also contempt. Of course, it was not because he was arrogant, but because he had already fought the son of the divine overlord Manor. Now that his fiend god overlord body had reached the peak, it could be said that his physical body was invincible, so it was not difficult to kill the son of the divine overlord Manor. Moreover, the title of Angel of the Night was not something that anyone could achieve. I admit that I have underestimated you. The son of the divine overlord Manor said, but his eyes flickered. As an archer he had to be careful. He was extremely arrogant before because he thought that Lin Ling was not his opponent, but now he had to face the guy in front of him. Of course, what surprised him the most was that the guy in front of him gave him a very familiar feeling. Even if you think highly of me, you are still not my opponent. Take my sword, world-destroying flames. Lin Ling sneered. The sword in his hand spat out flames as if a dragon was roaring. After reaching the 5th degree of Wuxia, the power of his fire law had increased greatly. You are qualified to be called the Angel of the Night when you are below my 2 second-grade divine rank talents? The sword passed through. The space law exploded, the fire law was dazzling, the two combined to destroy the world with flames. What? The son of the divine overlord Manor was shocked because he had seen this sword before. It was from the real Angel of the Night. It's him. In the distance, Yin Yiming's face was pale. That terrifying sword almost took his life not long ago in the Sky Cloud Forest. He never thought that the overlord youth was actually the Angel of the Night. Boom. His heart roared. The son of the divine overlord Manor's heart exploded. They felt as if they were in a dream because the person they had casually bullied was actually the Angel of the Night that caused them to be in a nightmare. 10,000 arrows, 32 king arts. The son of the divine overlord Manor no longer dared to underestimate Lin Ling because in the earth board, he was most afraid of Lin Ling. Rumble. The sword passed through, burning and cutting everything. The 10,000 arrows of the son of the divine overlord Manor gathered the power of the 32 earthly kings. The law was extremely terrifying, but it barely blocked Lin Ling's sword. Even if it blocked it, the bones in his body were still cracking as they were injured by the sword's sealing aura. Go to hell. He continued to shoot arrows, each arrow was fatal. This is the Angel of the Night? However, his attack was undoubtedly extremely weak in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling held his sword and moved forward. He swung his sword casually and cut down the black arrows of laws. He didn't even bother to block some of the arrows and allowed them to shoot towards him. However, they were blocked by the Emperor's protective aura. Just like that, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. Abuse? This was pure, unadulterated abuse. Armageddon. Lin Ling occasionally slashed out a sword, but the son of the divine overlord Manor could only block it pathetically. It was extremely embarrassing. You're really the Angel of the Night? Why are you so weak? Aren't you number 1 on the earth board? And I'm just a passerby, how can a passerby beat you? Angel of the Night, please use your full strength. Chapter 1915. I am the Night Angel. How could this be? The crowd stared at the scene with their mouths wide open, especially the members of the Purple Alliance. Their faces were ashen because the Night Angel was like a god of war in their hearts. But now, this god of war was being abused by someone else? He's definitely not the Night Angel. Finally, someone said, "That's right, the Night Angel is invincible, how could he be such a disgrace?" More and more people voiced out. They were all fooled by the Sky Lord. As for the Sky Lord, his face was frozen. Previously, he promised Lin Ling to kill the son of the war god Ho Mansion because he thought that Lin Ling would die without a doubt. After all, no matter how talented Lin Ling was, it was impossible for him to reach the top of the earth ranking. But now, he realized that Lin Ling's growth was beyond his imagination. Sky Lord, Ancient Ji family, Shenyuan clan, this is the Night Angel that you found? Come on, if you want to find someone, at least find someone decent. I won't even bother to kill such trash. Genesis. Following Lin Ling's domineering voice, a sword with more than 200 precept energy slashed out. Rumble. This sword was Genesis, telling the son of the divine Ho Mansion that in Lin Ling's world, he was the king, he was the Night Angel. the son of the divine home mansion spat out a mouthful of blood, his arm was chopped off. But at the critical moment, a white king's chi soared into the sky, forming a white emperor storm that blocked the sword. This person was the son of the divine home mansion. However, although the son of the divine home mansion didn't die, it was obvious that he was no longer qualified to be the Night Angel. If you can't even beat me, how can you be the Night Angel? How can you accuse me of colluding with the demon race? Lin Ling said softly under everyone's gaze. But at this moment no one refuted him. He used his sword and his domineering aura to prove everything. His potential is so strong. With 2 divine-level talents, this mad god Lin Ling didn't fall, he's rising rapidly. I really don't know how he cultivated in such a short period of time, he's already dominating the Earth ranking. Looks like we have to be careful. From afar, those peak-stage immortal emperors all had heavy expressions on their faces. Among them there were a few who were part of the top 10 immortal emperors. But now they didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling because Lin Ling's potential was too terrifying. At the same time in the distance, an old man and a middle-aged man smiled faintly as they looked ahead. That's right. The invasion of the demon race and the great calamity of the mortal world. Many geniuses have grown up. Indeed. Today not only did the 10 heroes of the immortal emperor realm emerge, a terrifying genius also emerged. It's a pity that little guy came to the Merit Hall not long ago in exchange for some useless treasures. After this is over, I'll have to remind him, especially the 3rd revolution elixir, he can't take it, or he'll fall from heaven to hell. The 2 of them looked at the scene as if they were behind the scene. They were the strongest experts of the mortal world. Great, I didn't expect you to lie to us, almost causing us to slander so many people. You deserve to die. In the silence, a furious roar suddenly rang out. The Sky Lord stood up and waved his right hand, as if he controlled the power of the entire sky, sweeping towards Yen Yeming. That power was so terrifying that everyone present was shocked. Sky Lord, what are you doing? The 7 emperors shouted angrily, but it was too late. Under that terrifying power, Yen Yeming was annihilated and disappeared. This person lied to us, almost causing us to commit a big mistake, so how can we appease our anger if we don't kill him? The Sky Lord said righteously. At the same time, the Divine Marquis not far away also shouted coldly and slapped out fiercely, causing the wind and clouds to change color. The son of the Divine Marquis let out a cry of pain and was slapped to death. You lied to the mortal world, you deserve to die. After that, the Divine Marquis said indifferently. The crowd fell silent. How ruthless, they were supporting the other party just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye they killed him. The Sky Lord looked at Lin Ling, then looked at the CND who were wronged and said, You've all been wronged, but I'll uphold justice for you. Upon hearing this, those immortal emperors all heaved a sigh of relief. They were truly wronged to the point where they had to fight back. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. As expected of an ambitious person, seeing that things had failed, he immediately put justice before family to protect his reputation. Lin Ling, you won't blame me, right? Sensing Lin Ling's gaze, the Sky Lord immediately said and explained himself, We were all deceived by them, so we treated you like this. If we offended you in any way, please forgive us. Of course, what I did was for the entire mortal world. That's right, we did it for the mortal world. We don't want a traitor to appear in the mortal world. The other giants of the mortal world also agreed, causing the crowd to fall silent. The Sky Lord and the others killed so quickly that no one could refute them. However, at this moment, Lin Ling, who had been silent, finally spoke. I remember that you said before that as long as you help the mortal world, you'll have to pay your respects. Even if I ask for your life, you won't hesitate. Am I right? Of course, we were deceived by the son of the Divine Marquis, but I still put down my pride and paid my respects to him. So as long as it's helpful to the mortal world, a mere reputation is nothing. The Sky Lord nodded. That's good. Now, I want you to pay your respects to me. Lin Ling looked at the Sky Lord and said coldly. The other party's plan had failed and he wanted to escape unscathed. How could Lin Ling let him do as he wished? Everyone was stunned. What did Lin Ling mean? He wanted the Sky Lord to pay his respects to him? What do you mean? The Sky Lord frowned. Because I'm the real Night Angel. Lin Ling looked around and said calmly. The entire heavenly earth fell silent. Countless eyes stared at Lin Ling, wanting to know if Lin Ling was joking. However, they were obviously disappointed. However, many people suddenly thought that since Lin Ling could defeat the son of the Divine Marquis, he could naturally be the Night Angel. At this thought, everyone in the Purple Alliance became excited. Was Lin Ling the mad god, the cold-faced youth? They had always been curious about the identity of the Night Angel. Had it finally surfaced? You're the Night Angel? The Sky Lord's eyes narrowed. However, he soon realized that Lin Ling was trying to humiliate him by calling himself the Night Angel. That's right, that must be it. The Night Angel is the number 1 on the Middle-earth list. Moreover, you can defeat all the experts on the Middle-earth list. If you're the Night Angel, then you should be invincible in this realm. Therefore, if you want to become the Night Angel, you need to fight 3 rounds. If you win, I'll pay my respects to you. Chapter 1916. Fighting the 3. Moreover, the Sky Master hated Lin Ling to the bone because Lin Ling had single-handedly disrupted his entire plan. In fact, if he had not acted decisively and killed Yan Yeming, he would not have had a good ending. Even so, the reputation he had painstakingly built up was now wavering. Of course, the reason was that he had underestimated Lin Ling. He thought that Lin Ling was an ant-like existence in the Sky Cloud Forest. Who would have thought that Lin Ling's strength would increase so quickly? The Dark Angel is the flag of the Purple Alliance. He controls many CND on the Earth ranking. He's also the key figure in the seal. Therefore, his identity can't be impersonated. At this time, a cold voice drifted out. Many people looked over and found that the speaker was the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Her words were obviously directed at Lin Ling. Hearing this, many people echoed. Although Lin Ling's strength was not bad, it didn't mean that he was the Dark Angel. Of course, many people in the Purple Alliance supported Lin Ling because they felt that Lin Ling was very similar to the Dark Angel in their impression. Yeah, the Dark Angel sealed the Devil Race's seal. He can't be impersonated. But someone did impersonate him before. Why didn't you say anything at that time? Lin Ling smiled and said sarcastically. His words made the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's expression turn ugly. If the mad god Lin Ling is the Dark Angel, the Sky Lord will lose face. Because he casually found someone to impersonate Lin Ling and slandered the real Dark Angel for colluding with the Devil Race. Such a person has the nerve to say that he's doing it for the common people. Emperor, you said with a smile. Many people realized that this was indeed sarcastic. But now Lin Ling isn't the Dark Angel. It can only be said that we misunderstood him. Therefore, the Sky Lord should apologize. After all, he's doing it for the common people. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother said expressionlessly. Her graceful face was now filled with coldness and arrogance. For the common people? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. What a disgusting person. That's right, I'm doing it for the common people. Therefore, if you want to prove that you're the Dark Angel, then do you dare to fight? The Sky Lord also shouted coldly. At this moment, there was no way out for him. Fight. Prove that you are a Dark Night Angel. Moreover, if you can sweep through the Central Earth Proclamation, you will be a genius comparable to Huang's child. The human realm's highest enforcer palace will definitely value you even more. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Countless eyes looked at Lin Ling, wanting to know if he would choose to fight or not. The 7 emperors and the others frowned. They couldn't understand why the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the Sky Lord were forcing Lin Ling to fight. Was there something fishy? After all, Lin Ling was able to defeat the son of the Divine Marquis Mansion. His strength had already been acknowledged. Fine, then I choose to fight. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling finally nodded. Boom. Many people clenched their fists. Lin Ling, the mad god, had decided to fight. He wanted to challenge 3 experts of the Middle-earth list to prove that he was the Dark Angel. Lin Ling hadn't displayed his full strength before. Therefore, everyone wanted to see if the most dazzling genius of the mortal world could shock the mortal world again. I'm not that talented. Let me fight this battle. A burly old man walked out. He was Wu Sheng stage 6. Presumably, his ranking on the Middle-earth list wasn't low. Then 2 more people walked out. One was a cold middle-aged man, and the other was an ordinary-looking woman. They seemed to be from the ancient Ji family and Shenyuan family. But what surprised people was that no one had seen these 3 people before. They didn't seem to be famous, and their cultivation realm wasn't higher than Yan Yeming's. How could they defeat Lin Ling? Haha, this is helping Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to defeat them. Lin Ling might be able to prove that he's the Dark Angel. Mad God Lin Ling. Go for it. Many people from the Purple Alliance were excited. Obviously, they had acknowledged that the Dark Angel was Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he walked out. Mad God Lin Ling. Please show mercy. Everything is for the sake of the world. Please forgive us if we offend you. The 3 of them looked at Lin Ling and bowed courteously. Of course, Lin Ling did not take their courteous words to heart. The three of them were just smiling tigers. Sure enough, after the three of them bowed politely, a cold light bloomed in the depths of their eyes. Dragon of Creation, insightful void. The woman from the Shenyuan clan drew a mysterious trajectory with her hands, and then she slapped out. The sound of a storm rang out and Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His soul power sensed the terrifying power of law sweeping over. In the next moment, a dragon wrapped around his body. Lin Ling felt that it was difficult for him to move as if he was carrying huge shackles on his body. Confinement law. Lin Ling frowned. At the same time, the old man also shouted coldly, Emperor statue, inner demon. Terrifying power of faith gushed out, and the light of treasures shone brightly. Everything in the world turned into dust, and even the laws were frozen. The light of treasures was extremely mysterious and could break the opponent's power of law. So powerful. Wuxia seems to be in the 6th stage, but their laws are unfathomable. Seeing this, many people gasped. Although the 3 people were unknown, they were obviously not pushovers. Great River Sword Burial. At the same time, the last person attacked. The Milky Way overflowed and rolled over as if the Milky Way was hanging upside down in the sky. Moreover, one could vaguely see white bones rolling in the silver Milky Way. This was the Great River Burial. According to legend, in a remote area of the mortal realm, the dead were buried in rivers. When the dead were thrown into the water, all the power of the dead would be left behind for the descendants to enjoy. This sword was obviously incomparably terrifying as it slashed down fiercely. The power of law had reached more than 200. If the 3 of them were to fight one-on-one, none of them would be a match for Lin Ling. However, they cooperated extremely well, especially the woman who used the divine dragon's bloodline. Her power of insightful void wrapped tightly around Lin Ling, making it difficult for Lin Ling to move. What was certain was that if the 3 of them joined forces, even the son of the divine Marquis Manor would fall. No wonder they let the 3 of them fight. That kind of strength is probably enough to threaten Wuxia's 7th stage. Emperor Li Shou said with a solemn expression. In the face of such a powerful attack, Lin Ling was clearly a little surprised. However, in the depths of his eyes, that wisp of fighting spirit also became more vigorous. Because after his strength increased greatly, he also wanted to see where his limit was. Come on. Boom. The golden might of the Son of Heaven erupted. Golden hair, golden eyes, that terrifying aura actually made some heavenly emperor powerhouses have the feeling of prostrating themselves in worship. Emperor's Mandate, this is the aura of an emperor's mandate. Chapter 1917. Despicable 3-inch second-grade divine realm, Emperor's aura? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother frowned. Lin Ling's potential was beyond her imagination. Great Emperor Zhai Xing, invincible, dominating the world. Everyone heard an angry roar. Under countless gazes, the formless and colorless hollow void dragon was actually intimidated by Lin Ling's great emperor aura. Lin Ling reached out with one hand and grabbed the dragon's head in the void. His strength erupted and he tore the dragon apart. You dare to call yourself a dragon in front of me? A terrifying aura burst out from Lin Ling's body. A dragon claw appeared, releasing 25 strands of strength. It tore apart the old man's power of faith. The old man's Emperor God statue's Heart Devil law could break through the opponent's law, but Lin Ling used his physical strength to suppress the Emperor God statue's Heart Devil. Bang! Following Lin Ling's footsteps, the old man's expression changed. What a powerful physical strength. Moreover, he felt a dense Emperor's aura pressing down on him, as if he was dominating the world. Dang dang dang. The old man was so shocked that he took a step back. Seeing this, the crowd cheered. They didn't expect the great Emperor Zhai Xing of the ancient era to still be so dazzling in the current era. It was as if he was telling the mortal world that their inheritance hadn't fallen yet. Lin Ling, take my sword. At the same time, the silver river in the sky slashed down. Crashing sounds echoed endlessly. Staring at the majestic sword, Lin Ling took out a peerless divine sword in his right hand. The sword breathed out flames as the fiend god tyrant body's 100-dimensional space sliced around him. The sword's 100-dimensional space also bloomed as the two fused together. Fire come. What was even more terrifying was that after the space law reached its limit, Lin Ling actually added the power of fire, causing the Yellow Springs flame to burn the world. This sword was even more terrifying than the one he used to defeat the divine Marquis Manor's son. This sword was also the most dazzling sword under the mortal world's giants. World Creation Law. It was said that there was an ancient grand sovereign who could not only destroy the world, but also create it. He could create the laws of heaven and earth and create the order of the mortal world. What a terrifying sword strike, it's more than 200 laws. Moreover, 2 second-grade divine rank talents have completely fused together. This Lin Ling is worthy of being called a genius of the mortal world. Wu Sheng is in the 6th degree realm, who else but him? The crowd stared fixedly at Lin Ling, their hearts trembling. That sword was too sharp. Lin Ling had once again shown everyone what a true genius was, and what it meant to fight above one's level. Boom! The sword slashed out like a beam of light. The water of the heavenly river was cut apart, and white bones splattered in all directions. Looking at the overwhelming scene, everyone was incomparably shocked, but they also felt that it was normal, because Lin Ling's talent was at the 2nd grade of the divine rank, and coupled with the large number of laws, who could stop him? We've won just like that. Lin Ling is definitely the angel of the dark night. Even if he's not, the highest deacon palace of the mortal world will admit that he is, because his talent is too terrifying. Many big shots of the mortal world looked serious, as if they could see the emperor of the mortal world quietly rising, with an irresistible force, and no one could stop him. However, the reality was that no one could stop Lin Ling's rise. Is he really the flag of the Purple Alliance? From afar, Princess Wuxia looked at the blonde Lin Ling and she smiled bitterly. Beside her, Qiao Feng, the bitterness on his face was more intense than anyone else. At first, he thought that Lin Ling was a passerby, and he was the Xiandi of the Purple Alliance. He followed the Angel of the Night and created miracles in the mortal world. These achievements made him especially proud, but now he knew that the person he wanted to surpass and even trample under his feet was actually the flag of the Purple Alliance. This caused his previous actions to be overestimating himself, like plucking the hair from the tiger's mouth. Then he couldn't help but look at Princess Wuxia, and found that she was biting her lips tightly, with a complicated look in her eyes. Princess Wuxia's feelings were complicated. She looked down on Lin Ling thinking that she could hold her head up high, but in fact, Lin Ling was the strong one above her husband, and her husband also had to look up to him. If Lin Ling didn't lead the Purple Alliance, her so-called husband didn't have the right to be proud. Rumble. The sword slashed down and the whole heavenly earth shook. However, just when everyone thought that Lin Ling would win, in the billowing dust, a 7-colored light shot up to the sky, and 3 slender figures appeared again, walking side by side, which was a shocking sight. What? They haven't lost yet? This sudden change shocked the crowd. With the strength of those 3 people, how could they block Lin Ling's sword? Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and he said in disbelief, Wu Sheng's 7th-stage realm? He sensed that the 3 people had broken through at the critical moment, and their strength had increased greatly. Moreover, Lin Ling guessed that the 3 people didn't break through by luck, but had been preparing for a long time. They chose to break through when they chose to fight with Lin Ling. This also explained why the Sky Master asked them to fight. It turned out that he already had a plan. This also meant that the 3 of them had already stepped into the Earth rankings. Sky Master, you are too despicable. They are Wu Sheng's 7th-stage realm experts, and you actually let them fight with Lin Ling. A terrifying aura swept out, and the people on the side of the 7 emperors naturally sensed it, and all of them shouted angrily. Despicable. Yes. As long as Lin Ling defeated all the experts on the Earth rankings, he could become the Dark Angel, but now you actually let the experts on the Earth rankings fight. This is against the rules. Yes. Moreover, those people are so old and they have been cultivating for a longer time than Lin Ling. Is this battle fair? Yes. Many people from the Purple Alliance also spoke out. Lu Susu, Fire Spirit Princess, and the others gritted their teeth, and their beautiful eyes were filled with anger. They are experts on the Earth rankings, but I'm sorry that they broke through at the critical moment. Faced with everyone's anger, the Sky Master said indifferently. That's right, breaking through during a battle isn't against the rules. It can only be said that the greater the pressure, the faster the increase in our strength. Yes. Now let's continue the battle. Although we broke through, we are still experts on the Earth rankings. Yes. Lin Ling, if you want to prove that you are the Dark Angel, then continue the battle. Yes. Under countless gazes, the 3 people changed their initial politeness, and at this moment, it was as if they were baring their fangs. Their murderous intent was also dense, and it made the experts on the side of the 7 emperors gnash their teeth, wanting to stop the battle. However, at this moment, a calm voice drifted out, let them fight. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, the 7 emperors' faces changed dramatically, because they realized that the person who spoke was the person behind the scenes of the martial pavilion. And that person was actually helping the Sky Master? However, with their temperament, how could they support the Sky Master? Everyone fell silent. Since that person had spoken, they naturally didn't dare to refute. After being stunned for a moment, the Sky Master immediately revealed a cold smile. He didn't expect that terrifying existence to support him. Chapter 1918. A sudden change. The Sky Lord was stunned for a moment and then he sneered. He didn't expect that the terrible existence would support him. Unfortunately, no one saw that in the depths of heavenly earth, 2 figures stood quietly and looked ahead with a smile. The great tribulation of the human realm requires even more rising stars to hold up the sky of the human realm. Only with pressure can there be motivation. Facing 3 7th-level martial saints who possess a powerful source of power, Lin Ling does not know if he will be able to stimulate his potential. Yes. Even if he can't, the life and death battle will be of great benefit to him. But we have to be careful, don't let that little brat die. Yes. The 2 said with a smile. They naturally didn't want to help the Sky Lord, but just wanted to let Lin Ling experience the life and death battle. The purpose was to cultivate more strong people for the mortal realm. In the life of a martial artist, everyone had experienced life and death battles, but the more experienced the greater the benefits. Of course, this was a double-edged sword. After all, if they failed, the price was death. These guys. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was ugly. He didn't expect that those mysterious existences would support the Sky Lord, which made his pupils turn cold. Lin Ling, aren't you very arrogant? Let me see your strength, Great River Sword Burial. Yes. The 3 strong people who broke through the realm were in high spirits at this moment. Perhaps they knew from the beginning that there would be a scene in front of them, so they began to be humble and let Lin Ling bloom with dazzling light. Because only by flying high would it be more painful to fall down. Great Void Dragon. Yes. The other 2 also stepped forward leisurely, and at the same time they launched a powerful attack. Rumble. In the face of the 3 people's joint attack, Lin Ling kept retreating. Those powerful laws made him feel great pressure. If it wasn't for his strong physical body, he would have been torn into pieces. Ah, this is the Night Angel. We still have to treat him with respect. Don't hit him too hard. Yes. Maybe this Night Angel will learn from us and break through at the critical moment. Yes. So, I have to admit defeat. The 3 of them walked at a leisurely pace, talking as they walked as if they were mocking Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a sword light that carried a domineering aura fiercely slashed over. Careful. The expressions of the 3 of them changed and they were greatly shocked. After all, Lin Ling was actually able to counterattack when facing the joint forces of the 3 of them. Moreover, that sword strike caused them to feel even more pressure. How could they not be shocked? But they were after all Wuxia's 7th-stage realm top exponents, and with the 3 of them working together, they were finally able to block that strike. It could be imagined that if it was a one-on-one battle, Lin Ling would still be able to bring them pressure. The 3 of them have high cultivation levels and they're even working together. How shameless. Many people saw that they were once again proudly walking forward, and one by one they immediately cursed. If it wasn't for that lord allowing Lin Ling to continue fighting, they would have already stopped this battle. Lin Ling, was that your full strength? Too weak. However, the 3 of them totally ignored the crowd's curses, and all of them unleashed their martial arts to suppress Lin Ling. Moreover, they apparently didn't want to defeat Lin Ling too quickly, so they were slowly toying with Lin Ling. On the other hand, the pressure on Lin Ling increased, and all the bones in his body seemed to be broken. However, the boiling battle intent in his eyes became even more intense. Mad God Lin Ling, stop fighting. This isn't a fair battle. We all acknowledge you as the Dark Angel. Many people from the Purple Alliance shouted. This battle was a battle without any suspense, so there was no need to continue fighting. But in their eyes, Lin Ling was sent flying by the 3 people's powerful laws, and fell onto the ground, looking like he was seriously injured. But in just a moment, Lin Ling stood up again. Boom. When they saw the golden-haired, golden-eyed youth, everyone's heart exploded. Never say defeat? Even if his ability was inferior, even if his body was smashed to pieces, Lin Ling still chose to continue fighting. This is what a cultivator of our generation should be like. The human realm powerhouses also muttered to themselves. At this moment, they secretly admired this rising star Lin Ling. If I admit defeat, then who will seek justice for them? And who can I complain to about the unfair treatment I received? Fight. Lin Ling's eyes were red, and the sword in his hand was gripped even tighter. For justice, for dignity. Because if he admitted defeat, then the Sky Lord would get away scot-free. The Sky Lord treated Lin Ling like an ant, a stepping stone. How could Lin Ling let him off so easily? Therefore Lin Ling couldn't admit defeat. Black Tortoise's 9 steps. Lin Ling stepped forward, not retreating but advancing. With the ancient sword in hand, he intimidated the heavens and earth. Clang. The other 3 unleashed their ultimate techniques and blocked Lin Ling again, and they sneered repeatedly. If Lin Ling didn't admit defeat, then they would beat him until he admitted defeat. Moreover, if they angered Lin Ling and he refused to admit defeat, then they could kill him as well. Bang, bang, bang. Under the joint attacks of the 3, Lin Ling's body was blasted flying again and smashed into the ground. It seemed like he wasn't a match for the 3 of them at all. The crowd looked at the figure that was blasted flying, then looked at the blood that Lin Ling left on the ground, and they sighed in their hearts. What kind of willpower could support Lin Ling to continue fighting? As for the Sky Lord and the others, a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Boom. However, right at this moment, a wisp of a terrifying aura erupted. The energy of the laws spiraled and skyrocketed, forming a pillar of light that shot into the sky, and it even shattered the clouds in the sky. Moreover, the surging energy of the laws was sensed by the entire mortal realm, as if a terrifying existence had been born in the heavens and earth. Countless gazes were fixed on the pillar of light, and everyone's expressions froze because the pillar of light came from Lin Ling. Most importantly, those strong practitioners had sensed that Lin Ling was in the first transition. One must know that Wu Sheng was in the 5th stage and could undergo the first transition. If he succeeded, then he would have laid a solid foundation, and his future achievements would be even greater. Therefore, as long as one had great willpower, they would all choose the first transition. However, although the first transition seemed heaven-defying, in reality if one failed, the price to pay would be absolutely terrifying. This fellow actually chose the first transition at this moment? Everyone laughed bitterly. This place was obviously not the best place for the first transition. After all, there were people who could interrupt Lin Ling at any time. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart was also filled with bitterness. At the moment of life and death, he had continuously unleashed his potential and fought with all his might. This had instead sped up the rotation of the void energy in his dantian, and finally formed the first transition. Third transition. Supreme Celestial Pill, you really know how to pick the right time. After laughing bitterly, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and stabilized his state of mind. At this moment the outside world was still in shock, and the crowd was discussing fervently. Mad God Lin Ling, he has 2 God-grade talents and both of them are of the 2nd grade. This allows him to easily fight against those of a higher level, and now he actually wants to undergo the first transition? If he succeeds in the first transition, the number of his laws will be even greater. Coupled with his talents, TSK, I'm afraid that even Wu Sheng in the 6th stage would not be his match. Such a genius can be said to be the number 1 person in the mortal realm. Chapter 1919. Third transformation shocking the world. As for the 7 emperors, they were also surprised. Then, they clenched their fists excitedly as if they were watching a dazzling star slowly rising into the sky. On the contrary, in the depths of heavenly earth, the 2 most terrifying existences were not too surprised, but they nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Under the pressure he actually completed the first transformation. Such a talented person is indeed worthy of the attention of the entire mortal realm. One of them said, and the other old man also smiled and nodded. But he has to complete the first transformation, otherwise, all his efforts will be in vain. But at this moment, there was a sudden change in heavenly earth. Rumble. The skyrocketing light pillar of the law became huge, and the 7-colored light illuminated the world. What, he actually completed the 2nd transformation? Staring at this scene, everyone stood up and the shock on their faces was not hidden at all. This was the first time they saw a junior cultivating like this. First, he completed the first transformation, and then he completed the 2nd transformation. That momentum was like a hot knife through butter. The 2nd transformation could increase the power of the law by 20. Moreover, after stepping into Wu Sheng's 6th stage, every time the power source in his dantian increased by 1 stage, it would increase the power of the law by 5. For ordinary Wu Sheng's 6th stage, they could only increase it by 2. This also meant that as long as Lin Ling stepped into Wu Sheng's 6th stage, he would be able to threaten Wu Sheng's 8th stage. This? Looking at Lin Ling shining again, the Sky Lord felt disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. Why was it like this? He knew very well that even if Lin Ling only had ordinary talent, but if he completed the second transformation, Lin Ling would be an absolute genius of the mortal realm, and would be valued by the ancient giants of the mortal realm. Moreover, Lin Ling's talent was not ordinary. Good. Over at the Seven Emperors' side, everyone laughed even louder. Lin Ling had given them a big surprise today. He could be called an absolute genius. Dark Angel, absolute genius. Cheers. The Purple Alliance was also cheering. As for the three opponents of Lin Ling, they were simply ignored at this moment. However, was Lin Ling merely a peerless genius? While everyone was cheering, the pillar of light that soared into the sky became even larger. There were flames and spatial laws roaring, as if a dragon was flying in the sky. The terrifying aura of the laws actually caused the entire human world to churn. Within the three profound of the human realm, countless people raised their heads. They saw that in the distance, there was a terrifying pressure approaching. Moreover, the law light pillars were extremely dazzling. They did not know what had happened, but they were certain that a powerhouse had been born in the mortal realm. Rumble. Compared to their surprise, heavenly world was dead silent. Because Lin Ling was at the third rank. In the current era, no one had ever completed the third revolution. This was because the further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to complete the third revolution. The difficulty would increase by several times. Moreover, if one failed, they would disappear from the world forever. Therefore, even if there were geniuses who could go through the third transition, no one would choose to do so. Evildoer. The same thought rose in everyone's mind. As for the two lords in the depths, their expressions changed drastically. They were shocked for a full 30 minutes before they let out hearty laughter. Good. This is great. Our human race has produced another powerhouse. This child can be called the son of desolation. How many years has it been? No one in the mortal realm has completed the third transition. He's the first. How can it be the third transition? Oh right, not long ago that little guy exchanged for a third revolution supreme immortal pill in the merit hall. Could it be because of this pill? Isn't that a useless pill? How did he succeed? What a little freak. The two lords were initially pleasantly surprised, then surprised and finally shocked. Now they were terrified. The mortal realm is facing a great calamity. Geniuses are extremely important. This child must be protected at all costs. Who knows, he might be able to save the entire mortal realm. In the end, the lord from the martial pavilion said word by word with a hint of excitement in his words. That's right. The old man immediately nodded. At this moment, while they were talking, everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's third transition. After the Sky Lord's expression changed drastically, a voice came out of his mouth, secretly reminding the three of them. Interrupt him. There was no doubt that if Lin Ling succeeded in the end, there would be no place for him, the Sky Lord, to stay in the mortal realm. Therefore he had to destroy this genius at all costs. The three of them also knew that time was of the essence. Their expressions became fierce as they activated their terrifying law martial arts. The three of them attacked too quickly. The others were still shocked by Lin Ling's third transition, so no one reacted. Only the Sky Lord kept shouting secretly, "Quick, interrupt him. You must interrupt him and make him a cripple from now on." He knew very well that although Lin Ling was dazzling now, if he became a cripple, then the Deacon Hall of the mortal realm would definitely abandon Lin Ling. Boom. Three surging laws landed on Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling, who was in the light pillar of laws, to spit out a mouthful of blood. After all, the process of the third transition was the most important, and it could not be easily interrupted by others. However, Lin Ling soon realized that after the three laws surged into him, the void energy source in his dantian spun even faster, as if it had joined a new force during the third transition. How dare you! At this moment, the people on the Seven Emperors' side reacted. They all roared furiously and attacked at the same time. However, just as they were about to attack, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Leave them to me." Boom. As soon as this voice sounded, everyone's hearts exploded. They looked around and saw that the light pillar of laws began to dim, and a slender figure slowly walked out. Was Lin Ling. Thank you for your strength. Otherwise, I would have needed a lot more time to complete the third transition. The cold voice floated out at the same time, causing many people to tremble in fear. In their eyes, a large amount of laws floated around Lin Ling, and the void energy source was extremely huge. This meant that Lin Ling had successfully completed the third transition. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Previously, when you fought with me, you all broke through at the critical moment. However, every dog has its day. Now it's my turn to break through. Lin Ling looked at the three people. With just a glance, their faces turned pale. Although Lin Ling had only glanced at them, they felt as if they were being stared at by a big shot of the human world. Plop. The old man among them was so frightened that he fell to the ground directly. The Lin Ling from before was already very scary. What about the Lin Ling after the third transition? His strength was definitely unimaginable. At the same time, the Sky Lord's face also turned pale. Lin Ling had finally succeeded. He knew that trouble had come for him. Smack. Lin Ling took a step forward and walked toward the three people. His long hair and black robe danced wildly. At this moment, it was as if he had been reborn. He was full of energy as if he was an undefeatable god of war. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Have you been arrogant enough? Now do you dare to fight? A thunderous voice came from Lin Ling's mouth. It shocked the old man so much that he spat out blood and immediately lost the ability to fight. A third transition martial artist is indeed very strong. Chapter 1920. The Ancient Giants, since things have come to this, attack. The remaining two people's expressions changed drastically as they unleashed their powerful laws. They knew that there was no way out now. Sword come. Lin Ling roared angrily as he held his sword with both hands. The sword light was like a pillar as he slashed down like an axe. 250 dimensions. Rumble. A beautiful world appeared, forming a dazzling sword that attracted the attention of countless people. In the hearts of many people, other than the martial god realm, there were only the ghost realm, devil realm, and mortal realm left in this world. However, Lin Ling now told them that there were many other realms outside, because his sword had already reached another realm, and made 250 realms appear. Pop pop pop. Under the sword, the two people's combined laws instantly disintegrated. The sword in the man's hand instantly broke apart and he saw a sword slashing towards him. No! He roared angrily. He had never expected that the third transformation Lin Ling would be so powerful. Unfortunately, he was killed just as his voice fell. A 7th-stage realm Wuxia had fallen and the person who killed him was only a 5th-stage realm Wuxia. All of this was like a dream. Slap. Lin Ling took another step forward. The woman from the Xinyuan clan, who was the only one left, turned pale as well. I admit defeat. The woman hurriedly said. Ha ha. Lin Ling laughed. However, his laughter was very cold. Too late. He slashed out with his sword. Fast, incomparably fast, that was the speed of space. Swoosh. A sword mark appeared on the woman's neck. She pointed at Lin Ling and wanted to say something but nothing came out. She then covered her face and collapsed. She thought that if she admitted defeat, Lin Ling would not kill her. However, she had forgotten that when Lin Ling had completed his third transformation, she had hit him when he was down, so how could Lin Ling leave her alive? You're the only one left. Do you want to admit defeat or continue? Lin Ling stepped forward again as if he was a king. He looked down at the old man sitting on the ground, and the old man had a bitter smile on his face. They had agreed to fight on behalf of the Sky Lord, and they also believed that they would win this battle without a doubt. No matter how monstrous Lin Ling was, he was only number 1 on the Central Earth rankings. However, he had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling's monstrous talent was even more terrifying than he had imagined. I admit defeat. The old man smiled bitterly. Kill yourself. Lin Ling turned and left. The old man glanced at Celestial World and realized that no one was speaking up for him. Even the Sky Lord was silent. Clearly he had been abandoned. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have fought. The old man spat out a sentence, and in the end he turned into dust and disappeared, becoming the cannon fodder of the Sky Lord and the other experts. However, at this moment no one paid any attention to him. All eyes were on Lin Ling. Lin Ling had shocked the world with his third revolution. Dark Angel, Dark Angel, Dark Angel. After a moment of silence, the crowd burst into thunderous cheers. Wonderful, very wonderful. Today's reward ceremony had become the stage for the Dark Angel to prove himself. And now, who dared to question Lin Ling? The Sky Lord's side was silent. Their eyes flickered with shock, anger, and unwillingness. They never thought that because of Lin Ling all their efforts would go down the drain. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, may I ask who is the Dark Angel? At this moment, Lin Ling finally stopped and looked indifferently at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. His aura was neither arrogant nor humble. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother looked deeply at Lin Ling. She never thought that Lin Ling would succeed in his third revolution and create the first miracle in the human world. Now she had no right to deny it. Sorry, I was blind. I didn't know that you were the Dark Angel. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother opened her mouth and admitted it, causing the cheers to surge like waves. Lin Ling, you are the Dark Angel. You sealed the Void enchantment and led the Purple Alliance to create miracles. You have greatly raised the prestige of the human world. I salute you here. The Sky Lord was worthy of being an ambitious and ruthless character. He walked out and bowed respectfully in front of Lin Ling. Haha, isn't this one of the 3 great legends of the human world? He actually saluted a junior, how rare. He did it for the common people of the world. Don't laugh at him. Sky Lord, come, salute Lin Ling again. Seeing this, the crowd burst into laughter. The Sky Lord's body trembled in anger, but he still forced a smile. Today was supposed to be the day he became a giant of the human world. But now he had become the target of ridicule. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the Sky Lord. This guy knows when to yield and when to stand tall. His shrewdness is beyond imagination. Lin Ling, it was my fault before. I hope you can forgive my mistake on account of my consideration for the human world. Of course, if you are still dissatisfied, I can salute and apologize to you again. The Sky Lord said again with an apologetic smile on his face. How thick-skinned. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully and turned to leave as if he didn't want to stay here any longer. The Sky Lord looked at Lin Ling with a smile, but in his heart, he hated Lin Ling to the bone. He also knew that Lin Ling also wanted to kill him. Fortunately, he was still a giant of the human world. So even if Lin Ling hated him, Lin Ling couldn't do anything to him. At most, he would make him lose face. On the contrary, after today he must kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, where are you going? But at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. 2 figures stepped on the clouds and appeared before everyone's eyes. These 2 people's strength was unfathomable. They floated in the sky like great laws. Countless people stared at these 2 people, and their expressions changed drastically. These 2 people were terrifying existences born in the ancient era. One was the person behind the martial pavilion, martial god Jianghu. The other was the guardian of the Merit Hall, also known as the guardian of the human world. If it weren't for the human world's great calamity, these 2 ancient existences wouldn't have appeared before everyone's eyes. But the 2 of them had appeared. Obviously, they were attracted by Lin Ling's monstrous talent. Haha, 2 divine-level talents, 3 void energy source. Good, very good. From now on, you, Lin Ling, are the son of desolation. Martial god Tianyu looked at Lin Ling and smiled. The human world will value you greatly. We will give you sufficient protection in the name of the human race. The guardian of the human world also smiled. He didn't expect to see the birth of a peerless genius today. Boom. With these words, the heavenly world was shocked. Lin Ling had become the son of desolation? This was a great honor. In the distance, Prince Xiao Yao and the others had ugly expressions. Lin Ling was now on the same level as them. As for the Sky Lord, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Today was his stage, but now it was Lin Ling's stage. For this, the ancient giants of the human world also came out. Good, this is great. The people on the side of the 7 emperors were extremely excited. Finally, a son of desolation was born in their 7 emperors' world. Thank you, but I'm not interested in the son of desolation. Chapter 1921. Ask the world. At this moment, the 2 ancient giants were shocked. Son of desolation, that was the title that countless warriors yearned for the most. Not only was it worshipped by others, but it would also allow one to obtain many cultivation resources from the mortal world. However, Lin Ling had actually refused. Moreover, from now on, I will no longer care about the matters of the mortal world. Lin Ling's expression was as calm as an ancient well. The 2 ancient giants' expressions changed drastically. They were optimistic about Lin Ling because in the future, Lin Ling would certainly be able to help the mortal world. However, Lin Ling would no longer interfere with the matters of the mortal world? Why? The 2 immediately said at the same time. Lin Ling's talent was so terrifying that they certainly didn't want to miss such a good seedling. Lin Ling finally stopped after hearing their words. He looked at the 2 ancient giants and said calmly, 2 seniors, may I ask if the mortal world's highest deacon palace has given me any help when I, Lin Ling, grew up step by step? Of course, 2 seniors don't need to mention merit points because those merit points were obtained through my own hard work. According to what you said, there was no such thing. Hearing this, the two nodded. The crowd's eyes flickered. Although merit points could be exchanged for many treasures, those were exchanged with the lives of warriors. Therefore, the mortal world's highest Deacon Palace didn't give Lin Ling any additional rewards. I sealed a large number of barriers in the true martial world to delay the invasion of the devil race. At the same time, when the devil race invaded, I informed the mortal world in advance so that the mortal world had more time to prepare. May I ask if I owe the mortal world's highest Deacon Palace? Lin Ling said again. The two ancient giants' expressions changed. Lin Ling had actually done so much. However, they didn't know about these past events. If Lin Ling hadn't sealed the true martial world's barriers, the devil race would have invaded long ago. Moreover, if Lin Ling hadn't informed the mortal world and let them know the approximate time of the devil race's invasion, the mortal world would have been unable to fight back. Therefore, Lin Ling did not owe anything to the mortal world's highest Deacon Hall. On the contrary, they owed Lin Ling. Since my strength was increased by myself, moreover I have made contributions time and time again, why do I have to become Huang's child? Why do you want to work for the Supreme Executive Hall of the mortal world? Lin Ling stared straight at the two ancient hegemons, causing them to smile bitterly. Lin Ling really didn't have this obligation. We admit that we have neglected you in the past, but in the future, the mortal world will surely respect you. Martial God Tianyu shook his head. There's no need to talk about the future. Let's talk about the present. I'm a dark angel. I led the Purple Alliance to seal the Sky Cloud Forest. I was even taken to the demon region by the demon race and almost died there. I worked hard for the mortal world and even sacrificed my life. However, when I came back, I didn't make any contributions. Instead, my identity as a dark angel was replaced by someone else. I even became a person who colluded with the demon race. Lin Ling said word by word. Boom. The two ancient hegemons' expressions changed drastically. The experts of heavenly earth were also stunned. Yes, Lin Ling was a meritorious person. He had helped the Supreme Executive Hall of the mortal world many times, but how did the mortal world treat him? Moreover, I colluded with the demon race because of a word from some experts. If it were you, would you be loyal to the Supreme Executive Hall of the mortal world? Lin Ling said again. The two ancient hegemons fell silent, unable to speak. They also worked hard for the mortal world when the demon race invaded. However, when they came back, they were all thrown into prison and were wronged. Who spoke for them? I don't think so. Everyone is talking about their merits and showing off their pride. But I want to ask them, where did the merits come from? Lin Ling looked at the entire heavenly earth. No one dared to look him in the eyes. And his words shook everyone's hearts. Those Xiandi who came with Lin Ling clenched their fists in excitement, and their eyes were wet. Who spoke for them? No, apart from Lin Ling there was no one else. If it weren't for Lin Ling they would have died for nothing. So, now you know the answer. Lin Ling said softly before he turned around and left. The two ancient hegemons were astounded. They did not expect Lin Ling to have done so much. Suddenly they bowed to Lin Ling. It's our fault. Boom. Everyone was moved when they saw this scene. Even Lin Ling was surprised. He did not expect such powerful ancient hegemons to bow and apologize to him. He finally came to a stop. I'm sorry. Our attention is only on the entire mortal world. We have neglected those who have contributed to the mortal world. Martial God Tianyue said respectfully to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had contributed a lot to the mortal world, but the mortal world wanted to kill him. It was his fault. Of course, if he was in Lin Ling's shoes, he would feel the same way. Moreover, not only did Lin Ling speak up for himself, he also spoke up for those who had been wronged. His heart was pure and innocent. Humans are selfish. They only care about themselves. They don't remember those who protect them. The mortal world is also being toyed with by despicable people. It's so dirty. Who would work for the Deacon Hall of the mortal world? Lin Ling let out a sigh. He thought of Shang Chenjun, Li Xiaoyao, and the warriors who had fought for the mortal world in the past. He felt injustice for them. Thousands of years had passed and no one remembered them. No one knew who had fought for their peaceful homeland. The two ancient hegemons shuddered when they heard Lin Ling's sigh. They had a vague feeling that the person in front of them was not a young man, but a venerable emperor lying drunk on the battlefield, looking at the mortal world. Venerable emperors, aloof and proud, drinking wine while looking at the common people. At this moment, the two of them felt that they were juniors, and this young man was the true hegemon of the mortal world. If you want to make up for it, then kill the Sky Lord. Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking, but he coldly spat out these words. Silence. The entire heavenly earth was silent. Lin Ling actually wanted to kill the Sky Lord? The Sky Lord was one of the hegemons of Jianghu Immortal Plateau. He was a person of virtue and prestige. Could it be that he wanted to kill such a hegemon for a mere Lin Ling? Shameless boasting. Lin Ling, you have to know your own status. It is your honor that the mortal world values you. Don't make excessive demands. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother angrily shouted. Lin Ling was too much. However, Lin Ling didn't even spare her a glance. Instead, he looked at the two ancient hegemons waiting for their answer. Currently, he wasn't a match for the Sky Lord. So, if he wanted to kill the Sky Lord, he could only ask the hegemons of the mortal world to do it. Lin Ling didn't want to wait because his family and friends were almost killed by the Sky Lord. He couldn't swallow this anger. Two lords, although Lin Ling has made contributions, I have also made contributions to the mortal world. If you kill me like this, how will the masses be convinced? The Sky Lord also spoke. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling immediately, but with the two hegemons present, he didn't dare to do so. He hated Lin Ling even more. He never thought that this ant would be able to deal him such a fatal blow. Hearing this, the eyes of the two ancient hegemons flickered. Lin Ling's request was somewhat troublesome. After all, the Sky Lord wasn't an ordinary person. Whether we kill him or not, we will ask the world. Chapter 1922. Powerful enemies attack. Hearing this, the eyes of the two ancient giants lit up as they looked at the entire earthly paradise. At the same time, the expression of the Sky Lord changed drastically. However, he soon sneered. If Lin Ling forced the two ancient giants to kill him, he wouldn't be able to resist. However, Lin Ling actually wanted to challenge the entire world. This was a huge help to him, the Sky Lord. After all, the Sky Lord had been famous for a long time and was a legend in the mortal world. He had tens of millions of disciples. At this moment, everyone would definitely support him. Ask the world, the Sky Lord will not die. Yes. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the Sky Lord had been good friends for many years. Naturally, she didn't want the Sky Lord to die in front of her. Kill? Kill? However, at this moment, a large number of CND in the Purple Alliance spoke out. The Dark Angel was the flag of the Purple Alliance, and the Dark Angel had saved their lives. So, everyone supported Lin Ling. Kill? Kill? The Seven Emperors also spoke out. Kill? Kill? The CND who had been wronged were the loudest. Kill, they had to kill him. Because if the Sky Lord didn't die, he would definitely cheat again. And they would be stabbed in the back by the Sky Lord in the next moment. What was the use of keeping such a despicable person alive? Kill? Kill? His majestic voice shook the heavens, causing the Sky Lord's face to immediately turn pale. The ancient Ji clan, the Shenyuan clan, and the four great imperial human immortal clans of the Great Saint Realm were all aghast. They hadn't expected the Sky Lord of the human world to draw the ire of so many people. Sky Lord, you said that everything is for the sake of the world. But at this moment, don't you think it's ironic? Because now the world wants to kill you. Please remember your life is precious, but so are our lives. Lin Ling laughed and said coldly. Justice was in everyone's heart. No matter what the Sky Lord's background was, he had gone too far. So, as long as someone took the lead, everyone would not let him go. This was the law of the Emperor and the common people. Hearing the commotion around them, the two ancient giants sighed softly. Finally, they showed decisiveness and waved their hands. Kill. Kill. Plop. Hearing this, the Sky Lord sat down with a blank look on his face. Wait, he's a junior. Even if he is talented, he can't be compared to the Sky Lord. How can we kill the Sky Lord for him? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother unwillingly shouted. She couldn't let the Sky Lord die in front of her. More importantly, the person who killed the Sky Lord was the insignificant Lin Ling, so she was even more unwilling. Was Immortal's Heavenly Earth? Heavenly Earth's Immortal subduing? Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, this is the greater good of the world. It is not something you and I can decide. If we abuse our power for personal gain, who will be willing to fight for the human world in the future? How will the human race be united? Martial God Tian Yu looked at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and said. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's expression froze. She was speechless, but her eyes were filled with hatred as she glared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the fuse, saying what no one dared to say. If Lin Ling was an ordinary person, he definitely wouldn't have such weight. However, the talent he displayed clearly moved the ancient giants. I will use the reputation of the entire mortal world to announce to the world that I will kill the Sky Lord to appease the people. Anyone who dares to stop me will be going against the entire human race. Then martial god Tianyu looked at the crowd and said righteously. No one dared to refute his words. Instead, many people were excited. Now that the mask of the Sky Master had been torn off, no one respected him anymore. Without a doubt, the Sky Lord was no longer a giant of the mortal world. Instead, he was an existence akin to a prisoner of the mortal world. This made him feel like he was in a dream. He didn't expect that after framing so many Xiandi, he would become the sinner of the mortal world. All the prestige he gained over the years would disappear at this moment. And the reason for all of this was Lin Ling. Am I going to die? At this moment, the Sky Lord seemed to have aged a lot. He helplessly looked at the sky. Everything was for the sake of the common people. This sentence was even more ironic. Hee hee, how lively, but it just so happens that all the human experts are gathered here. Kill. Kill? However, at this time a sudden change occurred. Devil clouds rolled in the distant sky as a large number of devil experts arrived. The devil race killed their way into the heavenly earth. Clearly, Lin Ling's shocking 3 revolutions had attracted the attention of the entire mortal world, including the devil race. Martial god Tianyu, guardian of the mortal world, long time no see. How have you been? Among the mighty devil race, 2 men strode out. One of them wore 5-colored armor while the other wore black armor. His long hair fluttered in the wind and he looked majestic. Seeing this, all the experts of the heavenly earth were shocked. Even Lin Ling's eyes revealed surprise. Could it be that the demon domain's boundary had been completely opened, causing so many devils to arrive? Western Great Devil King, Southern Great Devil King. To everyone's surprise, the 2 ancient giants coldly spat out a sentence. However, one could hear the surprise in their voices. One had to know that there were 5 great devil kings in the demon domain. Each of them was an indomitable existence with strength comparable to ancient giants. Now 2 great devil kings had arrived. 490 million Western Great Devil Kings, Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master. Indeed, long time no see. Martial god Tianyu said indifferently. Clearly, in the ancient era he had already met these great devil kings. 490 million Western Great Devil Kings, don't tell me you're here to reminisce? The guardian of the mortal world said. Aha, this mortal world is really beautiful. The birds are singing, the flowers are fragrant, and the sky is blue. It's not like our demon domain, which is always dark and gloomy. Even food is scarce here. Now that I've come to this mortal world, I don't want to go back. The man in 5-colored armor smiled. To everyone's surprise, apart from the horns on his forehead, he was no different from a human. Reminiscing about the past can wait. I've just arrived in the mortal world, so I want to warm up. Martial god Tianyu, let me see your strength. The other person, Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master, smiled. His voice was calm but dignified. Ah, my mortal world is indeed beautiful. However, if you're here as guests, then the mortal world welcomes you. If you don't have good intentions, then we'll accompany you. Martial god Tianyu took a step forward and said coldly. He knew that the other party wasn't here to reminisce. Little ones, let these humans experience what it means to be a devil. The man in the 5-colored armor strode forward as well, and a terrifying power of law erupted from his body, forming a demonic world. He was the 490 million Western Great Devil King. He possessed a total of 490 million laws. Rumble. As soon as he took action, everyone had a hard time dealing with each other. What a terrifying power of laws. Was this the power of a top devil king of the devil race? Devil Kingdom's Crystal. Chapter 1923. Geniuses of the Killing World. Pop. Pop. A heaven collapsing and earth-rending aura filled the air. The demonic energy of heaven and earth became even more vast, causing the 3 profound of the mortal realm to collapse. Almost at the same time, the guardian of the human realm also erupted with power. He stretched out his right hand, and a blade of grass floated up from the ground and landed in his hand. The grass transformed into the firmament sword. A speck of dust can fill the sea, a blade of grass can cut the sun, moon and stars and turn the world upside down. Pop, 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 pop. Everyone in heavenly earth sucked in a breath of cold air. Too strong, really too strong. Is this the legendary martial god realm? Compared with the crowd, Lin Ling's blood was boiling. He found that he still had a long way to go. As for the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master, the devils he controlled were all existences comparable to laws. They were also extremely terrifying. Will I be so strong in the future? Lin Ling clenched his fists. He had no doubt about his future. He even looked forward to it. It wouldn't be long before he could step into the strongest battle in the three realms. Kill? Immortal Emperor 10 heroes, it is rumored that every single one of them is a child of heaven's will. Let me give you a try. A devil race great senior roared, turning into a several 100-meter tall giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. In the crowd, 10 dazzling silhouettes soared into the sky. They were like dazzling stars facing the supreme devil. These 10 immortal emperors weren't afraid at all. Pop, pop. Many people stared at the 10 figures, their blood boiling because the human race was not at the mercy of others. They also had powerful cultivators overseeing them. Fire Spirit Princess Little Flame. Lin Ling didn't join the battle in the sky. He first went to find his friends. After seeing that they were safe and sound, he immediately relaxed. Then he looked around again. He actually discovered that the Sky Lord was escaping, and the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was helping him escape. Pop, 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 pop. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. If one did not remove the root of the problem, there would be endless trouble in the future. Now that the Sky Lord had escaped, Lin Ling would definitely be in danger in the future. However, at this moment, Lin Ling was unable to stop the Sky Lord and could only watch him leave. Pop, 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 pop. I'm the one who let him go. What can you do to me? Lin Ling even heard those arrogant words, but he didn't bother to refute them. The moment the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother released the Sky Lord, several demon race experts began to fight with her. No, save me. At this time, someone from the human side let out a panicked cry. Under countless gazes, a young man was surrounded by several demon powerhouses, and was blasted to death. Pop. Seeing this, the mortal world's giants all shouted angrily, and their eyes turned red. The guardian spirit was one of the 8 desolate children, but at this moment, it had also fallen. This made many people's hearts tremble fiercely. Even someone as strong as the desolate children had fallen. This devil race was too terrifying. Be careful. Pop, 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 pop. Someone from the side of the 7 emperors shouted. Then everyone looked over carefully. Only then did they realize that most of the devil race's experts were attacking humans above the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm. Especially the younger generation, they encountered more devil race experts. Clearly, the demon race wanted to eradicate the younger generation and leave the human race short of manpower. Pop, 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 pop. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, he was at the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm. Otherwise, he would have to face a large number of experts now. Because the devils didn't know that he was also one of the geniuses of the human world. Follow me. Pop. There are too many devils. If this goes on, we'll be wiped out. Pop. Yes, boss. What should we do? Pop. There's no need to be anxious because in this battle, the number of devil race experts that fall will definitely be even more. This is like killing 1,000 enemies but suffering 800 casualties. Their goal is the human world's geniuses, and once the time passes they will definitely retreat. As he spoke, Lin Ling swung his sword and beheaded 2 devils. Obviously, those devils didn't take Lin Ling seriously and thought that he was just an ordinary expert. Lin Ling, let me help you. Pop. At this moment, a majestic voice came from afar. A terrifying murderous aura turned into a giant hand that swept over a few demons. After tearing them apart, it got closer and closer to Lin Ling. Pop. Pop. Lin Ling didn't think so. Firstly, the devil race didn't know that Lin Ling was a genius of the human realm. Therefore, the devil race that came to kill him wasn't very strong. Lin Ling didn't need help. Secondly, although Prince Xiaoyao was polite to him on the surface, he had always wanted to kill him. Pop, 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 pop. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, and a cold smile appeared on his handsome face. He stared into the distance and then exploded with a deafening sound with the power of laws. His voice reverberated throughout the area. Prince Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment before he sneered. Lin Ling was such a fool. He didn't know that Prince Xiaoyao was here to kill him. Instead, he was begging for Prince Xiaoyao's help. Pop, 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 pop. But in the next moment, the demonic chi in the surroundings surged as 5 demon race great monarchs stepped on demonic clouds and swept over. Pop, pop. Those 5 individuals all revealed killing intent. This time they came to kill the geniuses of the world, and the child of Huang was even more important. Prince Xiaoyao's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He suddenly looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling had shouted it on purpose to attract the devil race to kill him. Lin Ling, how cunning. Chapter 1924. One sword towering Lin Ling. Prince Xiaoyao roared again and again. He could only fight against several demon venerables. Obviously he failed again. Moreover, it seemed that he had become Lin Ling's bodyguard for the second time. However, although he was angry, he did not dare to announce that Lin Ling was also a genius of the human world. Because in his heart, Lin Ling belonged to him. Rumble. Pop. Pop. The most terrifying giant battle in the sky was earth-shattering. It caused the earth to crack and the sea to flow backward. As for the three legends, they were also facing a large number of experts. Of course, the demon race's target was still the Sons of Desolation. Among them, the Son of Desolation was under the greatest pressure. There were actually 10 demon venerables besieging him, while the other Sons of Desolation were facing no one. Why are you treating me like this? Fallen Mortal gnashed his teeth in anger. Were they going to kill him no matter what? Because, you are the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, the first emperor of the four great eras. I can tell you that the demon race is attacking heavenly earth because they want to kill you. A demon venerables replied coldly. You are courting death. Fallen Mortal was even more furious. Were they all here to bully him? Moreover, the demon race had just invaded the human world. How did they know that he was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao? In the distance, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He naturally knew why the demon race wanted to kill Fallen Mortal. Because he was the one who revealed the secret. Of course, Fallen Mortal was actually a scapegoat for Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling was the real Li Xiaoyao. TSK, you guys are hiding far away. But can you escape from me, the third prince? Those two women, I want them. At this time, in front of Lu Susu and the others, a red-haired man appeared. This person had an evil aura. His long hair danced wildly. On his bare chest there was actually a pink breastbone. It was a shocking sight. The third prince? There were many experts on Lu Susu's side as well. One of them had a drastic change in expression. He was none other than Xian Di. He frowned and asked, "Are you the son of the Devil Nation's Crystal Lord?" Haha, I didn't expect you to have heard of my name. That's right, I'm one of the three princes of the Red Dust Empire, the demonic army seal. The red-haired man tilted his head and spoke with a hint of arrogance in his evil aura. Sizzle. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The person who came was actually the son of the great demon king. I'm not as strong as the devil grand monarchs. That's why my father didn't assign me any tasks. He just let me do whatever I want. The red-haired man licked his lips. Obviously he wasn't the main force so he could find prey at will. Lu Susu's side didn't have many strong cultivators so he treated them as prey. Most importantly, he was lustful and evil so he had his eyes on Lu Susu and the other beauties. Time is running out. It's about time for us to retreat, so get your ass over here. The demon army talisman looked at the sky and stretched out its right hand. White bones appeared and turned into a hand made of red dust and white bones. Red dust demon barrier. Endless pink ripples spread out and expanded rapidly. It made a thunderous sound and grabbed at Lu Susu and the fire spirit princess. Most of the men of the devil race were lustful and evil. They had been eyeing the women of the human race for a long time. How dare you? The Supreme Xian Di shouted angrily. A supreme law erupted and was pointed out by his finger. Old man, you're still too inexperienced. The Supreme Xian Di was the mentor of the Seven Emperors Heaven, Wuxia. Although he had reached the seventh stage of the Wuxia realm, he was obviously not at the level of a genius in the human realm. So he couldn't block the red dust demon barrier. Haha, all the women of the human race, go back. The demon army seal sensed that the man in front of him wasn't strong, so he attacked. At this moment, he licked his lips as if he had already caught Lu Susu and the other beauties. Unfortunately, he didn't know that there was another person on Lu Susu's side who couldn't be underestimated. Genesis. A sword came from the west and 250 dimensions appeared, cutting through everything. Who are you? With just one sword, the third prince's demon army seal sensed the danger. His face changed drastically. He didn't expect there to be a strong person hiding here. If he knew, he wouldn't have come here. The person who will kill you. The sword passed by and the third prince's demon army seal couldn't stop it at all. His red dust was cut off and so was his head. But his eyes were fixed on the person who came, as if he wanted to remember the person's face. The person who attacked was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, thank you. The Supreme Xiandi was grateful when he saw the third prince was killed. He was shocked. In the past he had helped Lin Ling many times. At that time he was the senior. But today he was saved by Lin Ling. No need. Lin Ling replied indifferently. He looked into the distance and saw the Demon King who was fighting with martial god Tianyu. Obviously, the Demon King sensed that Lin Ling had killed his third son. He didn't expect there to be such a terrifying human realm genius hiding there. After all, although his son wasn't strong, he was still an extremely strong existence. Kill him. The Demon King roared and exploded with killing intent. Lin Ling's face changed drastically. He knew that he would become a thorn in the side of the demon race. What, the third prince is dead? Who is that? The third prince is Wuxia stage 6. He cultivates the mortal realm grand art. Even Wuxia stage 7 wasn't his opponent. How could he be killed? That person is only at the 5th level of the martial saint realm. His ability to surpass levels to battle is too formidable. Kill him. A large number of demon race figures flew over with murderous intent. Lin Ling, it's all our fault. Lu Susu and the rest said guiltily. If it wasn't for them, Lin Ling wouldn't have exploded with his strength. Lin Ling shook his head and didn't say anything else. He rushed forward. Now that his strength had been exposed, there was no need to hide it anymore. World-extinguishing flame. A sword slashed towards the sky. A one-armed giant appeared in the sky. It was the demon race's great senior. He held a 100-meter-long sword and slashed down fiercely, forming a terrifying law of vacuum slash. This one-armed giant's strength was obviously not low among the demon race. Kill him. Many of the demon race cheered. Among the human race, countless people stared at Lin Ling's back and secretly clenched their fists. Boom. A sword and a sword collided in the sky, forming a terrifying storm that swept in all directions. But in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling didn't fall into a disadvantageous position when facing the demon race's great senior. They were actually on par. The demon race's great senior was an extremely terrifying existence. He was the main force of the demon race's invasion. But now, such an ancient figure was blocked by a rising star. Who wouldn't be shocked? What a terrifying genius from the human realm. He's only Wuxia stage 5 realm. How can he possibly go head-to-head with the demon race's great senior? Could he be a third transformation genius? I think not only is he a third transformation genius, he even has 2 god-grade talents. Over at the demon race's side, after a moment of silence, they were all shocked. Such a terrifying genius they had actually missed out previously. Dark Knight Angel. Mad God Lin Ling. Over at the human race's side, waves of cheers rose and fell. This clash had undoubtedly raised the morale of the human race greatly. Chapter 1925. The demon race retreated. However, compared to the boiling blood of the crowd, Lin Ling's heart was heavy. As expected of the demon race's great sovereign, such strength. Die for me. Die. At this moment, a roar came from behind him. Countless demonic insects were buzzing, forming a terrifying cloud that surged towards Lin Ling. It was a ghastly sight from afar. Hell-destroying demon fetus insect. Die. Seeing this, the faces of many human realm giants changed. These demon insects were extremely terrifying. According to legend, as long as one was bitten, not only in this life, but also in the next life, the demon insects would follow them. Once a person was born, their soul would be devoured by the demon insects, and the demon insects would leave and continue to grow. This was also the reason why they were called demon fetus insect. That was because this kind of insect absorbed nutrients before a person was born. What a strange aura. Lin Ling's face changed. The sword in his right hand was still resisting the broadsword, and his left hand stretched out. Yellow Spring Army. Woo woo woo. Countless terrifying yellow spring ghosts flew out. There were white skeletons, headless spirits, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They rushed towards the demon fetus insect cloud. Then crackling sounds came. Under countless gazes, the demon fetus insect cloud was actually dispersed by the Yellow Spring Army. What? All the devils were even more shocked. Could it be that there was no limit to the hidden genius of the human world? He already had such strength at such a cultivation realm. What if his cultivation realm increased again? This boy was bound to be a great enemy of the demon race. Treat him as the son of desolation. Kill him at all costs. The 490 million Great Demon King of the West also had a solemn expression. He had a feeling that if this youth was not killed now, he would become a great threat in the future. Kill. 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 More and more demon race experts rushed towards Lin Ling, increasing the pressure on Lin Ling. Among the human race experts, they were also shocked. Lin Ling had attracted so many demon race experts to kill him. From another point of view, Lin Ling's future would be incomparably terrifying. No wonder the two ancient giants wanted to protect Lin Ling. However, at this time, a giant tortoise came from afar. Its voice shook the heavens and earth. On the ancient mountain, a large number of experts also appeared, and the leader was Kame's spiritual master. Seeing this, the two Devil Kings' expressions became unsightly. This time they launched a surprise attack in order to kill geniuses from the mortal world. However, the number of geniuses they killed didn't reach their expectations. At present, only a desolation child had fallen. However, they discovered that they were about to miss the young man hiding in the dark. And that youth was clearly a desolation existence. Spirit race. The Devil Nation's Crystal Master coldly looked at Kame Daoist and waved his hand. This was because he discovered that the experts of the 18 Spirit Islands had also arrived. If they were to fight, they would definitely suffer great losses. Therefore, if they were to fight, it would be when the 5 great demon kings of the demon race gathered. Demon Fetus Demon Race. Seeing that the demons were about to retreat, Martial God Tianyu immediately roared and called for the human experts to counterattack. The demon race's momentum was greatly reduced. They retreated and quickly left. Lin Ling gasped for breath as he looked into the distance. Fortunately, more experts had arrived. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Lin Ling, are you alright? Kame's spiritual master flew down from the giant tortoise and came to Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. It's just a little bit of strength. It's nothing serious. That's good. Kame's spiritual master let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, Martial God Tianyu and the others also returned. After seeing that Lin Ling was fine, they also let out a sigh of relief. Then they looked at Kame's spiritual master and smiled. Old tortoise, I didn't expect you to know this little guy. I've known him for a long time. He is the descendant of an old friend of mine. Kame's spiritual master replied with a smile. This little guy is not simple. In the 4 great eras of the mortal world, he is the first 3rd-rank transformation expert in the near-ancient era. Moreover, he has 2 divine-rank talents. Now he has already become the desolate child of the mortal world. The guardian of the mortal world said with a smile. His words made Kame's spiritual master's pupils constrict. Although he knew that Lin Ling's potential was boundless, he did not expect that Lin Ling would rise in such a short time and become one of the most important talents in the mortal world. Not only the mortal world but also the demon race. If the demon race knew that Lin Ling's talent was so terrifying, they would never have let Lin Ling go. Lin Ling, you are smart. You hid your strength from the beginning. Now those demon race must be regretting it. Martial God Tianyu and Kame's spiritual master looked at Lin Ling and said with an amiable attitude. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and shook his head. I also didn't want to. If I had shown my strength at the beginning, I'm afraid I would have been torn into pieces. You are indeed as cunning as a fox. The guardian of the mortal world said with a thumbs up. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment and his smile became even more bitter. On the other hand, the crowd felt envious in their hearts as they watched Lin Ling converse with the 3 ancient giants of the mortal dimension. After all, not just anyone could make 3 ancient giants speak at the same time. Even the 10 heroes, immortal emperors and Desolation's son narrowed their eyes. This Lin Ling's talent is indeed not bad, but his current strength is not strong enough. It doesn't seem to be worth so much attention. I think you are jealous. Although his strength is not strong, don't forget he is only Wuxia 5th degree realm. It is only temporary arrogance. Anyway, there are countless talents in the mortal world. If he can't grow up, he will be a pile of yellow soil. The CND 10 heroes each had their own opinions. Some were jealous but some were respectful. As for the desolate child and the others, they were silent, especially Prince Xiao Yao and Martial God Tianzong. Their eyes were extremely cold. Lin Ling had grown up. Unknowingly he was on the same level as them. However, although they looked disdainful on the surface, they had to admit that Lin Ling's talent was indeed very terrifying. As for fallen mortal, he should have been shining brightly in the battle with several great masters of the devil race. However, his battle was too embarrassing, so no one mentioned him at this moment. Instead, everyone was staring at Lin Ling because although Lin Ling did not win the battle, at least he was not embarrassed. Countless people admired him. I am the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Who does he think he is? How can he be qualified to steal my light? Fallen mortal said disdainfully. He believed that it would not be long before he bloomed with dazzling light and became the #1 emperor in the mortal world. So powerful. In this life I have no hope of catching up with him. In the crowd, the bitterness on Princess Wuxia's face intensified. If the previous Linling was said to be someone she looked up to, then the current Linling was a height she could never catch up with in her lifetime. In the past, the Fire Clan broke off the engagement. Today Linling. When she thought of this, her heart was filled with deep regret. Especially when she saw the Fire Spirit Princess, the jealousy in her heart intensified. Because that position was originally hers. Chapter 1926. Lin Ling, the Son of Desolation. During the chaotic battle, the Sky Lord fled. While everyone was talking excitedly, Lin Ling suddenly said, "What? He has committed a great crime. He's a sinner of the human race. How dare he escape?" Martial God Tianyu and the others said angrily. "Someone helped him escape." Lin Ling said again, looking at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother in the distance. "Heavenly Mother, don't you think you should explain yourself?" Everyone looked at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, including Martial God Tianyu and the others. "Do I need to explain myself to you? Do I need to explain myself to the world? I'm a big shot of the human world. I'm here to protect everyone during the demon race's invasion, so I don't need to explain myself." The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother snorted and left. She didn't even bother to explain herself. She was extremely rude. How arrogant. Even if she let the Sky Lord go, shouldn't she at least give us an explanation? Don't tell me that we deserve to be imprisoned for no reason? She doesn't put us in her eyes. The crowd frowned. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was too arrogant, treating them like ants. She's just relying on her master. Spiritual Master came, stared at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's back and said unhappily. Lin Ling was puzzled. Her master? Yes, her master is on the same level as us. She's called Martial God Jianghu. She dotes on her a lot. That's why she dares to ignore us. Martial God Tianyu said indifferently. It was obvious that he didn't like the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's arrogance. If the human world didn't need Martial God Jianghu's help, he would have already acted up. Martial God Jianghu? Lin Ling frowned. He felt a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't recall anything. "Let's put up with her for now," the guardian of the human world said. Lin Ling nodded. He had a feeling that the second stone statue must be found as soon as possible. "Everyone, let's continue with the rewards," Martial God Tianyu said again. Many people nodded in agreement. However, no one had expected that the reward ceremony today would be full of twists and turns. It actually attracted the demon race to attack. However, what was even more unexpected to everyone was that this stage for meritorious rewards was actually Lin Ling's stage. From proving that he was the angel of the Dark Night, to impeaching the Sky Lord and finally fighting the demon race, Lin Ling had become the Son of Desolation step by step, and at this moment no one was unconvinced. Soon after, Daoist came reminded Lin Ling to be careful because Lin Ling had already become a must-kill target of the demon race. Lin Ling also remained vigilant and led everyone back to the rainforest's sacred land. After chatting with Little Flame, Princess Huoling and the rest, Lin Ling entered a state of cultivation. He had just completed his third transition and he needed to have a clear understanding of his own strength. The giants of the mortal realm are indeed very strong. In the Purple Mansion, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. Thinking back to the recent battle, he was still shocked. The demon race had 490 million Western Great Demon Kings with 400 million laws. Just thinking about it was terrifying. As for the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Lord, he could transform his body into countless demons. As for the mortal realm's guardian, he could split the sky with a single blade of grass. These were all existences that Lin Ling had to look up to. When can I become so powerful? Lin Ling clenched his fists, his eyes were full of excitement. Although he had become the Son of Desolation of the human world, he knew that in this position, not only did the danger not decrease, but it increased by a lot. For example, the Sky Lord. For example, the demon race. For example, the ancient Ji family and the Shenyuan clan. These people saw him as a thorn in their side. His opponents were in the dark while Lin Ling was in the light. This was obviously disadvantageous for him. The only thing Lin Ling could do now was to continuously increase his strength. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry because after Wu Sheng's 5th stage, there will be a watershed. As long as he condenses a real source of power, his strength will increase by 1-fold and Your Majesty, it will increase by 3 folds. Purple Elder said with a smile. The third stage Wuxia was recorded in the star-picking nation in the past. This was an extremely terrifying existence. As long as his talent was not weak, he would be invincible in the same realm. Hearing this, Lin Ling also smiled. The third stage elixir did not let him down. Now, I have 250 laws of power and my physical body is invincible. If the law of fire is increased again, my strength will increase by 1 fold. Yes. But the most important thing now is to find the second statue. Only then can I be more familiar with my cultivation path. Lin Ling was very clear that he had already reached the peak of the Fiend God Overlord body, so the Purple Mansion was no longer of much help. If he wanted to cultivate next, he had to find the stone statue left behind by Li Xiaoyao. First, stabilize my realm, then go to the Merit Hall to exchange for treasures. Next, I'll look for the stone statue. Lin Ling immediately entered a state of cultivation to stabilize his realm. Moreover, he discovered that after the third stage, the law formed by the void energy source was extremely powerful. One law was probably comparable to 2 laws of an ordinary Wuxia realm expert. This cultivation took a long time. Although it did not increase Lin Ling's realm, it increased his overall strength by 10% and stabilized his realm. In addition to cultivation, Lin Ling also gave pointers to Little Flame, Princess Huoling, and the others from time to time, allowing their strength to increase greatly. In addition, Lin Ling went to the True Spirit Island to visit Yu Yu and the others. Peaceful days passed slowly. What was surprising was that after the Devil Clan killed their way into the heavenly earth, the Devil Clan also calmed down. It seemed that the Devil Clan had also suffered a great loss in the battle with the Human Clan. Of course, they also benefited because they had killed the Son of Desolation in the human world. Unknowingly, half a year had passed. On this day, Lin Ling stepped into the heavenly earth because he had accumulated a lot of merit points after the Merit Hall. When he arrived at the heavenly earth, the mysterious island was also overcrowded. A large number of experts were cultivating there, exchanging pointers with each other, and occasionally going to the Merit Hall to exchange for treasures. That's the Son of Desolation, Lin Ling. Oh my god, it's really him? I didn't rush back in time for the Merit Hall last time and missed that wonderful scene. Now that I've seen it, Lin Ling is even more imposing than I imagined. He is now the Son of Desolation. Although he is only in the 5th stage realm of Wuxia, but that strength can fight against Wuxia in the 7th stage realm. Among the crowd, someone saw Lin Ling and instantly gave out a voice of reverence, which made many people look at Lin Ling with worship. As for some female experts, when they saw the young man with black hair, black robe, and an ancient sword behind him, their hearts immediately jumped violently. No matter what era it was, where it was, those with strength would definitely be respected. Lin Ling naturally noticed the surrounding voices. He shook his head as he was already used to it. However, when he stepped into the heavenly earth in the past, he was exchanged for a large number of disdainful and arrogant eyes. Today, Lin Ling had experienced a large number of battles, shed blood and sweat, and made these experts in the human world look up to him. Although he didn't care about these, but there was still a little sense of achievement in his heart. Didn't people live for a lifetime to be free and unfettered? Li Xiaoyao, I kind of understand. Chapter 1927. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios seeking defeat. Now that the award ceremony had ended, the Merit Hall was packed with people and was bustling with noise and excitement. Great Buddha, Eternal Fairy, you guys have earned big this time. The Sky Cloud Forest's Void Enchantment Barrier has been sealed. Everyone will be rewarded with double the Merit Hall reward. If I had known this would happen, I would have joined the Purple Alliance too. I didn't expect Mad God Lin Ling to be the Dark Angel. If I were a member of the Purple Alliance, perhaps I would have recognized him. The ghost mask he is wearing is very mysterious and it can block any investigation. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't know who he is. Voices rang out one after another. However, there were disdainful voices among the crowd. No matter how powerful he is, Lin Ling is only on the earth roll. There are many people above him who are stronger than him. I know you are an expert on the earth roll and you are jealous that Lin Ling has become the Son of Desolation. However, don't forget that Lin Ling is only Wuxia's 5th degree realm. That's right. Since you are so powerful, why don't you try fighting with him? Everyone had their own opinions. However, there was no doubt that although Lin Ling was not the strongest, his potential had moved many people. Lin Ling. At this moment, Eternal Fairy exclaimed. At the entrance of the Merit Hall, a slender figure stepped in. He had an ancient sword on his back and he looked calm. Wow, Eternal Fairy, you know Lin Ling? Those who knew Eternal Fairy were surprised and their eyes were filled with envy. Eternal Fairy smiled at her former sister. She took light steps and arrived in front of Lin Ling. At the same time Buddha did the same. It's you guys. Lin Ling looked at them and smiled. His gaze also looked to the other side. There, the Crystal Seven Talents had also walked over. Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that their strength had greatly increased. Although Lin Ling did not have a close relationship with these people, he had interacted with them in the Devil Prison Mountain Range and Sky Cloud Forest. Therefore Lin Ling treated them as friends. Yes. Fairy Eternity's beautiful eyes were filled with adoration as she smiled and nodded. As for the Crystal Seven Talents, he smiled and said, "Looks like after not seeing you for half a year, Senior Apprentice Brother Lin Ling's strength has risen to another level." It's not that simple. Lin Ling shook his head and replied. However, in this half a year, although his realm hadn't increased, his strength had increased by 10%, and he was more familiar with his own strength. This is Lin Ling? As for the experts on the Merit Hall's Earth Roll, they narrowed their eyes. Although Lin Ling was a son of famine, his cultivation was the weakest amongst them. Moreover, he wasn't the strongest on the Earth Roll. Moreover, Lin Ling's potential was indeed not bad, but that was only a matter of the future. Therefore, when they saw Lin Ling being admired by everyone, they were more or less unwilling in their hearts because they did not receive such treatment. Fairy Eternity, is this Lin Ling? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Among the crowd, a man with long hair and a long sword at his waist walked out. He was dressed in green clothes and had a beard on his face. He was dressed differently from the others. Moreover, one could see that this person had experienced many vicissitudes of life. If it weren't for the great calamity of the mortal world, he might not have appeared here and would still be traveling the world. Senior Apprentice Brother Jianshur-san. Fairy Eternity was surprised. That man was the former #1 genius of the Eternal Palace. It was said that he had comprehended the sword at the age of 3 and had his own sword Dao at the age of 10. He had created many miracles in the Eternal Palace. Even now, Fairy Eternity still remembered that her master had said that Jianshur-san was a genius. Until now, no one in the Eternal Palace had been able to break the record of 400 million swords in one breath. Senior Apprentice Sister, I want to fight Lin Ling. I wonder if you can introduce me to him. The man looked at Fairy Eternity indifferently and said. This surprised Fairy Eternity again. Senior Apprentice Brother wanted to fight Lin Ling? It's Jianshur-san, the former #1 on the Earth Board. Today he is ranked 194th on the Earth Board. The crowd was also surprised. They didn't understand why Jianshur-san wanted to fight Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling's strength had been recognized and could fight against Wuxia's 7th-stage realm. Although Jianshur-san's strength wasn't weak, he was obviously not one of the best among Wuxia's 7th-stage realm. He only had a 50-50 chance of defeating Lin Ling. In this way there was no meaning in him challenging Lin Ling. On the contrary, if he lost he would be cursed for overestimating his own strength. Lin Ling stared at the man and asked curiously, "Why do you want to fight me? You must know that the reason why I became the son of Huang is because I am a rank 3 martial cultivator. So even if you defeat me, no one will respect you because my realm is lower than yours and you are my senior. If you lose, your reputation will be ruined." Hearing that, the man frowned but didn't say anything. Lin Ling saw through his strength at one glance. Wuxia's 7th-stage realm, a first-grade god-ranked talent. Lin Ling apparently didn't care about this kind of strength, so he wasn't interested in a battle. But what made him curious was that Jianshur-san's realm was very solid and was only a step away from Wuxia's 8th-stage realm. Seeking defeat. Jianshur-san finally spat out a sentence which made Lin Ling come to a sudden realization. So he had come for this reason. If you want to lose, it's very simple. There are countless people on the Earth Board who are stronger than you. Why are you looking for me? Lin Ling asked. Because I want to verify my sword and not because I want to lose. Only when the Sword Path Heart Demon is removed will I be able to advance to the next level. And I have been stuck in this Heart Demon for 1,000 years. Jianshur-san's cold eyes finally revealed a touch of bitterness. His seeking defeat was not to defeat himself, but to defeat his own sword path. No wonder senior brother Jianshur-san was so talented in the past but disappeared in the following days. So he was stuck in his own heart demon. Eternal Fairy nodded in realization. Heart demons were something that martial artists had to face. Some heart demons were guilt, some were too murderous, some were unable to let go of family ties. There were all kinds of heart demons, but not everyone's heart demons could be removed. The same heart demons, some people could be relieved very quickly, but some people dug into a dead end and walked further and further, causing the heart demons to grow bigger and bigger, and finally getting stuck in a bottleneck. Obviously, Jian Shisan's heart demon was not small. "Alright, I'll fight with you." Lin Ling saw the anticipation in Jian Shisan's eyes and finally nodded, making Jian Shisan's weathered face reveal a smile. "Mad God Lin Ling, the son of desolation in the human world, your talent is exceptional and your foundation is solid. It is my honor to be able to fight with you, but to defeat me, Jian Shisan, is not an easy task." After all, he was a swordsman. Although he had a request for Lin Ling, he also had the pride of a swordsman. He sought defeat because his sword path sought defeat, so he could not go easy on Jian Shisan. He stretched out his right hand and a grain of sand on the ground floated over and landed on his palm. When he blew, the air seemed to freeze, and with the help of the sand, it turned into a shining sword. The path of martial arts is vast and boundless. I only have a greater advantage than others at the moment, but it does not mean that I will always be a genius, and it does not mean that others cannot surpass me. Whether they are geniuses or mediocre, laziness and arrogance are the eternal enemies of martial artists. Sigh. Chapter 1928. Breaking the Heart Demon. Good. Sword 13 laughed loudly. His weathered face revealed a heroic look. It was as if since he started cultivating, he had fought countless battles and this was the first time he met an opponent that could move him. Eternity. He stabbed out with his sword and the sword light was like lightning. It actually carried the power of 100 laws. An easy sword was so terrifying. Although Sword 13 was Wu Sheng's 7th-stage realm, it was obvious that everyone had underestimated his strength. Dominating the world. Seeing that sword shooting over, Lin Ling's right hand shook and the sword light in his hand shone brightly. He also stabbed out and the 100-dimensional space bloomed. Bang. Sword tip against sword tip. The turbulent wind swept through the Merit Hall. The crowd was surprised. They didn't expect Sword 13, a wandering swordsman, to have such strength. And Lin Ling, a genius from the human realm, was stronger than expected. It is said that the son of Huang, Lin Ling, has successfully completed his 3rd transformation. The number of laws is extremely large. Seeing it today, it is indeed not an undeserved reputation. Moreover, his physical strength is also extremely terrifying. Jian Shisan let out a roar, and the sword in his hand began to tremble. Clearly, Lin Ling's sword seemed to be in a 100-dimensional space, but it also suppressed the power of 20 universes. This sword also made him want to avoid the sharp edge. With a step, he stepped into the space and Sword 13 appeared on the other side. Behind him, a god-grade talent appeared. It was an immeasurable source of energy that could continuously absorb heaven and earth's spiritual energy and turn it into the power of laws. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Around him, a large amount of sand floated up and turned into swords in mid-air, moving according to his will. This is the realm of sword following one's will. Among the crowd, some of the older Xian exclaimed. Sword 13 had turned into 100 swords and they were all swords of laws. They were all controlled by him. It was indeed not simple. After all, to control 100 swords of laws at once was not something that anyone could do. Heaven and earth, wind and cloud. His talent exploded and Sword 13's aura rose. With a shout, the 100 swords were controlled by him and shot towards Lin Ling. What a powerful sword control technique. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. In terms of technique, he obviously couldn't compare to Sword 13. Therefore he could only use his strength to resist. The unique and righteous. The sword in his hand seemed to turn into an ancient sword. It was as if an emperor had descended. Clang, clang. The swords of law that were shooting from all directions were all sent flying by Lin Ling, causing Sword 13's expression to change slightly. He did not expect Lin Ling's strength to be so strong that it exceeded his imagination. The defense is very strong, but it's bound to fail if it lasts too long. Sword 13 tapped his foot. Several figures appeared, holding swords and slashing towards Lin Ling. Clang. Lin Ling's sword danced like a shield, constantly blocking Sword 13's sword slashes. But at this moment, a sword came from the sky. That terrifying killing intent went straight to Lin Ling's head. Senior brother Lin Ling, be careful. Fairy Eternal shouted subconsciously. Only now did she know that for Sword 13 to be valued by the Eternal Palace, his strength was indeed terrifying. Rumble. A sword shot over and minced Lin Ling into pieces. The sword did not stop and stabbed into the ground, causing the ground to crack open, causing even more experts to come to watch the collision of the swords. However, after killing Lin Ling with one strike, not only was Sword 13 not excited, his expression became even more solemn. This was because he knew that what he had killed earlier was only Lin Ling's afterimage. Lin Ling's movement technique was also at the realm of perfection. As expected, just as he steadied himself, a sword shot over from behind, and at the same time Lin Ling's voice. "Senior apprentice brother, although you're at the 7th level of the martial saint realm, I'm afraid that there aren't many people in this realm who can defeat you. Your ranking on the Earth rankings is definitely 180th. Haha, people say that Lin Ling is the number 1 on the Earth rankings and can fight with the experts on the Earth rankings, but in reality, there aren't many people in the 7th stage realm who are your match." Sword 13 immediately replied, forcefully twisting his body and stabbing his sword behind him. Immortal Shark Fishing. This sword was something he had learned in the ancient ruins. It was an extremely fatal killing move that could instantly raise 10 strands of the power of law. Law of martial arts. Lin Ling's sword still did not stop and collided with Sword 13's sword. Rumble. The two people's bodies separated and flew backwards. To be able to block my sword, not bad. Because that sword is a law of martial arts, it can cultivate 50 strands of the power of law. But I've only scratched the surface, so I've only cultivated 10 strands. Sword 13 said. Law of martial arts could once again explode out the number of strands of law on top of the expert's own law foundation. It was a martial art that every CND expert had to cultivate. Previously, you blocked so many of my swords. Among the 5th stage realm of Wuxia, you're the number 1. That potential is probably not inferior to Long Yin Feng of the CND 10 heroes. And this person is a disciple of all the sword sects in the world. The amount of sword arts he cultivates is beyond imagination. He's also the first expert to break my fatal sword. Next, I'm going to use my fatal sword. I hope you can defeat it. Sword 13 finally drew his sword. He always had a sword hanging on his waist, but he did not draw it. Now he was going to use it. This sword was also his inner demon. Because this Oblivion Heart demon sword had a total of 9 swords, each sword could raise 300 strands of the power of law. Currently, he was cultivating the first sword, and the first sword allowed him to be in the same realm. No swordsman could block his glory. It was the sword art he relied on the most. However, he had cultivated for a long time and could only use the first sword. This formed his inner demon. Right now, he wanted Lin Ling to get rid of his inner demon for him. Heavenly Heart Oblivion. Clang. The sword was pulled out from the scabbard. The sword light was dazzling. Oblivion Heart Demon Sword, could it be the sword art left behind by the sword demon? An ancient martial artist's expression changed drastically. That sword was very terrifying. It had appeared in the Xinyuan Great Domain in ancient times. When the sword was drawn, it killed people like flies. It was called the Sword Demon's Sword Art. Who would have thought that this sword art was obtained by Sword 13 and cultivated to the first sword? Although the Sword Demon's Sword Art was powerful, it could also turn a person into a demon. The sword emitted a terrifying aura and instantly reached 300 strands of law. One had to know that an ordinary 5th stage realm Wuxing only had 20 strands of law foundation. A genius like Lin Ling only had 250 strands of law foundation. But one sword strike had 300 strands of law foundation. This was indeed terrifying. Countless people looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see how this immature son of desolation would deal with that sword. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's figure moved. He did not retreat but advanced instead. He actually appeared in front of Sword 13 and slapped out with one hand. At this moment, Sword 13 was also surprised. Because he wanted to see how Lin Ling would break his sword, which also meant breaking his inner demon. But Lin Ling did not draw his sword. Lin Ling's hand landed on Sword 13's wrist. At this moment, Sword 13 was still in the state of drawing his sword. But a powerful force attacked and his sword returned to the scabbard. This sword is broken. Lin Ling said indifferently. What? Sword 13's expression changed drastically. He could not draw his sword. Was this the way to break his fatal sword? Release the shackles and start anew. Lin Ling said again, then slowly turned around and left. Sword 13 was stunned. Ever since he was lucky enough to obtain the Sword Demon's Sword Art, he tried his best to comprehend the sword. But he could not enter a new domain. He gradually declined from being a genius in the human world. His inner demon was extremely serious. Chapter 1929. Release the shackles and start a new life. This was also telling him that although the sword demon's sword technique was powerful, he should give up if he couldn't use the second move. The way of the sword was vast and boundless. Why was he so stubborn about this sword? Previously, Lin Ling had sealed his sword with his hand. In fact, it was also telling him that the path of martial arts was not unchanging. To break this fatal move, one did not have to use the sword to clash. I see. Jian Shisan muttered to himself as if he had woken up from a dream. He had indeed fallen into the sword demon's trap. Release the shackles and start a new life. Jian Shisan pulled out his scabbard and sword and raised them into the air. Then he used his hand as a knife and slashed out. Crack. The sword and scabbard broke apart, causing many people's expressions to change drastically. Jian Shisan had destroyed his own sword? The sword is in my heart. Jian Shisan suddenly laughed. At the same time, a terrifying aura bloomed from his body, and the laws filled the sky. He has broken through. He has actually reached the 8th stage of Wuxia. The people around were surprised, but they had no idea what had happened. Eternal Fairy, on the other hand, stroked her small mouth. She had a feeling that Jian Shisan's inner demon had disappeared. Mad God Lin Ling, I will never forget the kindness you have shown me today. If you need me in the future, you can tell me directly. Even if I have to go through fire and water, I will not hesitate. Jian Shisan was obviously in a good mood. After bowing to Lin Ling, he left. Lin Ling smiled when he saw this. Then he walked forward as well. Jian Shisan had obviously given up on the sword demon's sword technique and started a new life. Who's the winner? Who's the winner in this clash of swords? Many people made a sound, still not understanding what had happened. Sometimes winning or losing is not important. What's important is the process. Finally, an ancient warrior said faintly. Many people seemed to have understood something, but they looked at Lin Ling. They could not understand why Lin Ling, who had not cultivated for a long time, was stronger than his senior in terms of martial arts comprehension. Every time we meet, this guy always surprises us. Now, his strength has stepped into a new world. The Crystal 7 Talents helplessly shook their heads as they watched Lin Ling leave. To be able to remove a senior's heart demon and even increase his strength, this was far more terrifying than defeating an opponent. When Lin Ling arrived at the exchange point, the old man guarding the merit hall had been waiting for him for a long time. He was the guardian of the human realm. You don't look very old, but sometimes you give off a feeling as though you're an ancient strong practitioner who had cultivated for several eras. Wuxia is already at the 5th degree realm and he already has such ability. If you reach the peak of Wuxia's realm, then the 8 great desolates would probably be led by you. The mortal realm guardian looked at Lin Ling and laughed. Apparently he had also seen what happened earlier. Sword 13 was just blinded by the powerful sword art and did not want to give up on the cultivation of the sword art, resulting in the formation of a heart demon. If he gave up on the sword art, his strength could actually increase greatly. Lin Ling replied with a smile. It's easy to say but difficult to do. The sword devil's sword art, one sword with 300 principles. Who would give up on cultivating with this sword art? The mortal realm guardian shook his head. Lin Ling nodded. This was indeed the case. This was like a treasured saber. As long as one could pull out the saber, they would be invincible. So, how could others give up on that saber? Unfortunately, there were gains and losses in life. If one did not give up the shackles, how could there be a new life? Right, your bounty over at the devil race's side is very high. The mortal realm guardian said again. Bounty? Huh. Lin Ling blinked and became curious. Yes, the devil race wants to kill the geniuses of the mortal realm, leaving the mortal realm powerhouses empty. So the Son of Desolation, Xiandi 10 heroes, and Wuxiang's 6th stage powerhouses are all eyesores. And your bounty is ranked in the middle among the Son of Desolation, higher than the rest of the Xiandi 10 heroes. Fortunately, it's not the first. Hearing this, Lin Ling let out a light breath, which made the mortal realm guardian's pupils constricted. Still good? Was this still good? Lin Ling rose up in an instant. As soon as he rose up, he was heavily wanted by the devil realm. He was one of the primary targets of assassination. Was this still good? At least there's still the unfettered son of heaven, fallen mortal, and those guys in front of me. Lin Ling laughed. You're really open-minded. The mortal realm guardian shook his head helplessly and then said, Have you changed the treasure? There's a place I want to take you to. Yes. Yes, it's done. Lin Ling didn't exchange for any cultivation technique, but exchanged all the materials needed for the 5-wood heaven-blasting liquid, because the key was to raise his realm. As for the law martial arts, he had the 6 paths of reincarnation so he could cultivate it now. By the way, Senior, do you know about the unparalleled Buddha cloud? Lin Ling asked. Shang Qianshu gave Lin Ling the astrolabe heavenly armor to find the second stone sculpture, and the result was that the astrolabe heavenly armor indicated the unparalleled Buddha cloud. He asked the Yellow Spring Army to search for this place, but they didn't find anything. You actually know this place? The Mortal Realm Guardian replied in surprise, which made Lin Ling even more curious. Where is this place? A void, the most mysterious place in the 4 great eras, and also one of the 10 great secret realms of heaven and earth. It's so mysterious that even martial emperors and martial gods can't see through it. The Mortal Realm Guardian's face turned solemn. 10 great secret realms of heaven and earth? Including the 4 great eras? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that the Saint Realm had 10 great secret realms such as the Vine Leaf World, True Martial Realm, and so on. The Wuxia Realm also had 10 great secret realms such as the Sky Cloud Forest not long ago. As for the unparalleled Buddha cloud, it was actually one of the 10 great secret realms of heaven and earth. The 2 words heaven and earth meant that the secret realm was vast. Next, we are going to enter that secret realm because the demon clan seems to be eyeing that place covetously, and we don't know what kind of conspiracy they have. Right now, only 2 demon kings have arrived, but the mortal realm is already under great pressure. If the 5 demon kings come, the mortal realm will be in danger. Moreover, the ghost realm is also breaking out of the seal, so this time, the highest deacon palace of the mortal realm has decided that all the 5th stage experts of the Wuxia realm will enter the unparalleled Buddha cloud to destroy the demon clan's conspiracy. I originally wanted to tell you about this, but before that, I wanted to take you to a place, so I delayed it. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately nodded. It seemed that he had to go to the unparalleled Buddha cloud. Before that, where are we going? Lin Ling asked. The Dharma River. The guardian of the mortal realm laughed. We have always owed you, so this time, we have decided to take you to the Dharma River to cultivate and improve your strength. The Dharma River will start in 3 days, so in these 3 days you can go and find Taoist Kame. He has something to tell you. After that, follow the instructions of this jade token and go to the Dharma River of the Grand Mystic Realm. Okay. Lin Ling took the jade pendant and left. The heavenly earth realm was like a country. It was vast and boundless. There were many ancient teleportation formations that could reach every corner of the mortal world. So, Lin Ling used the teleportation formation to reach the True Spirit Island. Lin Ling, you are here. Chapter 1930. Taoist Kame's assistance. The 2 arrived at the edge of the Spirit Lake. Lin Ling stared at the misty Spirit Lake and could not help but relax. Taoist Kame took out a fragrant tea and poured it for Lin Ling. Then he took out a tortoise shell and raised it in the air. The tortoise shell immediately emitted multicolored rays of light. Mountains and rivers appeared, the world's people appeared, clouds appeared, and all the history of the mortal world appeared. 4 great eras. Lin Ling's complexion changed as he looked at Taoist Kame in amazement. At this moment, Taoist Kame's complexion was somewhat pale. Obviously, to maintain the tortoiseshell, he had to consume a lot of energy and even his lifespan. What do you see? Taoist Kame said with difficulty. I see the world, I see the world, I see all the martial artists. Lin Ling said. Look again. Taoist Kame said again. Lin Ling immediately knew that Taoist Kame was helping him increase his strength. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by, so he seized the opportunity and poured his soul into the tortoiseshell. At this moment he felt like Li Xiaoyao, like an emperor playing in the mortal world. The martial arts of the 4 great eras, the climate, and even the laws of the 4 great eras rushed towards Lin Ling like seawater. At this moment his head was in severe pain. There was too much, his soul force could not support it. Thinking about it, the things of the 4 great eras were stuffed into a person's mind who could withstand it. However, seeing Taoist Kame's pale complexion, Lin Ling clenched his teeth and endured. He could not give up halfway, otherwise he would fail to live up to Taoist Kame's painstaking efforts. Spring, summer, autumn and winter, the savage era, the imperial city, the rise and fall of ancient sects, and the boundless martial arts of the world. Lin Ling was shocked. In fact, his martial arts accumulation was extremely terrifying. However, compared to the martial arts of the 4 great eras, the martial arts he had learned were insignificant. Even Li Xiaoyao could not see through the martial arts of the 4 great eras. I must remember it, this will allow my soul force and the laws to increase. Lin Ling's heart stirred. The Eye of Time appeared and he began to frantically memorize everything. One had to know that his Eye of Time was extremely powerful and could quickly see through time. However, in the face of the history of the four great eras, the Eye of Time seems somewhat powerless. Lin Ling, don't be anxious. Take your time and see through the desolate era. Taoist Kame's face turned even paler. However, he still smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling clenched his teeth. He knew that Taoist Kame was using his lifespan to help him. He immediately sped up. Even though his head hurt like it was about to split open, he still clenched his teeth and endured. As for Lin Ling's soul force, it was crazily increasing. Moreover, the power of his laws was also increasing. The pressure was so great that Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. Hang in there. He angrily roared in his heart. He couldn't let down Taoist Kame's help. Gradually the desolate era passed and the ancient era arrived. In the ancient era Lin Ling saw Li Xiaoyao. Unfortunately, he was looking at the common people with the eyes of heaven and earth. Therefore he couldn't lock onto Li Xiaoyao alone. Otherwise he would have already known Li Xiaoyao's life. As for Taoist Kame, he could only display the four great eras and couldn't lock onto a single person. Lin Ling, what did you see? Taoist Kame's voice became increasingly weak. However, Lin Ling's voice roused his spirits. Taoist Kame, I saw the ancient era. Good. There are so many geniuses in the mortal world, but you are the first to see the ancient era. The martial arts, laws, and everything of the desolate era are clear to you at a glance. This will be of great benefit to your future. This old turtle will risk my life to hold on. Hearing these words, Lin Ling was moved. Bang. The ancient era passed and the ancient era arrived. Lin Ling even saw Master Zhai Xing and Great Emperor Zhai Xing. His heart trembled. Only Kame Taoist had this kind of strength. He had actually recorded all the humans of the four great eras. Lin Ling, what did you see? I saw the ancient era. Do your best. Taoist Kame also vomited blood. However, he was even more excited than Lin Ling. Lin Ling was worthy of being a genius that he thought highly of. Moreover, he knew that when Lin Ling was looking at the four great eras, he was also under great pressure. However, Lin Ling's perseverance was strong beyond his imagination. Bang. Bang. Gradually, Lin Ling's soul force entered the 200th level. One must know that the higher the level of soul force, the harder it was to increase it. Lin Ling's soul force was over 180 levels before, but now, it had increased by more than a dozen levels. Don't underestimate these dozen levels. It could be said that the strength of a single level was comparable to 100 laws. As one soul force grew stronger, it could be compared to even more laws. As for Lin Ling's laws, they had reached 300. The ancient era. At this time Lin Ling spoke again. He saw the ancient face sect, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and even the Rainforest Sacred Land as well as himself in his youth. Taoist Kame laughed and it was an incomparably carefree laugh. Lin Ling had seen through the four great eras, but he didn't take back the tortoise shell. Instead, he continued to persevere because he found that Lin Ling was actually looking at them from the beginning. This guy was really abnormal. The other geniuses of the mortal world couldn't even see through one era, but Lin Ling not only saw through the four great eras, but also looked at them from the beginning. How powerful was his soul force? What did you see? Many, countless martial arts, vast heaven and earth, mountains and rivers. Good, let's put in more effort. Bang. Lin Ling's soul force increased again, reaching 220 levels, and his laws had reached 350. I can't see anything. Lin Ling frowned and said. This is a very normal thing because you have seen too much. The endless martial arts have dazzled you, and you need to slowly digest them. Taoist Kame replied, you should rest. This is also the realm of seeing mountains not as mountains and rivers not as water. He was just about to take back the tortoise shell, but he found that Lin Ling's soul force was still locked onto the tortoise shell, looking forward to the time. I see it again and I have forgotten all the martial arts. Finally, Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence which made Taoist Kame's body tremble. There were 3 realms of martial arts. First, seeing mountains as mountains and rivers as rivers. Second, seeing mountains not as mountains and rivers not as rivers. Third, returning to one's original state. Everything returned to its original state. Impressively, seeing mountains as mountains and rivers as rivers was rivers. Many people knew about these 3 realms but only a few could do it. This also meant that Lin Ling had his own laws and began to resist the laws of heaven and earth. At this time Lin Ling had found himself. Demon. Blood. Taoist Kame spat out a mouthful of blood, making the tortoiseshell shatter like glass. He stared at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling's body was emitting a familiar aura, as if he had seen it in ancient times. Impressively, it was the aura of freedom. Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao. Taoist came muttered to himself as if he had seen his best friend. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were closed and his mind was blank. All the martial arts and laws he had seen before had disappeared, leaving only his own voice. Chapter 1931. Not daring to make things difficult for him, he killed him directly. His power of law had reached 400. Excluding the 150 laws brought by the peerless sword, he himself had 250 laws. The terrifying power of this law was comparable to Wuxia's 7th-stage realm. The cultivation this time seemed short, but it had undoubtedly greatly increased Lin Ling's strength. Most importantly, he seemed to know more secrets of heaven and earth. When Lin Ling opened his eyes, he looked at Taoist Came gratefully and bowed. Whether it was Li Xiaoyao of the past or Lin Ling of today, Taoist Came was his close friend. You pervert. Taoist Came stared at Lin Ling in horror. In the 4 great eras of the human realm, I have only seen one person more monstrous than you, and that person is Li Xiaoyao. You are the number 1 person below him. Hearing that, Lin Ling laughed and pondered for a moment before explaining, in fact, I am Li Xiaoyao. Taoist Came was stunned for a moment before he laughed. I am Li Xiaoyao's father. Obviously, he didn't believe Lin Ling's words because he had calculated for Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao had already turned into ashes and didn't reincarnate at all. Lin Ling wasn't Li Xiaoyao and neither was Luo Chen. Of course, he didn't know that the Li Xiaoyao he calculated was already in the martial god realm at that time. How could he calculate that kind of place? Lin Ling's pupils fiercely twitched. He spoke the truth, but this old turtle didn't believe him, let alone say that he was his father? I am also your grandfather? Lin Ling immediately replied. When he said this, Taoist Came was stunned. Not only did he not blame Lin Ling, he felt that this tone of voice was extremely familiar. Because that was Li Xiaoyao's tone of voice. Haha, interesting, interesting. The two of them sat down. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, it was as if they had experienced 4 great eras. They had known each other since the beginning of time. After a long time, Lin Ling said his goodbyes and left. Looking at Lin Ling's free and easy figure, Taoist Came felt as if he were in a dream. This was because Lin Ling's back seemed even more free and unfettered. He shook his head and said, he is worthy of me wasting my cultivation to help him. He really didn't disappoint me. After leaving the True Spirit Island, Lin Ling immediately headed to the Grand Mystic Domain. Because he had already spent 3 days cultivating on the True Spirit Island, he wanted to head to the Dharma River to cultivate. The Law River was a secret of the mortal world, and only the geniuses of the mortal world knew about it. It was located in a remote city with a large number of experts guarding it. Although it looked calm on the surface, once a commotion was triggered, there would definitely be countless experts. The Dharma River is divided into 9 rivers, namely the Dharma River of Water, the Dharma River of Fire, the Dharma River of Thunder, the Dharma River of Wind, etc., and the most powerful Dharma River of Heaven. A jade token appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was given to him by the guardian of the mortal world, and it recorded the Dharma River. After that, Lin Ling stepped into the city. However, at the city gate, someone immediately stopped Lin Ling. Stop. Skyborder City is now sealed. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. The few guards didn't seem strong, but Lin Ling's soul power could sense that they were in the 6th stage of Wuxia's realm. With such strength, they were guarding the city, which showed the importance of the Dharma River. Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense. He took out the jade token in his hand and waved it, hinting at his origin. Although the Dharma River was a secret, no one would stop him from revealing the jade token. The few guards' faces changed. Naturally, they could see that the jade token was from the highest deacon palace in the mortal world. However, the young man in front of them wasn't strong enough. He didn't even have a source of power. How could he be qualified to enter the Dharma River? I'm sorry. Those who come to the Dharma River must be at least in the 5th stage of Wuxiang. Because they don't have a source of power, they will definitely die if they enter the Dharma River. So you'd better leave. One of the guards said lightly. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. There was such a rule? Before he could speak, another guard said, young man, it's better that you know your place. We're thinking for you. Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart was filled with impatience. He had seen through the 4 great eras. The free and unfettered chi was even stronger. It was as if he was the incarnation of Li Xiaoyao. So, someone stopped him, which made him unhappy. However, he still endured it. You don't have to worry about this. You'd better do things according to the rules. Lin Ling said lightly. If I ask you to leave, then leave. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You should know where this place is and where this big city is. It's not a place where ordinary people can come. The few guards had been guarding the Dharma River for many years. They were already used to being arrogant. How could they put Lin Ling in their eyes? Hearing this, Lin Ling's pupils immediately turned cold. You guys stopped him. Do you know who he is? At this time, a smiling voice floated over. From afar, a woman in purple walked over with a smile. Her skin was as white as snow and she was tall. Her purple dress made her look even more noble. Looking at her, she didn't seem to be a martial artist from the three profound realms. Instead, she looked more like a martial artist from the Saint's big territory. It's Miss Yuan Zi. To everyone's surprise, those guards recognized the woman but didn't recognize Lin Ling. There's no need to be so courteous. Since you don't know who he is, then let me remind you. He's surprisingly Lin Ling, the son of desolation. The woman smiled and looked at Lin Ling. Hearing this, the expressions of those guards changed drastically. It's actually Lin Ling, the son of desolation? Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these fellows who looked down on him. He took a step forward and intended to enter the city. Did I say you can go in? However, to Lin Ling's surprise, these guards knew that Lin Ling was the son of desolation, yet they still stopped him. You're deliberately targeting me, right? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and his voice turned cold. We're not in the mood to target you. Although you're the son of desolation, you haven't been recognized by the big shots of the mortal world. We can't let you in. One of the guards tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Not to mention Lin Ling, even the purple-clothed woman was surprised by their arrogant actions. It was one thing if these fellows didn't know Lin Ling, but they still stopped him even if they did. They were really confident. The great Xinyuan region, I remember now. Are you people from the Jianghu Immortal Plateau? Lin Ling asked. The Jianghu Immortal Plateau is indeed our sect, but we're also people from the highest Deacon Palace in the mortal world. One of the guards smiled and looked extremely proud. Lin Ling couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. In the past, when he went to the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's birthday, when he entered, he was also made difficult. Today, when he came to the Great Xinyuan region, he was made difficult again. Ah! Suddenly Lin Ling laughed. He had long wanted to kill that old witch, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Now her disciple came to stop him? He took a step forward, and the guards immediately became alert. They also heard that Lin Ling went to the Jianghu Immortal Plateau to celebrate the birthday and made things difficult for the elders. However, in Skyborder City, Lin Ling dared to be arrogant? Unfortunately, they thought too much. Lin Ling indeed didn't dare to make things difficult for them, because this time, Lin Ling directly killed them. Boom. He punched out and the law erupted. The guard in front of him rolled into the city like a gourd and spun on the spot like a top. The terrifying thing was that his speed was very fast and he spun more than 100 times. Chapter 1932. Ferocious Boom. However, the next scene made everyone's jaws drop. Because when the guard who was spinning like a top reached his limit, his body actually exploded and he was spun to death. A Wuxia realm expert was spun to death. This was the first time in the mortal realm that someone had died in such a way. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Even the guards at the entrance were shocked. Even the purple-robed lady beside them was shocked. Those guards dared to make things difficult for Lin Ling because they naturally had the confidence to do so. Because even if they failed to make things difficult for him, they would at most be punished by the highest authority in the mortal realm. On the contrary, if they returned to the ancient Rhythm Immortal Plateau, they would be rewarded handsomely. Moreover, such a thing had happened before in the ancient Rhythm Immortal Plateau. But this time, Lin Ling directly killed them without any consideration. This was beyond their imagination. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength was too terrifying. Wuxia, who was at the 6th degree realm, was actually killed by him in one punch. Do you still need Wuxia to be at the 6th degree realm before you can enter the city? Lin Ling walked forward with a wide smile on his face, but it was a cold smile. Plop. Those guards all fell to the ground. One of them said with a pale face, Aye, we are experts from the ancient Rhythm Immortal Plateau. Who am I? Lin Ling ignored his words and walked forward. Why, you are Lin Ling. Those few guards said with chattering teeth. You all came from the ancient rhythm immortal plateau and know that I am Lin Ling. Don't you know that the ancient rhythm immortal plateau and I are not on the same path? Lin Ling kicked out with his leg. His strength and laws combined as he kicked those few guards towards the city wall. With a bang, the entire city wall split open. A few human figures were stuck on the city wall, and after that, blood splattered everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. But there was one more person in front of Lin Ling. His lips were also pale. I didn't know that you dared to kill people directly. Now you know. Lin Ling punched out and another spinning top entered the city. Following that, Lin Ling strode in. Seeing this, the entire city was silent. They are Wu Sheng at the 6th degree realm. But Lin Ling actually killed them with just a few punches and kicks? Isn't Lin Ling's total of laws 200 over? Earlier he didn't use his sword, but based on his own abilities, his laws had already reached 200 over. Moreover, he didn't use the Yellow Spring Army. Yuan Zi followed Lin Ling into the city. She looked at Lin Ling in horror. She knew that the guards were no match for Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had killed them in a simple and violent manner. She could not help but be shocked. It seemed that Lin Ling was even more terrifying than the rumors. If he grew up, he would definitely become a great enemy of the demon clan. He had to inform the demon clan about this as soon as possible. Yuan Zi's eyes were icy cold and she disappeared without a trace. Apparently, she was a spy sent by the demon race to the human realm. Her motive was to eradicate the human realm's geniuses. The demon race had only sent 2 demon kings, so they didn't dare to go head-on against the human realm. But before that, they would not let go of the human realm's dazzling geniuses. At this moment, Lin Ling strode forward and the entire city's gazes were on Lin Ling. Those people were Wu Sheng at the 5th degree realm and above. All of them had complicated expressions on their faces. Some were icy cold while some were in awe. Lin Ling. At this moment, several figures walked out from the crowd. They were Lu Susu, Crystal 7 Talents and the rest. In the past they were Wu Sheng at the 5th degree realm. But in this half a year's time, using their merit points, they had also stepped into Wu Sheng's 6th degree realm. You're really ferocious. Lu Susu came to Lin Ling's side and exclaimed. As for the Crystal 7 Talents, they looked at Lin Ling in shock. They discovered that in these 3 days, Lin Ling seemed to have changed again. He gave off a free and unfettered feeling, as though the Son of Heaven was playing in the mortal world. They're just courting death. Lin Ling laughed. In these 3 days he had seen through the 4 great eras and was more familiar with Li Xiaoyao. In the past, this expert protected the human realm, spilling his blood and sweat to obtain thousands of years of peace for the human realm. However, today no one recognized him. Instead, his reincarnation was met with difficulties and even wanted to kill him. Therefore he was unhappy when he saw Jianghu Immortal's stage. Especially when the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother released the Sky Lord. This was equivalent to indirectly harming Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling swallow this anger? And now Lin Ling wasn't the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's opponent, but others still dared to provoke him. What was there to be afraid of? At this moment, everyone's eyes were still fixed on Lin Ling. Among them were experts from the ancient Ji family, Shenyuan clan, Supreme family, and various great saint regions. But now, the archenemies of the ancient Ji family were all silent. This wasn't the first time they saw Lin Ling's arrogance. Moreover, every time they met Lin Ling they would be at a disadvantage. Therefore they didn't dare to speak up. However, there was no lack of 7th-stage experts like Wu Sheng in the crowd. These people were all indomitable existences. Now that they saw Lin Ling's arrogance, they narrowed their eyes. His strength is inferior to us, but he became the son of Huang. Just looking at him makes me unhappy. That's right, he's only the 3rd stage Wu Sheng. In terms of talent, we're stronger than him. A few people said indifferently. They were the CND 10 heroes. The so-called CND 10 heroes were experts who rose crazily after the mortal realm's great calamity. Their talents were terrifying, their cultivation time was short, and their laws were powerful. They were only inferior to the son of Huang. Lin Ling, you're too unruly. At this time someone in the crowd finally spoke up. It was the divine martial marquis from the Great Saint region. Moreover, his realm had reached Wu Sheng's 7th stage and he had a 2nd-grade divine rank talent. He was stronger than the son of Divine Marquis Manor in the past. Lin Ling forced the Divine Marquis Manor to kill their own son. Therefore, the Divine Marquis Manor hated Lin Ling to the bone. Of course, Lin Ling was the son of Huang. Although they hated him, they didn't dare to act recklessly. Lin Ling and Lu Susu were talking when a sudden angry shout rang out. Lin Ling and the rest frowned. Skyborder City's guards stopped Lin Ling and provoked him again and again. It was normal for Lin Ling to retaliate. Moreover, this had nothing to do with the Divine Marquis manner. They actually reprimanded Lin Ling? Hee hee. Lin Ling laughed. It seemed like his name as the son of Huang wasn't enough of a deterrent. People kept provoking him. Suddenly he walked forward step by step. The man frowned. He didn't expect Lin Ling to dare to walk towards him. When Lin Ling came in front of him, he smiled and looked at him. You said I'm unruly, but why didn't you say anything when those guards were unruly? Hearing this, the man was stunned and couldn't answer. And no matter how unruly I am, it's none of your business. Lin Ling continued. The man's expression turned sluggish as he replied coldly, I don't find you pleasing to the eye. That's all. And I'm not a sixth-stage realm trash like Wuxia. Hee hee, I also don't find you pleasing to the eye. Lin Ling's cold smile became even more intense as his palms swept out fiercely. 20 universes of force exploded and at the same time, 200 Dao laws were released easily. You even dare to touch me? The man's pupils constricted and he was just about to say something vicious when that terrifying slap made his expression change drastically. 200 Dao laws? A light slap had such a huge amount of Dao laws? He was astonished. Although Lin Ling was the third transformation Wuxia, but he didn't expect Lin Ling to have so many Dao laws. Chapter 1933. Is there anyone who isn't convinced? Boom. That slap seemed to have suppressed the martial arts of the 4 eras. It seemed simple, but it contained a mysterious profundity. Gulyalu. That man spun like a top at an extremely fast speed. In the end, he was stronger than Lin Ling, so he didn't die from the spinning. However, he spun until he vomited blood. All the meridians and bones in his body were dislocated. He pointed at Lin Ling dizzily and fainted without saying a word. Seeing this, the expressions of the experts in the city turned heavy. Wuxia had 200 laws at the 5th degree realm, and that was under the condition that he didn't use his sword. What if Wuxia was at the 6th degree realm? At this moment, everyone felt that Lin Ling's potential was even more terrifying. Wuxia is at the 7th degree realm, but he's still trash. Lin Ling stared at the crowd and said indifferently, Is there anyone who isn't convinced? Is there anyone who isn't convinced? The entire city was silent. Everyone knew that unless one's talent reached the 3rd grade, no one in the 7th degree realm would dare to be unconvinced by Wuxia's strength. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Ling turned and walked towards Lu Susu and the others. He knew that although he was the son of Huang, there were many people who wanted him dead. For example, the ancient Ji family. It was just that they didn't dare to be as arrogant as before. Audacious Lin Ling. Today is the day when the geniuses of the mortal world are gathered. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Speak, were you the one who killed those Xiandi from Jianghu Immortal Deus? Yes. At this moment, the experts from Jianghu Immortal Deus finally arrived. The person in the lead was the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. At this moment, all of them were enraged because they didn't expect that Lin Ling would kill people from Jianghu Immortal Deus. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother is here. She is a legend of the mortal world and has the authority to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Now, let's see if Lin Ling dares to be arrogant or not. Yes. Many people sneered. Facing the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, how could Lin Ling still be arrogant? I killed them. So what? However, in front of everyone's eyes, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he directly admitted to it. Moreover, when he looked at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, his eyes blazed with anger. He believed that he had given the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother a lot of face. During her birthday celebration, he personally gave her a precious gift and reminded her not to be an enemy but a friend. Who would have thought that the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother would target him again and again? All the experts at the Ancient Rime Immortal Foundation were stunned because Lin Ling actually directly admitted to it. Such arrogance far exceeded their imaginations. Don't think that just because you've become Huang's child, you can do whatever you want. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was furious. She was a person of virtue and prestige all her life. No one had ever dared to go against her, especially among the younger generation. However, Lin Ling had appeared and ignored her again and again. Is that so? I want to see who dares to touch Lin Ling when he does as he pleases. While the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was furious, a fishing hook smashed down from the sky, causing the earth to shake. Countless experts were flipped over. Then an old man carrying a basket of fish appeared. Moreover, his movements didn't stop. He waved his fishing rod and a hook smashed towards the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. He was Emperor Li Shou. Old ghost, you dare? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother didn't expect Emperor Li Shou to attack her. When did he become so bold? Trident of the Sea God. What surprised her was that after Emperor Li Shou, the sound of water overflowing could be heard. It seemed to drown the entire sky border city. A harpoon shot towards the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Rumble. Wherever the sea passed, the experts in the city who had just stood up were flipped over again. They were in an extremely sorry state. As for the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, she was clearly stronger. She blocked the attacks of 2 emperors by herself. However, at this time, another 7 emperors arrived. A woman appeared in the sky. It was the Tranquil Sovereign. A treasure bottle appeared in her hand and a treasure light shot towards the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Master. Seeing this, Lu Susu laughed excitedly. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The 7 emperors had all come to help Lin Ling. Moreover, they attacked without a word. This showed how important Lin Ling was to the 7 emperors. Stomp. In the sky, a fat man in a loose robe appeared. He was the Law Overlord. His huge feet carried a terrifying law as they stomped down. Rumble. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was clearly unable to block the attacks of the 7 emperors. Her hair was in a mess, and her hairpins filled with jewels scattered all over the ground. This was the first time in thousands of years that she had been in such a sorry state. Stomp, stomp, stomp. She kept retreating, her face as dark as the bottom of a nest. After all, the 7 emperors in the past wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. They were all respectful to her because she had that lord backing her. However, the 7 emperors now directly humiliated her. However, she thought that this was all there was to the humiliation. Who knew that after the 7 emperors appeared, they would directly stare at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Old witch, what are you trying to do? 7 voices rang out at the same time, shaking the ancient city. Old witch. Everyone's mouths were wide open. This name was too shocking. Even Lin Ling was shocked. He didn't expect the 7 emperors to be so arrogant. Lin Ling had no idea that he was the son of Huang, backed by ancient giants like Taoist Kame and martial god Tianyue. From another perspective, the 7 emperors also backed those ancient giants, so what did they have to fear? In fact, they had long been unhappy with the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Now that they had found an opportunity, they naturally attacked to vent the anger that had been suppressed for thousands of years. You. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's face was filled with anger. She was the mother of the world, but she was called an old witch? You what? If you continue to be arrogant, don't blame us for bullying you with numbers. Of course, if you're not convinced, call the Lord of the Sky back. We 7 emperors will fight you 2 for 300 rounds. Emperor Li Shou roared, his words rubbing salt in the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's wounds. How could the Lord of the Sky dare to return? This also meant that the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's left and right hands had been crippled by Lin Ling. Why waste your breath with her? Let me tell you, we're bullying you with numbers. So what? You're not convinced? The fat on the Law Overlord's body swayed. At this moment he could be said to be extremely arrogant. With Lin Ling here to support him, what was there to be afraid of? He couldn't help but sigh. In the past he opposed Lin Ling. Fortunately, he reined in the horse at the precipice. Now his relationship with Lin Ling was pretty good. Otherwise he wouldn't have the confidence to be so arrogant today. Law Overlord, you. Roar. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother roared again. If looks could kill, she would definitely kill that arrogant fatty. Hee, you're not convinced? Come and hit me. The Law Overlord seemed to have released all the depression that he had suffered in the Jianghu Immortal Plateau for thousands of years. He stretched his fat face forward and patted it, indicating for the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother to hit him. That appearance was as vulgar as one could imagine. Lin Ling was surprised. He didn't expect the Law Overlord to have this side. However, he also admitted that it was very despicable and made people want to slap him a dozen times. Of course, the one who was disgusted was not Lin Ling but the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Lin Ling was happy to see it. You damn fatty. Ah. Sure enough, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was so disgusted that she wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 1934. Milky Way. What? The Dharma River opened because of Lin Ling? It's very difficult to open the Dharma River. It requires a lot of precious materials and a few strong cultivators. No wonder we can't see Martial God Tianyu and the others. So Martial God Tianyu and the others opened the Dharma River for Lin Ling? Lin Ling has a lot of face. Wow. Everybody was astonished, including Lin Ling. The Dharma River can't be used again. Lin Ling is the only one who hasn't been here. If they didn't open the Dharma River for him, did they open it for you, the Jade Lake Celestial Mother? Or for you pieces of trash? Emperor Li Shou glanced at the crowd. Everyone's expression was ugly. It turned out that they were here today because of Lin Ling. The funny thing was that they were dissatisfied with Lin Ling. If you don't like it, get the hell out of here. Get lost, shouted Emperor Li Shou furiously. Everybody remained silent. Nobody dared say anything. Everybody is here for the sake of the human world. There's no need to make things worse. Let's go. At that moment, some strong cultivators arrived in the distance. It was Sun and Moon Wushuang from Champion University. Apart from them, there were also 4 strong cultivators from the imperial clans of the Saints' Great Region: the North Celestial Emperor, the Divine Martial Marquis, the Primitive Imperial Clan, and the Infinite Celestial Clan. They call me an old witch. I can't accept that. Even though those people had come to mediate, the Jade Lake Celestial Mother was still angry. Alright, the Dharma River is about to open. If you have anything to say, say it later. Sun and Moon Wushuang said at the same time, forcing the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother to swallow her anger. At the same time, the ground began to tremble as a mountain rose from the ground. This mountain was so vast that it seemed as if the entire Skyborder city was flipped upside down. After the mountain reached the clouds, there was a dazzling light in the sky. It turned into a ravine that reached all the way to the top of the mountain. It was a marvelous scene. It was as if someone had slashed a blade into the sky, forming a dazzling river. Although the river water was not left behind, there was no doubt that this was the Dharma River. The Law River was created by an ancient powerhouse with a single slash of his saber, forming a phenomenon of the heavens and earth. As long as it is opened, then the Law River will flow down, allowing a martial artist to increase their strength, cultivation boundary, talent, and so on. The Law River is divided into metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, slaughter, and heaven. There are 9 Law Rivers. If a martial artist enters the Law River to temper themselves, their strength will greatly increase. Emperor Li Shou explained to Lin Ling, but at this moment, Lin Ling didn't listen to him at all. He stared at the sky and sucked in a breath of cold air. It's the heaven-trampling path. Lin Ling muttered to himself, because the so-called Law River was actually Li Xiaoyao's path to the martial god realm. In the past, Li Xiaoyao dominated the world and no one could defeat him. After Duguqiubai, he entered the martial god realm and the path he walked was that path. He vaguely remembered that he slashed the sky, and the Law River separated it, sending him to the martial god realm. Li Xiaoyao was also the first person to enter the martial god realm in the 4 great eras. Who would have thought that after millions of years, the Law River would become a cultivation secret realm? If he remembered correctly, there was a celestial prawn in the Law River that respectfully sent Li Xiaoyao off. Moreover, before Li Xiaoyao left, he taught the celestial prawn how to control the Law River. He wondered if the celestial prawn had succeeded. What a rich law. The crowd stared at the sky and became extremely excited. This was the time for them to be reborn. As for the faraway place, the Son of Desolation and several members of the Xian 10 heroes were also watching. They had experienced the Law River, so they wanted to see what kind of geniuses would be born under the Law River. Currently, among the Xian 10 heroes, only Situ Ling, Zhuge Xiong, and Shanggong Yu haven't gone to the Law River. If they did, their cultivation would surpass us. Situ Ling is a member of the limitless immortal tribe, and her strength is not weak. As for Zhuge Xiong, this person used to be a madman. After one of his arms was cut off, he painstakingly cultivated the one-armed blade. His law is on his left arm and it is extremely powerful. Shanggong Yu is a hospitable person, but he is also very ambitious. He covets the position of Son of Desolation. This time he will not miss this opportunity to amaze the world. The Sons of Desolation slowly conversed. Among the Xian 10 heroes there were a few that Lin Ling knew. For example, Qin, who was a prisoner in the Mortal World prison, and he had a good impression of Lin Ling. For example, the Golden Wheel Child and the leader of the Xian 10 heroes, Long Yinfeng. Not long ago, Lin Ling helped Jian Shisan break through his heart's devil. Jian Shisan said that in the clash of swords he was sincerely convinced. One was Lin Ling and the other was Long Yinfeng. This person was also the second dragon ancestor of the Xian Yuan clan, only below the old ancestor. Don't forget there is still Lin Ling. Long Yinfeng faintly smiled, causing all the experts to stare at Lin Ling. The Law River has to face a powerful law attack. Lin Ling's cultivation is too weak, so he won't gain much this time. Someone said. Indeed, he is a bit anxious. Wuxia should come again after reaching the 6th layer. The Law River was refined by law, but there was also danger. If one couldn't withstand the law attack, then they would turn into ashes. However, the geniuses who were about to enter the Law River had bright eyes and boiling battle intent. They were able to reach this step because each of them had great willpower. Not long ago someone used the Law River to refine and comprehended 100 laws. I wonder who will be able to achieve this result this time? This is nothing. I heard that Long Yinfeng's talent increased by 1 level not long ago. Now that is amazing. This is too abnormal. Long Yinfeng was originally a 3rd grade divine rank, so now he has reached the 4th grade divine rank? Worthy of being the leader of the Xiandi 10 heroes. The crowd discussed animatedly. A true genius who experienced the Law River's refinement would definitely shock the world. I wonder who will be the winner of this refinement? Will it be Situ Ling Zhuge Xiong Shanggongyu or Huang Sun Lin Ling? In my opinion, how about we make a bet? Another person spoke, causing the eyes of the mortal realm's giants to flicker. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother suddenly looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, how about a bet? Let's see who will be the winner of the Law River's refinement this time. Hearing this, many people looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling's cultivation was low and he didn't have a real source of power, so it would be difficult for him to withstand the Law River's impact. Oh, how do you want to bet? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment and looked at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. I bet you can at most comprehend 50 Dao laws, do you dare? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother said with bad intentions. You are Huang's son, more powerful than the Xiandi 10 heroes. Don't tell me you don't dare? At least Situ Ling Zhuge Xiong Shanggongyu and the others want to enter the top 3. That's right Lin Ling, you are Huang's son. Many people were stunned and immediately echoed. They knew that Lin Ling's talent was the 3rd revolution Wuxia, but tempering in the Law River required a real source of power to support it. Therefore they didn't think Lin Ling would benefit from it. Situ Ling Zhuge Xiong and Shanggongyu also looked at Lin Ling with fighting spirit in their eyes. They were naturally unwilling to accept that Lin Ling was stronger than them. Chapter 1935. Gambling with the Human Realm's Giants, ignore them. Emperor Li Shou immediately advised. Comprehending 50 laws was very difficult, so he definitely wouldn't be fooled. However, Lin Ling was stunned. Only 50 laws? One must know that with the help of Taoist came, he had comprehended 100 laws, so he didn't put a mere river of laws in his eyes. If you want to bet, what will you bet? Lin Ling opened his mouth, surprising the crowd. They didn't expect Lin Ling to want to bet. Jade Lake's Heavenly Mother was the same. She smiled and said, You can bet anything you want. The jade pendant on your waist, do you dare to bet it? Lin Ling stared at the jade pendant on Jade Lake's waist. That jade pendant gave him a familiar feeling. It seemed to belong to Li Xiaoyao. Jade Lake's Heavenly Mother hesitated. That jade pendant was given to her by her master. She wanted to bet it? However, thinking that Lin Ling had no hope of winning, she nodded. If you lose, you will give up your identity as the Son of Desolation. How about it? Boom. When these words fell, the crowd was shocked. This bet was too big. If Lin Ling gave up his identity as the Son of Desolation, it was equivalent to crippling himself. Moreover, at that time, anyone could kill him. In your dreams. On the side of the 7 emperors, everyone shouted angrily. However, Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. Okay, I agree. Okay. This decision undoubtedly shocked everyone. They didn't understand where Lin Ling's confidence came from, but their shock was yet to come. Comprehending 50 laws is too weak. If you want to play, then play big. Bet that I will be the final winner this time. Lin Ling's voice floated out. Bang bang bang. All the powerhouses' hearts beat violently. Situ Ling Zhuge Xiong and Shanggongyu stared at Lin Ling. A 5th stage Wuxia wanted to surpass them and become the final winner? Crazy. Originally, according to the rules of the Dharma River, those below the 6th degree realm were not allowed to enter, but Lin Ling was the son of Huang, so an exception was made. Who knew that Lin Ling liked to dance on the steel wire rope? No matter how difficult it was, he would play. Alright, I agree. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was overjoyed and spoke faster than anyone else. The 7 emperors wanted to dissuade Lin Ling, but Lin Ling said, everyone else can join the bet. You can bet with merit points. By 1 to 1. Does anyone want to play? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire city fell silent. Previously many people were tempted. They felt that this bet was too boring with only two people. Moreover, they didn't want to miss out on any benefits. However, who knew that in the next moment, Lin Ling would open the door for them to join in the fun? How could they not take advantage of such a good opportunity? Is it true that you can swallow all the merit points that are offered? The Lord of the North deity Emperor smiled faintly. Of course, no matter how big it is, I can swallow it. As for the origin of the merit points, you don't need to worry because the 7 emperors will help me out. Yes. Lin Ling nodded, causing the 7 emperors and the others to stare. Were they going to help Lin Ling bet? If Lin Ling lost, who knew how many merit points he would have to pay? Now that the demon race was invading, merit points were extremely precious. It was closely related to strength. Even the big shots of the mortal world valued merit points greatly. Of course, there is another condition for this bet. You can only bet that I will lose, not that I will win. Lin Ling said again. However, his words were obviously ignored. Because everyone had originally bet that Lin Ling would lose. Who would bet that Lin Ling would win? Unless they were idiots. Good, place your bets. All the big shots of the mortal world were interested. They even looked at Lin Ling with ridicule. Because Lin Ling was a greenhorn, he didn't know what the Law River was. In an instant, the merit points crazily increased. Emperor Li Shou was in charge of recording the merit points. Looking at the crazily increasing merit points, his heart beat violently. He wasn't excited but wanted to cry. Because if they lost, the 7 emperors' heavens would go bankrupt. As for the Law Overlord, his fat face was also trembling. He didn't expect that Lin Ling, whom he had repeatedly made difficult for in the past, would cause the big shots of the mortal world to make a bet today. He was ashamed of his lack of courage. Then he said bitterly, "Old fish, if we lose, we will have to sell our blood and flesh. You should be the one selling. You have a body of fat, so you should be worth some money." Emperor Li Shou said with a bitter smile. He looked at Lin Ling and suddenly realized that Lin Ling was also excited. However, it seemed that he was excited because of joy. This almost made him faint. He didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. I also bet 10 million merit points. At this time, the children of desolation in the distance also arrived. Among them, Prince Xiaoyao also made a bold bet. Embarrassing. The divine Marquis Manor has bet 30 million. You, a child of desolation, only bet 10 million. Can't you afford it? Or are you afraid that I can't afford it? Lin Ling looked at him disdainfully. I'll bet 50 million. Shouted Prince Xiaoyao furiously. Lin Ling was going to lose, but he was still so arrogant. How bold. Lin Ling gave him a thumbs up. He was excited. He had 50 million points, but the most astonishing thing was yet to come. Mr. He, go and represent Jianghu and bet 100 million. Said the Jade Lake's mother. When the crowd saw that the Jade Lake's mother had increased the bet, they became even more confident. I'll bet 5 million, 8 million. I'll represent Champion University and bet 100 million. Emperor Li Shou, who was in charge of recording the merit points, trembled as he stared at Lin Ling with resentment. Originally, the others had only made a small bet, but with a few words from Lin Ling, they had bet their entire fortune. Now all the merit points added up to a total of 1 billion. 1 billion? What if he lost? The 7 emperors' world could work for the world for the rest of their lives. Thinking about that, the members of the 7 emperors' world started shaking. How terrifying. When Lin Ling thought about the 1 billion points, he started shaking too. What a great harvest. Boom boom boom. At this time, the river of laws in the sky finally came crashing down, following the mountain peak and shaking the world. At the beginning, the river was the widest. It was the Celestial Law River. After the Celestial Law River, there were 8, each representing the 5 elements. At the top of the mountain, an old man in red armor appeared. He had a long beard and was staring at the common people indifferently. "Thank you for your help, Master Tianya," said Martial God Tianyu at the same time. If they wanted to open the Celestial Law River, they had to get the old man's permission. The Deacon Palace also had to pay a certain price. According to legends, the old man was a terrifying cultivator. He had been ordered to protect the Celestial Law River. No need. When the master left, he told me that if I had the chance, I would help the human race. Therefore it's my duty, said the old man in red armor. Then he disappeared. Lin Ling stared at the old man. Surprisingly, he was a celestial shrimp? Li Xiaoyao had helped that old man before he left. He hadn't thought that after so many years, he would still be in the human world. "Let's start," said Martial God Tianyu, but he wasn't there. He had to protect the Celestial Law River. "Let's go." Chapter 1936. Nourishment. No. One of them had just stepped into the Dharma River and was immediately blasted out. He was seriously injured and almost died. That's Fire Flash CND. His talent is fire, but he actually went into the water Dharma River. It would be strange if he wasn't injured. The human realm giant shook his head. Then, several more people were blasted out by the Dharma River. They were covered in blood and their faces were pale. "Sigh, I missed the chance to refine the Dharma River. If I can't even endure the pain, how can I become a powerhouse?" Someone else said. Being in the Dharma River was like being in a mountain of blades and a sea of fire. Without great willpower, one wouldn't be able to endure it. As for those who didn't have a real source, they would suffer even more. Look, the Supreme Family's Supreme Iron CND has comprehended 3 laws. At this time, someone exclaimed. In the vast river, a person's body was shining brightly as his laws increased. One must know that for Wuxia realm powerhouses, it was very difficult to increase their laws. Other than the realm, they had to rely on cultivation techniques and weapons. As for Wuxia realm powerhouses, they usually had around 300 laws. If they could increase their laws by 10 laws, then they would be able to defeat their former opponents in the future. And this was just the effect of one incense stick of the Dharma River. If a cultivator were to comprehend their own laws, they wouldn't be able to do it without 100 years. Lin Ling, if you want to be number 1, then you have to surpass them. Do you see Situ Ling? She has already comprehended 50 laws. This is the height you need to look up to. Remember, the third revolution Wuxia means that after the real source, your laws will increase even more. It doesn't mean that you are very strong now. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling didn't go to the Heavenly River and continued to look ahead. Situ Ling is only one of them. The most powerful one is Shanggongyu. You have no chance of winning against him. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother said again. She admitted that Lin Ling was a genius. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's weakness was that his cultivation time was too short and his realm wasn't high. It's hard to say until the end. Lin Ling left these words and shot towards the Dharma River. Previously, he had been observing the Dharma River and gradually became more familiar with it. Lin Ling move out. Everyone stared at Lin Ling, their hearts trembling fiercely. Fail, hurry up and fail for me. Lin Ling definitely can't win. I bet my entire fortune on him losing. Hurry up and die or I'll suffer a great loss. After a moment of silence, furious roars could be heard. Everyone wanted Lin Ling to lose. At the same time, on the other side of Dharma River, the geniuses were also staring at Lin Ling. They all sneered. As for Shanggongyu and the others, their eyes were filled with disdain. The Desolation's son Lin Ling? Today was the perfect time to defeat him and let the human realm's ancient giants know that only they had the qualifications to become Huang's children. You won't lose, right? On the side of the 7 emperors, Emperor Li Shou and the others were extremely nervous. Hee old fish, Law Overlord, have you prepared your merit points? 1 billion merit points, you won't go back on your word, right? Someone mocked, causing the 7 emperors and the others' expressions to change. 1 billion was indeed a terrifying number. You shut up, Lin Ling will definitely win. Surprisingly, Emperor Li Shou and the others did not speak. Instead, it was the fat Law Overlord who angrily shouted. At this moment he supported Lin Ling more than anyone else, because they could not afford to lose. However, their chances of winning were very small. This was because many of the geniuses who entered the Dharma River were not weaker than Lin Ling in terms of talent. They had second-grade God-ranked talents. In terms of cultivation, they surpassed Lin Ling. In terms of laws, many of them had more than Lin Ling. Lin Ling's advantage was that after entering a new realm, his laws surpassed others. However, this was not the condition for him to become the final winner. Among the 9 heavenly rivers, Lin Ling directly chose the Fire Dharma River because he could refine his law of fire here. Lin Ling, you're here. Then let's compete to see who has comprehended the law of fire more. I've already comprehended 20 laws. In the Fire Dharma River, the human realm genius looked confidently at Lin Ling. Lin Ling ignored him and shot into the river. Instantly, a scorching power attacked him. The law of fire burned him and collided with the yellow springs flames in his body. However, he did not have a solid source of power and was quickly submerged by the river. He lost just like that? Everyone was shocked. This was too fast. Haha, he couldn't have been burned to death by the fire Dharma river, right? After a moment of silence, laughter rang out. The 7 emperors and the others were stunned. Lin Ling wanted to take first place like this? No one saw that Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged in the fire Dharma river. Familiar memories rose in his mind. It was Li Xiaoyao's martial path in the past. Li Xiaoyao was known as the flame god in the past. This fire Dharma river was the law of fire that he had left for the human realm before he stepped into the martial god realm. It also represented his life's comprehension of the law of fire. Returning to this place again, Lin Ling felt that it was very familiar. His eye of time appeared. It was as if he saw through the river and found the process of Li Xiaoyao's cultivation of the law of fire when he was weak. If Lin Ling did not cultivate the law of fire, these memories would be useless to him. However, his law of fire was not weak. When he merged it with Li Xiaoyao's law of fire, the pressure on him instantly disappeared. It was as if he had returned to the time when Li Xiaoyao was weak and cultivated the law of fire step by step. Rumble. At the same time, a whirlpool appeared in the fire Dharma river. Lin Ling walked out of the whirlpool step by step. His confidence was greatly boosted. You're not dead yet? The human realm genius was surprised. Didn't you want to compete with me to see who can comprehend the law of fire more? Then let's compete. Lin Ling looked at him calmly. He opened his arms and closed his eyes. A voice rose in his mind, I am free and unfettered. I use fire as my Tao. All fire in the world will submit to me. Rumble. The calm fire Dharma river was now filled with towering waves. It was as if Lin Ling had summoned it. Even the sky shrimp in the river was shocked. Lin Ling did not even have 10 laws of fire. His strong points were the law of space and his physical strength. Now they were increasing crazily. 20 laws. 30 laws. 40 laws. The human realm genius beside him was shocked. Lin Ling's law of fire had surpassed his in an instant? He did not know that Lin Ling's law of fire was like a sponge. It was in a blank state. Now that it met Li Xiaoyao's law of fire, it was like a sponge absorbing water. 50 laws, 60 laws. Gosh, the entire law of fire Dharma river is surging toward him. Moreover, he is safe and sound. Seeing the dazzling scene on the fire Dharma river, everyone was shocked. Haha, this is the mad god Lin Ling of the 7 emperors world. On the side of the 7 emperors, the law overlord was the first to cheer. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's law of fire was like drinking water. It reached 100 laws and was heading toward 200. Why is he not under any law pressure? Moreover, all the law of fire Dharma river is flowing toward him? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's face turned pale. She was shocked and did not understand what was happening. However, it was fortunate that she did not bet on comprehending 50 laws. Otherwise she would have lost. At this moment, the entire city was silent. Boom. But this was not the end of everyone's surprise. When Lin Ling's fire martial Dao reached 200 points, his entire body shone brightly, and an illusory source of energy rose up, spiraling in the air and condensing into something substantial. A breakthrough. Chapter 1937. Killing Law River. Did something go wrong with the Fire Law River? Yes. Everyone was surprised, but they didn't know what was going on. Even the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was the same. After all, even her master wasn't familiar with the Law River. Are you stupid? If something went wrong with the Fire Law River, then why didn't the other geniuses change? Could it be that Lin Ling is favored by the Fire Law River? Everyone discussed with each other, each with their own opinion. As for the geniuses in the Law River, they all had gloomy expressions. Lin Ling comprehended 200 Tao laws in addition to his breakthrough. This harvest obviously surpassed theirs. Although there was no fixed target for the bet, everyone knew that other than Shanggong Yu and the other two, no one else could compare to Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was floating above the Law River, his black hair and robe fluttering in the wind. After stepping into the 6th layer of Wuxia, he gained another 30 Tao laws in an instant. This was the benefit of the 3rd transformation Wuxia. Lin Ling's aura surged. He had the thought of fighting against the big shots of the mortal world, but he calmed down. The cultivation method of the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared in his mind. The laws of heaven and earth, the 6 paths of reincarnation. Birth, old age, sickness and death, flowers bloom and wilt, everyone in the world, no one can avoid the cycle of reincarnation. The voice resounded in Lin Ling's mind, causing the Yellow Springs army in his Zifu to surge. Ghostly energy surged. It was as if they saw the 6 paths of reincarnation. One must know that birth, old age, sickness and death were the laws of heaven and earth. No one could avoid it. Therefore Lin Ling's 6 paths of reincarnation was a law of heaven and earth martial art. Pop pop pop. The yellow spring's flame spread out. The white flame was hot and cold, causing the Law River to be like the yellow springs of hell. Yellow Springs flame? Staring at the white flame, many people were shocked again. Is that guy borrowing the Law River to comprehend martial arts? Lin Ling brought them more and more shock, wave after wave like the rising and falling waves of the sea. What a terrifying law of fire. We can't keep this Dharma river. Above the river, the mortal world geniuses left one after another with hearts full of anger. This was because the river of fire seemed to be under Lin Ling's control. It formed a dazzling wheel of fire that resembled a samsara circle, forcing them to leave. This is the aura of the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. Not only did this guy comprehend 200 laws, but he also made a breakthrough and comprehended his own fire martial arts. On the side of the 7 emperors' heavens, Emperor Li Shou exclaimed in shock. His heart was filled with excitement. Because of this, not only did Lin Ling surpass the geniuses of the mortal world, he even surpassed Situ Ling. Only Zhuge Xiong and Shanggong Yu had similar gains as Lin Ling. Is the fire magic river his home? Why isn't it affecting him at all? Heavenly Prince Xiaoyao, heaven-blessed martial god, and the others all wore gloomy expressions. At this time, Lin Ling left the fire magic river. His expression was calm as he ignored the surprised voices outside. In this cultivation he had just started to cultivate the first samsara of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the law of fire had reached 300. Most importantly, this was just the beginning of the 6 paths of reincarnation. If he comprehended all 6 paths, then his law of fire would increase by tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions. After leaving the law of fire, Lin Ling's gaze swept across and landed on the Dharma River of Slaughter. He's currently in 2nd place. Zhuge Xiong, Shanggong Yu, and the others have also greatly improved their laws and increased their cultivation. Their gains are slightly better than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling will be facing them next. Lin Ling must fail. Is he going to go to the Dharma River of Slaughter? Is he going to defy the heavens again? It's possible. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They were extremely nervous. Because according to Lin Ling's heaven-defying actions, it was very likely that he would sweep through the Dharma River of Slaughter again. And in the Dharma River of Slaughter, there was only one person tempering himself, and that was Zhuge Xiong. The Dharma River of Slaughter, comprehending the domains of slaughter, dominance, edge, king and others. It was ranked 2nd among the 9 heavenly rivers. Only those with great perseverance could enter it. Until now, only Prince Xiaoyao and Zhuge Xiong had entered it. Prince Xiaoyao cultivated the Tao of Slaughter, and his gains were not bad in the past. Most importantly, their cultivation had reached Wu Sheng's 8th stage, while Lin Ling had just stepped into Wu Sheng's 6th stage. You want to compete with me? Are you comparable to me? Zhuge Xiong's body was submerged in the Dharma River of Slaughter as he stared at the incoming Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not even look at him because he, Lin Ling, was not interested in competing. He wanted to improve his strength. Not everyone can enter the Dharma River of Slaughter. Your talent has nothing to do with killing. Zhuge Xiong said again. It has nothing to do with killing, but it doesn't mean that I can't enter. Lin Ling finally spoke. His body moved and he fell into the Dharma River of Slaughter. Boom. The Dharma River of Slaughter attacked him. As soon as he entered, Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was covered in blood. Moreover, the terrifying murderous aura attacked him, causing his eyes to turn red and his body to tremble. Good. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. They thought that Lin Ling would still defy the heavens, but it was obviously impossible. The Dharma River of Slaughter had an effect on Lin Ling, unlike the Fire Dharma River of Slaughter, because the Dharma River of Slaughter had nothing to do with Lin Ling's martial path. Lin Ling knew this as well. He came here to refine his celestial demon overlord body. I will battle the heavens and the earth. I will be invincible and dominate the world. The ancient god overlord appeared behind Lin Ling, standing in the river like an invincible god of war. Rumble. Countless Dharma of Slaughter slashed him like knives. Swish. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The river water had also turned red. Good. Good. Many people shouted excitedly, as if they had seen Lin Ling fail and obtained a large amount of merit points. The 7 emperors heaven side fell silent, their faces solemn. Boom. The Dharma River of Slaughter became even more vast, like a wave. Even Zhuge Xiong's face changed drastically, almost unable to withstand it. He looked at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling had been submerged. Ah, too stubborn. If you don't cultivate the killing martial path, why choose the Dharma river of slaughter? Zhuge Xiong shook his head. Zhuge Xiong shook his head. However, at this moment, a figure crawled up from the river with difficulty. Was Lin Ling. At this moment there was even more blood on his body. His flesh had been cut into pieces, as if he had suffered the punishment of death by 1,000 cuts. However, Lin Ling's face was calm, even calm and indifferent. Seeing this, Zhuge Xiong's heart exploded. What terrifying willpower. He thought that he was Frenzied Blade, a person with great willpower, but who knew that Lin Ling's willpower was not weaker than his. In fact, it was even stronger. What tenacious willpower. Everyone's jaws dropped. They did not expect Lin Ling to be able to withstand it. They even saw that Lin Ling's bones had been cut by the Dharma river of slaughter, but Lin Ling did not even frown. This guy's willpower is not only great, but he is also unafraid of death. However, the number of Dharma laws he can raise in the Dharma river of slaughter is not much, so why is he still so stubborn and not leaving? The 7 emperors and others stared at Lin Ling, as if this was the first time they had seen Lin Ling. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so tenacious. As for Lu Susu, the Crystal 7 Talents and others, they clenched their fists, worried for Lin Ling. You actually smiled. Chapter 1938. One could survive the sins of the heavens, but not those of one's own making. Lin Ling was indeed smiling. The scar on his face made him look even more evil. However, even though he was smiling, it didn't mean that it was easy for him to face the slash of death. On the contrary, the slash of death went straight to his soul, making him wish he was dead. The reason why he was smiling was that under the slash of death, his physical strength was increasing as if it had been tempered thousands of times. According to legends, the godly demon tyrant body had an ultimate body. When an ancient demon and an ancient god merged to form the godly demon body, it was a third-grade divine rank talent. However, it was very difficult to form such a physique. Even great Emperor Zhai Xing couldn't do it. Firstly, there was a lack of external stimulation such as the slash of death law river. Secondly, great Emperor Zhai Xing's height was limited. However, Lin Ling's height wasn't much lower than great Emperor Zhai Xing's. To Lin Ling he had both the right time and the right place. If he missed this opportunity he would definitely regret it. Your Majesty, do your best. Elder Purple's excited voice came. He was the one who reminded Lin Ling to come to the slash of death law river. The storm is too fierce. Lin Ling was also excited. A dragon claw appeared on his left hand, cracking. What? You want an even fiercer slash of death law? In the distance, Zhuge Xiong sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't take it anymore. Who knew that Lin Ling wanted an even stronger storm? This freak, no wonder Lin Ling didn't refute him before. It was because he wanted to fight Lin Ling. However, in reality, Lin Ling's opponent wasn't him, but himself. Challenging the enemy was good, but challenging oneself was even better. Rumble. However, even without Lin Ling's summon, the slash of death law river in the sky overflowed more and more. The slash of death law river flowed down the slash of death law river and reached other branches. After a violent impact, a large number of human world geniuses were swept away like gourds. When the river water reached the slash of death law river, Zhuge Xiong's expression changed drastically. He seemed to have seen all the killing intent of the 4 great eras. Retreat. Retreat. Zhuge Xiong left. Zhuge Xiong. However, his cultivation base has increased, and he has comprehended a large amount of the law of slaughter. This time he has profited greatly. Look, Lin Ling hasn't left yet. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Then they stared at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's dragon claws appeared and blocked in front of him, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Come on. In the past, Li Xiaoyao was free and unfettered under the heavens. This is merely a river of laws left behind in the past. Could it be that it would rebel against its master? Boom. The river water instantly submerged Lin Ling, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, Lin Ling's dragon claws were cut into pieces. But this was not the end. The river of blades rushed towards Lin Ling and actually chopped Lin Ling into pieces. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere once again. Bones splattered everywhere. Dead. This time, everyone witnessed Lin Ling's death with their own eyes. The next moment, everyone laughed. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother smiled. Lin Ling had overestimated himself and was chopped to death. He clearly wanted to challenge the heavens' might, but he was not qualified. The 7 emperors were all stunned, and the law overlord was frantic. Lin Ling was dead and they would have to pay 1 billion merit points as compensation. What do we do? What do we do? The law overlord anxiously asked. Shut up. Emperor Lisho bellowed, his face extremely gloomy. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's body appeared in the river of laws. He looked extremely weak, but he still floated up. Rebirth from a drop of blood? Everyone who was laughing froze. Then they saw countless Lin Lings walk toward the river. Each of them was made of flesh and blood. They walked toward the river, but in the process, a large number of clones also died. Tempering his body. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lin Ling sensed that his physical strength was crazily increasing. Ultimate physique was about to arrive. Almost at the same time, there was a rumble and 2 giants appeared behind Lin Ling. One was an ancient god and the other was an ancient demon. The 2 looked exactly the same, but their auras were different. It was as if they could go to heaven and hell with a thought. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Ling's body seemed to have triggered countless bombs, and those clones all returned. Although the dragon claws were cut, the power merged into Lin Ling's body, forming a terrifying 30-universe force. Pop, pop. At the same time, a vortex appeared in the river of laws, and a majestic aura soared into the sky. The ultimate god-fiend physique had arrived. A 3rd-grade divine rank talent. At this moment, Skyborder City was silent. Was too crazy. Lin Ling had actually increased his talent. Moreover, this time Lin Ling had comprehended the laws of nature, and his cultivation realm had also increased. In the end, his talent had also increased. In this way, who could compare to him? At the thought of this, everyone's faces turned ugly. Haha, my talent has increased. At this moment, in the heavenly river of wind, an excited voice was heard. Was Shanggongyu. His confidence had increased, and he must become the most dazzling genius of the human world. However, after his voice, the city was still silent, and no one cared about him. He glanced around, and when his gaze landed on Lin Ling, his heart trembled violently. Lin Ling's talent had also increased? Shanggongyu was not the most dazzling? At this moment, Shanggonyu's face froze, and he did not know what to say. It's over, even Shanggongyu can't compare to Lin Ling. Lin Ling has won this bet. My merit points, damn Lin Ling. Lin Ling is a 3rd-grade divine rank Wuxia, and now even his talent has increased. Such a genius is terrifying. The crowd made a sound and their faces were complicated. Outside the Skyborder City, Yuanzi stared ahead, and her heart became heavier. This news must be reported to the demon race. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling continued to move forward, following the Death Law River, and actually headed to the top of the mountain. And that was the Heavenly Law River. This action was no doubt earth-shattering. Lin Ling had won, but he did not give up and actually wanted to go to the Heavenly Law River. One must know that until now, no one had ever gone to the Heavenly Law River. This guy is crazy. If he dies in the Heavenly Law River, it will be fun. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was overestimating himself because that was a challenge to the heavens. Even the 7 emperors were not optimistic about Lin Ling, and they helplessly shook their heads. Lin Ling had already won, so why was he so stubbornly going to the Heavenly Law River? Go, it's better if you die there. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother coldly said, and her eyes were filled with expectation. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling stepped forward. A voice in his mind told him that he wanted to go to the Heavenly Law River, because that was the path Li Xiaoyao took to leave the martial god world. Perhaps this path was difficult, but Lin Ling must go and take a look. If he did not even dare to walk the path of the past, then how could he talk about the martial path? Boom. There was only one Heavenly Law River, and it was the mother river of the other 8, so the laws in the Heavenly Law River were even more terrifying. Bang. The terrifying river rushed over, and Lin Ling was sent flying, spitting out blood. Seeing this, everyone laughed, not surprised by the scene in front of them, because this was a disaster from the heavens. One could survive, but not from one's own sins. Overestimating himself. Tianzong martial god was happier than anyone else. Chapter 1939. My path. However, Lin Ling climbed up from the terrifying river. He looked at the mountain peak and gritted his teeth as he climbed up. His godly demon body was constantly healing him, but the river water was also attacking him. Rumble. Lin Ling was once again sent flying, and this time his injuries were even more serious. Seeing Lin Ling, everyone shook their heads and felt that this was normal. Lin Ling, give up. Emperor Liso shouted as he saw Lin Ling stubbornly climbing the mountain. Even if the 7 Emperors' sky had to compensate him with 1,000,000,000 merit points, he didn't want Lin Ling to die in the Heavenly Law River. This was because that was where the 8 Law Rivers gathered. Not only was it a test of the body, but it was also a test of the soul, talent, willpower, and so on. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to hear him. Instead, he laughed. He continued forward. The reason Lin Ling laughed was because he sensed that the Heavenly Law River was a place to temper one's essence, energy, and spirit. It was just right for him. This also meant that he would follow Li Xiaoyao's path of martial arts. You are you and I am me. Today I will walk your path. In the future I will walk my own path. Lin Ling's mind was incomparably firm, but soon he was once again washed down by the Heavenly Law River. It was as if the heavens had rejected him. Lin Ling climbed up again and continued forward with great difficulty. His body, dantian, and soul had all suffered heavy injuries. If he wasn't a triple essence, energy and spirit cultivator, he would have already turned into ashes. No one knew this secret. Everyone only knew that no one could walk through the Heavenly Law River. However, they didn't know that the only person who could walk through it was a triple essence, energy and spirit cultivator. I can still do it. Lin Ling climbed up again, but when he reached the mountain along the river, he was washed down again. This time, Skyborder City was silent. He had finally reached the mountain, but unfortunately, it was all for naught. However, Lin Ling continued forward. Everyone could see that even the slightest movement took Lin Ling a long time. Why was he so persistent? Could it be that he didn't even want his life anymore? Why was he so stubborn? Could it be that there was something at the top of the mountain that attracted him? This kid is not simple. In the distance, Yuanzi frowned and said. Of course it wasn't just her. All the experts in Skyborder City felt that Lin Ling was extraordinary. As for the Xiandi 10 heroes, Huang's son and the others, they were extremely jealous. Lin Ling's strength was inferior to theirs, but he had repeatedly done things that they didn't dare to do. Why is he going to the top of the mountain? A desolate voice echoed from the Dermic River. It was the sky shrimp. He looked at the fearless young man and eventually weakened the nomological laws of the Dermic River. Don't go easy on me. However, Lin Ling also sensed the weakening of the Heavenly Law River. You. The celestial shrimp let out a cry of surprise. That young man didn't want its help? How could there be such a foolish person in this world? He was kind enough to let the young man ascend the mountain more easily, but the young man refused him? Your heart of martial arts has surpassed everyone in the world. Sigh, I'll fulfill your wish. The celestial shrimp sighed softly, causing the Dermic River to overflow even more intensely than before. He couldn't go easy on the young man anymore. If he went easy on him, it would be an insult to the young man because the young man might be confirming his own heart of martial arts. At this moment, Lin Ling had walked more than half of the Dermic River and reached the second half of the Dermic River. He was getting closer to the top of the Dermic River. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying Dermic River crashed down. Rumble. Lin Ling was washed back to the starting point again. Everyone shook their heads. What a pity. This time he was even closer to the finish line, but he still failed. After this failure, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to stand up again. This time, the Heavenly River is finally over. The human realm giant shook his head. He would come to watch every time the Dermic River was refined, but this time was undoubtedly the most shocking. Wait, he's standing up again. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke, causing the entire city to become even more silent. Even a pin drop could be heard. Lin Ling climbed up again. Using all his strength, he rushed into the river and slowly climbed to the top of the mountain. At this moment, his thin body seemed to be as tall as a giant. This kind of determination undoubtedly moved the hearts of many. After seeing Lin Ling fail again, many people felt an inexplicable heartache. Lu Susu, Eternal Fairy, and their beautiful eyes were also wet. It was as if they saw a man fighting alone, embarking on the journey for the belief and goal in his heart. He could become the son of desolation not because of his strength, but because of the determination in his heart. The two Battle Kings Sun and Moon Wushuang spoke at the same time. At this moment the two seniors also admired Lin Ling. Why do you persist? The celestial shrimp watched Lin Ling climb up the Heavenly River again. He finally spoke. Because this is my path. If I don't search for it, I will regret it. I will miss out on many things. Lin Ling was still moving forward with difficulty. His clear eyes were filled with determination. Boom. The celestial shrimp's heart exploded. My path? This path was the path of that lord. He said in shock, could it be that you are? Yes. Who I am is not important. Now I am Lin Ling. Yes. The determined voice floated out, causing the celestial shrimp's body to tremble. He could faintly see that indomitable man, that benefactor who enlightened him. In a distant era, that lord passed by here. He saw the beautiful scenery here, so he planned to step into the sky from here. However, when that lord slashed open the sky and opened the path to heaven, large amounts of fish and prawns died in the nearby ponds. Only the celestial shrimp did not die. At that time he was covered in wounds and was washed ashore. However, his will to live made him persist. He went back into the water. Only by returning to the water could he survive. Because of his will to live, that lord stopped on the way to the sky and smiled as he enlightened him. Just one enlightenment, and he, the celestial shrimp, was like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. He still remembered this kindness. And now he saw the shadow of that lord in this young man. He knew that this determined young man must be related to that lord. Because they were so similar. I will help you. Yes. The celestial shrimp roared. He was more excited than anyone else. He seemed to have seen his benefactor. No need. Let the bigger waves come. Stop. Lin Ling refused directly. The celestial shrimp smiled bitterly. Lord, if you continue like this, you will die. Stop. This is my path. Come on. Stop. Lin Ling said with difficulty. Okay. Stop. The celestial shrimp finally nodded. When Lin Ling was about to reach the top of the mountain, a 1,000-meter-tall Dharma river crashed down from the sky. It was dazzling and majestic. It was a shocking sight. This? Stop. In Skyborder City, everyone was shocked. Why was this Dharma river different from usual? Good, he is dead. Stop. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother had been nervously clenching her fists. At this moment she did not care about her face and shouted. However, her appearance made many people look at her angrily because she was too ugly. Lin Ling, be careful. Stop. On the side of the 7 emperors, everyone shouted. Chapter 1940. The Perfect Demon. Rumble. The entire mountain peak, Skyborder City, and even the ground were shaking. This was because this was not an ordinary river but the water of law. Even a martial emperor expert would not dare to rashly resist it. The deafening sound lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Finally, the river water flowed into 8 branches before it finally weakened. However, everyone was silent and their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. At this time, a figure stood up from the water not far from the mountain peak. His clothes were tattered and his long hair danced in the wind. His handsome face was cold and indifferent. At first he struggled to stand up, but for some reason, a mysterious force swept through his body and he gradually regained his strength. That kind of feeling was as if he had just crossed the threshold of life. He didn't get washed down the mountain? Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. Miracle, this was simply a miracle. He was the first person to reach the summit since the appearance of the Dharma River. Everyone's hearts were trembling as if they had been struck dumb. At this moment, even the 3 great mythological figures felt that Lin Ling was very terrifying, as if he was above their heads. As for Son of Famine and the others, their complexions were dark and gloomy, as if they were looking up at Lin Ling. However, outside of them, everyone else was looking up at Lin Ling. An undefeatable war god was standing at the top of the mountain. His invincibility didn't mean that he had never lost a battle. On the contrary, he had lost time and time again. However, his heart was undefeatable. He continued to fight until he finally reached the top. This was the counterattack of an ant against the heavens. Crush. At the top of the mountain, a gentle breeze blew, causing Lin Ling's long hair to flutter. He looked at the sky and it was as if he could touch the peak of the heavens. This was the path that Li Xiaoyao walked. Lin Ling also wanted to take this path. He even wanted to go to the top of the mountain to watch. Very beautiful. Lin Ling said softly. It was indeed beautiful because the sky was dotted with stars, as if they were right above his head. The martial god's world seemed to have opened a door to him. My soul force has reached level 280, and my other domains have also been balanced. This trip was really good. Then Lin Ling laughed. His smile was extremely bright. In the past, his three domains were not balanced. His physical body was too strong and his martial arts of fire were too weak. But now they were all balanced. This was because his fire attribute talent had improved once again. The Yellow Springs flame had also reached the 3rd grade of the divine rank. Boom. The Yellow Springs flame appeared around Lin Ling like a tide. It was so beautiful. Another talent improved? As they stared at the dazzling white flames, cries of shock rang out one after another. Some even slapped themselves to see if they were dreaming. This was because on this trip, Lin Ling's cultivation had increased, his laws had increased, his martial arts had increased, and even his 2 great talents had increased. Whoever could surpass him would be the true winner. Shanggong Yu and the others became gloomy. Although they were stronger than Lin Ling, they knew that from today onwards only Lin Ling could surpass them. They would never have the chance to surpass Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling's talent had improved in all aspects. He could be called the most perfect monster. The Desolates and the others were clenching their fists as if they were looking at a rising star that would surpass them in the future. This was especially true for the carefree son of heaven. Their faces were the most unsightly. This was because the 3rd transition Wu Sheng, in addition to 2 great 3rd grade divine rank talents. Their potential could be imagined. Humph, no matter how powerful you are, can you compare to me the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao? Only fallen mortal was still confident and snorted disdainfully. Unfortunately, no one took his words to heart. This was because up until now, this reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao had never shown any brilliance. Instead, he had been in quite a sorry state. If Li Xiaoyao was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, many people felt that Lin Ling was more qualified. Unfortunately, Li Xiaoyao was reincarnated as fallen mortal. It was a bit of a waste. Haha, we won. 1 billion merit points. After a brief silence, the Law Overlord's voice suddenly rang out. Everybody's expression changed drastically. Even though they were moved by Lin Ling's determination, after calming down, they realized that they had lost a lot. Hehe, 1 billion merit points. You won't go back on your word, right? Haha, after today I don't know how many people will cry. Emperor Li Shou also shouted excitedly. He looked at them one by one, and their faces were as dark as the bottom of a nest. It was as if they had eaten a fly. Seeing this, he wanted to roar at the sky. If he had won against ordinary people with his status, he wouldn't have been happy, but if he had won against 2 other legendary cultivators, he would have been very happy. Moreover, 1 billion merit points. Just thinking about it made one unable to sleep. Did we lose? Whispered Sun and Moon Wushuang. They looked calm, but in fact they wanted to cry because they had bet 100 million merit points. That was a terrifying amount. Champion University wouldn't be able to make any progress for 100 years. As for Prince Xiaoyao and the others, they were gnashing their teeth, especially Prince Xiaoyao. He had originally placed a bet of 10 million, but Lin Ling had goaded him into placing a bet of 50 million. He hated Lin Ling to the core. Everybody remained silent. On the side of the 7 Emperors world, everybody was overjoyed. Lu Susu and the others burst into laughter. We don't have that many merit points right now. We'll owe you. At this time, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother suddenly said. The people of the 7 Emperors world were smiling. They couldn't pay her back. Old witch, you're going back on your word, shouted Emperor Yu furiously. If they had lost, the other side wouldn't have accepted the debt. Emperor Yu, don't go too far. Did I say I wouldn't give you anything? I don't have that many merit points right now, said the Jade Lake's mother, smiling coldly. Besides, it's not like I won't give you the debt. I'm going too far? Said Emperor Yu, pointing at the Jade Lake's mother. He was even more furious. They had lost, they had taken back what belonged to them, and now they were being called going too far? That's right. We'll pay you back sooner or later. I promise you, I'll pay you back within 100 years, said the other strong cultivators. They looked indifferent. Emperor Yu frowned. He couldn't refute them. Besides, more and more people were talking. Everybody was following the Jade Lake's mother. In any case, the 7 emperors couldn't attack them. Besides, they couldn't stop so many people. The Jade Lake's mother smiled even more coldly. She looked at the 7 emperors as if they were idiots. Then she flicked her sleeves and left. The people on the side of the 7 emperors were all trembling with anger. They wanted to stop them, but even if they could stop the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, they couldn't stop the other experts. You're acting like hooligans, roared the Law Overlord, his fat jiggling. However, nobody paid attention to him. Everybody was preparing to leave. Who dares to leave? However, at that moment, a cold shout rang out. A slender figure stood on the top of the mountain, staring coldly at the ground. His eyes were filled with rage. It was Lin Ling. "Can you stop me if I want to leave?" said the Jade Lake's mother disdainfully. She was the first to leave. She wanted to tell Lin Ling that she wanted to leave. What could he do about it? Because based on the current situation, not to mention Lin Ling, even the 7 emperors were unable to stop them. "You dare to leave if I don't let you? Celestial Shrimp, stop her." Chapter 1941. Who dares to leave? Rumble. But at this time terrifying waves surged from the Law River. It was as if a heavenly river was crashing down. It rushed out of the mountain and smashed towards the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. This Law River was condensed from the power of the 9 rivers. It was extremely terrifying. BFFF. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother couldn't react in time and spat out a mouthful of blood. She was in a sorry state. "Did I allow you to leave the city?" Lin Ling's cold voice came again, causing the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's eyes to widen. How could Lin Ling allow the River of Law to attack her? She wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone was shocked and even frightened. For everyone, the River of Law was the most mysterious existence. Even if one wanted to open it, one would need an ancient powerhouse to do so. But Lin Ling actually used the River of Law to block the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother? "You're courting death." The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother let out a furious roar as her eyes turned red. Rumble. The River of Law rushed towards her again. But the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was worthy of being a legend of the mortal world. Facing the 9 rivers of law, a 5-colored snow lotus appeared in her right hand. It bloomed with holy light in an attempt to block the terrifying River of Law. However, she underestimated the power left behind by Li Xiaoyao. The River of Law roared even more fiercely, causing her hair to become disheveled and her eyes to become dazzled. She couldn't block it at all. Pop. The River of Law was like a huge python or a ribbon that coiled around the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother blocked it in a sorry state. Even her golden embroidered shoes were washed away. At this moment she didn't look like the Heavenly Mother but more like a shrew. She, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, had never imagined that the ant-like Lin Ling would have the strength to fight against her. At this moment she felt like she was in a dream. In the past, when she found out that Yu and the others were taken away by a junior, she exploded with anger. However, that youth's background wasn't small, so she endured it. Moreover, she thought that she could slowly toy with such an ant to death and let him know how lowly he was. However, the Sky Lord was eliminated. She knew that this ant had some ability. But now, she knew that he was no longer an ant, but a rising star who was qualified to confront her. "Are you going to give it or not?" Lin Ling coldly shouted. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He wanted to use the power of the Dharma River to kill the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. However, the Heavenly Shrimp told Lin Ling that it was not difficult to kill the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Hearing this, Lin Ling was secretly regretful. He then shouted again, "Let me tell you, our 7 emperors' heaven doesn't accept IOUs. If you don't leave behind some merit points today, no one will give you face." His voice floated out, frivolous, domineering, and intimidating. Everyone's hearts began to tremble. Only Lin Ling would dare to threaten a mortal realm legend like this. This guy. The faces of the 7 emperors went pale as well, shocked by what they were seeing. As for Emperor Duowen, his jaw dropped. Was this Lin Ling the ruler of heaven and earth? Previously, he was able to control the Avalon of 5 elements in the human world. This time he could borrow the power of the Dharma River. He was simply omnipotent. Could it be that Lin Ling's perseverance had moved Senior Fa He to reach the top of the mountain? Was that why Fa He helped Lin Ling? The others had similar guesses because this was the only explanation that made sense. Lin Ling, there are no merit points, only IOUs. If you're not convinced, kill me if you can. Under countless gazes, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother became hysterical. She shook her messy hair and roared. She did not believe that a mere junior would dare to be arrogant to her. What a thick skin. Lu Susu and the others gritted their teeth. This was shameless. This was also a battle of ruthlessness. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had seen all kinds of ruthless people since he started learning martial arts. He was not afraid of anyone in a battle of ruthlessness. It's a fair bet. If I lose, I'll go bankrupt. If I win, you want to renege on your debt? However, you're right. I can't kill you, but I can strip you of your clothes and let everyone see your ugly appearance. Lin Ling was so angry that he laughed. The so-called IOUs were naturally reneging on their debt. Lin Ling was not fooled. You dare. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's expression changed. She could not lower her noble head, but if her clothes were stripped, how would she face people tomorrow? What kind of laughingstock would the human world become? All the experts in Skyborder City sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling still had this trick up his sleeve? How ruthless. Those experts who reneged on their debt were all trembling. Lin Ling was not to be bullied. All right, strip her naked. Surprisingly, the law overlord was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Even his fat face was drooling. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was also trembling. She knew that Lin Ling was a man of his words. There was nothing he did not dare to do. This made her hate Lin Ling to the core. Lin Ling had actually embarrassed her so much. Your jade pendant is also a bet. Are you giving it to me? Lin Ling waved his right hand and had the sky prawn control the spiritual river, causing it to shrink. I'll give it to you. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother finally spoke. The jade pendant hanging on her body fell to the ground. Lin Ling waved his right hand and the jade pendant floated over. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it felt. This treasure must have been left behind by Li Xiaoyao. Of course, the most important thing was that the jade pendant was carved from a spatial stone. It could record time and was very helpful to spatial martial artists. Of course, others who obtained this jade pendant might not know how to use it. Gotcha. Lin Ling directly tore the jade pendant apart, leaving the spatial stone and throwing away all the other decorations. You bastard. Seeing Lin Ling's prodigal actions, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother roared again. Although she had handed over the jade pendant, it was only temporary. She would redeem it in the future. After all, this jade pendant was given to her by her master. But Lin Ling directly tore it apart. This jade pendant belongs to me. I tore it apart. What does it have to do with you? Also, you have to give me the merit points. Lin Ling ignored her and shouted again. Fine, 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 I will give it to you. Lin Ling, remember your actions today. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother could not bear it. If looks could kill, Lin Ling would have been slashed 1,000,000 times. He who wants to leave. Let me tell you, today I will not accept any promissory notes. Those who do not pay merit points will not be allowed to leave. Moreover, they will be stripped naked. Of course, those who are willing to strip will not receive any merit points. Lin Ling's eyes swept over everyone, causing their hearts to tremble. They wanted to refuse, but when they saw the terrifying river of law, they immediately lost all thoughts of resistance. Will you give it to me? I am from the North Celestial Royal Family. Can you not give it to me? That guy is called Mad God. His name is not just for show. He might even strip you. Give it to me. In Skyborder City, he is practically the boss. One by one, the human world's big shots took out their jade pendants and handed over their merit points. In the process, they revealed ugly smiles. As expected of the two battle kings, Sun and Moon Wushuang. 100,000,000 merit points. I, the Law Overlord, admire such courage. The Law Overlord was faster than Emperor Lisho and the others. He smiled and went to take the merit points. His fat face was as wretched as it could be. Everyone wanted to slap him 12 times. Chapter 1942. The demons attacked again. Unparalleled Sun and Moon smiled as they looked at Lin Ling on the mountaintop. Their smiles became even more brilliant, but they wanted to cry in their hearts. Admit defeat? Dream on. If they didn't give up, they would strip them naked. Obviously, they were forcing them to give up. Of course, the biggest reason why they agreed was because of the ancient magnate. Although the ancient magnate wasn't here, they were still in the wrong. Haha, thank you everyone. The 7 emperors were all overjoyed because they had obtained 1 billion merit points. Everyone had profited greatly. Lin Ling was also the same. His biggest gain was the spatial stone. This stone was divided into different grades, and the one he got now was obviously more precious. It could increase the power of his tyrannical song sword. Sir, the Dharma River is the law of the void. It's starting to retreat. At this time, the divine lobster respectfully said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the endless sky with a smile. He had gained a lot on this trip. Most importantly, he found the path Li Xiaoyao had walked, and now he knew what it meant to be free and unfettered. Thanks, old lobster. See you next time. Lin Ling jumped down and left the mountaintop. Rumble. The resplendent Dharma River started to flow backward. The scene was shocking, and the ancient mountain started to sink into the ground. Seeing this, many people had complicated expressions. They guessed that Lin Ling was able to get the help of the Dharma River because Lin Ling's perseverance had moved the old man in the Dharma River. Now that the Dharma River had left, they were unwilling, especially the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. She couldn't wait to take back those treasures. Of course, Lin Ling took the merit points and ignored their resentful eyes. Moreover, they didn't dare to act recklessly. Let's go. The 10 heroes of Xiandi and the son of Huang coldly stared at Lin Ling and planned to leave. They felt pressured and couldn't wait to go back and cultivate. On the other hand, Lin Ling was incomparably relaxed and carefree. Many people secretly shook their heads when they saw these two auras. It was as if they saw Lin Ling surpassing those top geniuses. But no matter what, Lin Ling had written a glorious stroke in the history of the mortal world today. Rumble. Just as everyone was about to leave, the ground suddenly shook. In the distance, dust filled the sky and the laws of nature soared into the sky. Moreover, they were coming from all directions. Demon Clan. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Because after the last confrontation in the heavenly earth, the Devil Clan's vitality had been greatly damaged. Unless the 5 great Devil Kings gathered together, they should not dare to appear again. But now the demon race came again. Everyone. All the giants of the mortal world shouted solemnly. Not good, it's the Mountain Charge Flame Demon Clan. Someone shouted in horror and his face turned pale. Hearing this, all the giants of the mortal world trembled. The so-called Mountain Charge Flame Demon Clan was an extremely mysterious demon clan. They weren't strong, but they could erupt with 100 Dharma laws before they died. And this was the lowest standard. The terrifying ones could even erupt with 1,000 Dharma laws. They were the most terrifying existence among the demon clan. The only flaw was that they weren't very intelligent. At present, the Mountain Charge Flame Demon Clan was all around. Obviously, these demon clan intended to perish together with the humans. One demon clan was not terrible, but tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of them, even the giants of the mortal world had to avoid them. Motherfucker, the demon race is a broken pot. There are also demon birds in the sky that commit suicide. Everyone's face turned solemn. This was an army besieging the city. Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. That feeling was like watching countless people holding explosives and choosing to blow up the city. Of course, although this move was violent and the demon clan would certainly suffer great losses, there were too many geniuses gathered in Skyborder City. If they could kill them, the demon clan would still make a small profit. Rumble. Countless demon bulls charged, and after a series of collisions, the city was destroyed. Ah, save me. A large number of people cried out in horror. Many humans and demon clan perished together. It was extremely tragic. No matter what the origin of these people in the mortal world was, or how powerful they were, under the impact of the self-exploding demon bulls, they were still a pile of yellow soil. Everyone escaped from here. The 7 emperors and the others all shouted. If they stayed where they were, they would be living rakes. Because in the face of self-exploding death warriors, the right way to go was to avoid them. Fishing the world. Emperor Li Shou also erupted with a terrifying power of law. Dazzling fishing hooks smashed into the ground, causing many demon bulls to explode. However, the effect was obviously not great because the demon clan did not dodge at all. They directly self-exploded because they came here with no intention of leaving. Retreat. Retreat. Everyone scattered. Almost at the same time, Skyborder City collapsed. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The rumbling sound seemed to spread throughout the entire grand mystic realm. In the sky, a dense group of self-exploding demon birds also flew over, exploding with a roar. It was as if countless fireworks were blooming, forming a large area of law explosion. A large number of humans died again. The ground was instantly in chaos. It was like purgatory in the mortal world. Lu Susu. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He first went to check on his friends. Fortunately, Lu Susu and the others were with Emperor Qingjing, so Lin Ling did not have to worry about their safety. As for the others under the 7 emperors, Lin Ling did not have the time to worry about them. Then he immediately left. Because he had been scattered by the rush. The 7 emperors and the others wanted to help Lin Ling, but the law explosion around them made it impossible for them to leave. Lin Ling ran along the hills and across the plains. He saw with his own eyes that some mortal world geniuses were surrounded by 5 self-exploding demon bulls and blown to death. Obviously, the demon clan's target was still the mortal world geniuses. Moreover, Lin Ling could see that there were actually people leading these self-destructing demons from behind. These demons gave up on killing the older powerhouses and rushed towards the younger generation. Moreover, there were many demons in charge of leading these demons, and they were scattered in every corner of the earth. Kill him. At this time, a voice sounded in front of Lin Ling. He saw a giant self-exploding demon bull charging at Lin Ling with earth-shattering steps. In the sky, shadows filled the air. Demon birds with 10-meter-long wings also flew over. The sky and earth were sealed. They wanted to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling could not meet force with force because the other party was a death warrior. They wanted Lin Ling to meet force with force. However, seeing the 100-meter-tall demon bull charging at him, Lin Ling smiled. Although the demon clan came to kill him, they did not recognize him. Therefore, they treated him as an ordinary mortal world genius. Therefore, there were not many demon bulls that appeared. There's a son of desolation over there. That person in the distance is Prince Xiao Yao. Lin Ling looked around and suddenly pointed at the sky in the distance. There were continuous explosions over there as well. A figure was bursting with murderous intent. He was able to withstand the attacks of more than a dozen suicide exploding demonic birds. Such strength was extremely terrifying. That person was none other than Prince Xiao Yao. Lin Ling's voice seemed to be talking to himself, but it had clearly fallen into the ears of a demon clan member behind him. This demon clan member was not tall and was very thin. However, it seemed to be the general behind the scenes. This was a wolf clan member, a demon clan member with extremely powerful soul force. Die. Chapter 1943. Self-destructing demons rumble. When the giant bull arrived, it exploded before it even got close to Lin Ling. It actually erupted with the power of 300 laws, which was terrifying to the extreme. Lin Ling was unable to block this attack. His body exploded and blood and flesh flew everywhere. On the other hand, the wolf-eared devil laughed cruelly and gave the order for all the giant oxen in the surroundings to charge towards the sky. Thus, an extremely shocking scene appeared. 100 exploding giant oxen stepped through the air and charged towards Prince Unfettered. Bastard! At this moment, Prince Xiao Yao was extremely sullen. Why were there suddenly so many demons? Who was trying to harm him? The son of Huang must be killed. On the ground, the wolf-ear devil race's voice let Prince Xiao Yao know that the wolf-ear devil race had recognized his identity. He couldn't wait to kill him. This infuriated him, and he had no choice but to resist the self-detonation of the surrounding devils with all his might. At the same time, he stared at the ground and noticed that a figure was growing like a bamboo shoot after the rain not too far away from the wolf-ear devil. That figure had transformed into a handsome young man, and most importantly, that young man was Lin Ling. Lin Ling was next to the jackal devil, and then the jackal devil ordered the other devils to surround and kill him? Prince Xiao Yao was stunned for a moment, and the veins on his forehead became even more prominent. Without a doubt, Lin Ling was trying to frame him again. This was the third time. Thank you. On the ground, although Lin Ling had been blown to pieces before, his god and devil body had reached the great success stage, and he could be reborn from a drop of blood. Therefore, before he was only pretending to be dead because there were too many devils around him. He was not stupid enough to meet them head-on. Even if the sky fell, the tall man would block it. Moreover, Lin Ling's talents had all been improved. He was only lacking cultivation resources. Therefore he would not take the risk. You're not dead. The wolf-ear devil race also noticed Lin Ling and couldn't help but be shocked. What a powerful body. I was just lucky. Lin Ling said with a faint smile, causing the expression of the wolf-ear devil race to turn serious. At this moment, the self-destructing devil race under its control had already flown into the sky, and it was obviously impossible for the distant devil race to help. As for strength, its strength was not strong. What was powerful was its soul power and intelligence. You look like a bay, which reminds me of the wolf and wolf colluding with each other. You should be the legendary bay, right? Lin Ling walked forward step by step, the tyrant song sword appearing in his hand. The so-called bay was actually in the form of a wolf, but it was thinner and weaker. It was like a military advisor in the wolf tribe. Who are you? The bearded devil said with a frown. Lin Ling was still moving forward slowly, but the sword in his hand was becoming more and more dazzling. The terrifying power of law caused the expression of the wolf-eared devil race to change. This person was so strong. He had been tricked, thinking that this was just an ordinary sixth-stage realm Wusheng. I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, followed by the mystic turtle's 9 steps, and disappeared on the spot. As for the bearded devil, it was stunned on the spot, its eyes trembling. This time, the devil race had sent out the self-destructing army because they had received news from a certain important person. A terrifying monster had been born in the human realm, and his name was Lin Ling. For that Lin Ling, they had chosen to sacrifice hundreds of millions of devil race members, not hesitating to kill that monstrous genius. Unfortunately, the situation was too chaotic. In addition, not everyone knew who Lin Ling was, so they had chosen to use a large-scale explosion. However, who knew that Lin Ling was right in front of him and had escaped? Lin Ling, over here. The bearded devil let out a cry and finally, its head fell off. Unfortunately, it did not notify the other devil race members. Lin Ling, you motherfucker, die for me. In the sky, Prince Xiaoyao realized that more and more devil race members were charging over. All of them were carrying explosives and they were not afraid of death. They were all here to bomb him. He was furious. He was not the only son of Huang, so why did they bomb him? Lin Ling was just below, so why didn't the devil race bomb Lin Ling? And that damned Lin Ling, he had helped him block the devil race army again. There will be no next time. I will never be your cannon fodder again. I will swallow you up sooner or later. Prince Xiaoyao self-destructed, and after expending even more killing laws, he finally escaped from the encirclement. His physical body could not be compared to Lin Ling's. Those killing laws that he had expended would require a few hundred years of cultivation to recover. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Sky Border City had turned into ruins. As for the ancient giants, none of them had appeared. Because they had expended their cultivation to open up the Dharma River, so they could not leave. Kill how many human realm geniuses? On a mountain range in the distance, a woman in purple frowned and said, My lord, currently more than 300 human realm geniuses have died, and they were all Wuxiang's 5th stage and below. Among them, 3 of the CND-10 heroes were heavily injured and were rescued by the human realm giants. As for the son of Huang, one of them was heavily injured and was rescued by someone. Tianzong and Jade Lake Heavenly Mother worked together to escape the encirclement, but Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was heavily injured. As for the other world giants, many of them died. A bat-like devil race member floated in the air and spoke. Where is Lin Ling? The woman asked. The situation is too chaotic. I don't see Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling became famous too late, so most of the mountain charge flame devils don't recognize him. However, with the large-scale explosion of laws, as long as Lin Ling is a step slower, he will definitely be killed. After all, although Lin Ling is talented, his current strength is not that great. If only that were the case, but as far as I know, this mad god Lin Ling is an extremely intelligent person. He shouldn't be stupid enough to stay in Sky Border City. I hope he will die here. The woman sighed. No matter, he will definitely die. And even if he doesn't die, if he meets me, Pink Prince, I will kill him. Beside him, a man in a black cloak said. He was the Pink Second Prince. Right now, most of the suicide exploding devils are dead, and the human realm powerhouses are starting to gather. It's about time we leave. After all, the human realm powerhouses are not afraid of the suicide exploding devils. They just want to protect their own people. If they discover us, we will be in trouble. Another person spoke. This person was dressed in white, had white hair and looked benevolent. This person was actually a human. If there was a human here, he would definitely be surprised to find that this person was the Sky Lord. Alright, listen to the Sky Lord. Let's leave this place. The woman nodded, and the figures on the mountaintop disappeared without a trace. Boom boom boom. The ground was still shaking and laws were exploding all around. However, the sound gradually became softer. Clearly, this group of devils had all self-destructed. In the distant mountain range, everyone looked at the huge explosion circle in the center with solemn expressions. Fortunately, they had escaped quickly. If they had been a step slower, they would have died. Death warriors are indeed terrifying. This move has greatly damaged the devil race's vitality. Why don't we take advantage of this to kill them? Don't be rash. If they dare to do this, they naturally have the confidence. I'm guessing that the other devil kings of the devil realm are coming. The human realm powerhouses floated in the sky, frowning at the scene before them. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Chapter 1944. They were all cannon fodder. Good Shanggong Yu, you're back. Jianghu, are you okay too? Many people laughed. Fortunately, these experts with boundless potential did not die. However, they also saw that several of the CND-10 heroes were seriously injured. Linling? Where's Linling? Yes. At this time, Emperor Li Shou's gaze swept around, looking for Linling among the crowd. As soon as his words fell, many people did the same. Linling had displayed even more terrifying talent in the River of Law. He couldn't have died, right? I think this time the demons killed their way here because of Linling. Linling is their target, so Linling should be dead. Yes. Someone from the ancient immortal platform gloated. That's possible. The expert from the ancient Ji family also laughed. The eyes of Son of Huang and the others lit up, and the corners of their mouths curled into a smile. Especially Tianzong Divine Martial Mortal Descent, and the others, they were even happier than when they broke through. Cough cough. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother spat out a mouthful of blood. She was injured by the River of Law, so when the demons came she was seriously injured again. But now she felt that her injuries were healed because Linling had died. How lively. Yes. But at this time from the ground, a slender figure slowly walked over. With an ancient sword on his back, his long hair fluttered in the wind, and a wine pot in one hand, his face carefree. Who else could it be but Linling? Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. Linling was still alive. Son of Huang and the others were disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Seeing Linling's carefree appearance, they felt as if they were being mocked. Most importantly, the others were escaping in panic, but Linling was drinking. Was he taking a walk? Why aren't you dead? Yes. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was angrier than anyone else. She pointed at Linling. Someone help me. Yes. Linling smiled and replied indifferently. His words surprised countless people. During the previous explosion, everyone could barely take care of themselves. Who would help Linling? It was Prince Xiaoyao. He lured away a large number of demons for me. I have to thank him. Linling laughed again, causing many people to grind their teeth. They didn't know why, but when they saw Linling's naive and innocent appearance, their hearts burned with lust. As for the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, she glared at Linling. She felt a sweetness in her throat as the injury she had suppressed just now seemed to erupt. However, she forcefully swallowed the blood because she didn't want to lose face in front of Linling. I'm guessing that the devil race's goal is me. Because my talent is too strong, and my current strength is not strong, they will definitely kill me quickly. I've implicated everyone. Linling suddenly blurted out. Silence. Everyone was silent. The evil fire that had been suppressed in his heart was about to explode at this moment. Linling, you also know that the devil race is here to kill you? We were all cannon fodder for you and we all escaped with serious injuries. But you had a satisfied look on your face and you were even drinking. Forget about that, you still have the nerve to mention it? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother could no longer suppress her injuries. She spat out a mouthful of blood and felt dizzy. Heavenly Mother, you have to take care of your body. Linling expressed his concern at the right time. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother spat out another mouthful of blood. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and fainted. Several of the Sons of Desolation were also seriously injured. At this moment they also had the urge to vomit blood. Linling. At this time a figure came from afar. It was Prince Xiaoyao. At this moment he was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was a mess, his face was ashen, and even his clothes were tattered by the devil race. Prince Xiaoyao, it's good to see that you're fine. Linling replied with a smile, causing Prince Xiaoyao's expression to freeze. If it wasn't for Linling's trap, how could he have become cannon fodder? Moreover, this was his third time being cannon fodder. Everyone was a son of heaven from the outside world, so why was he so unlucky? Linling was so lucky. He pointed at Linling, the anger and killing intent in his eyes extremely strong. But in the end he put down his hand because with the 7 emperors here, he clearly couldn't kill Linling. Emperor Li Shou bitterly smiled. Linling wanted to anger everyone to death, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. Okay, it's good that everyone is fine. In my opinion, although the devil race's goal is Linling, the human race's geniuses are also their targets. So don't blame Linling. Not to mention, it wasn't easy for everyone to escape that calamity. Who knew that it would have been better if he didn't do it, but once he did, everyone became even angrier. It was true that it wasn't easy for everyone to escape that calamity, but this everyone didn't include Linling because this guy was still drinking. It was as if the calamity from before had nothing to do with him, and he was completely unharmed. Prince Xiaoyao's expression became gloomy, and he almost vomited blood. He could only sulk in his heart. Earlier the devil race attacked and everyone was injured. I was at the Peerless Pagoda Cloud and couldn't come out. As for martial god Tianyu, he was guarding the Law River, so it was the same. Now everyone can rest for a day. Tomorrow we will gather at the Peerless Pagoda Cloud. At this time the voice of the mortal world guardian sounded. This time all the experts of the mortal world can enter the Peerless Pagoda Cloud, including the 3 great myths of the mortal world. Because the devil race also entered the Peerless Pagoda Cloud. After hearing this, many people became excited. The Peerless Pagoda Cloud was one of the top 10 secret realms in this world. Even the giants of the mortal world and the devil race were extremely tempted by this place. This place was also called the Land of God, and the treasures and secret realms inside would undoubtedly allow many people to be reborn. Perhaps, during this trip to the Peerless Pagoda Cloud, the mortal world might even have a new legend rising. The Peerless Pagoda Cloud? The eyes of Xiandi, the 10 heroes and the others were burning. At the moment they didn't have much hope of catching up to Lin Ling, but if there was a great creation, then this might not necessarily be the case. The group of Huang's child also had the same thought. Lin Ling's potential was very frightening, so they had to work harder. Let's go. One by one, the experts left to prepare for tomorrow's trip to the Peerless Pagoda Cloud. Lin Ling looked at them full of confidence and couldn't help but smile. The second stone sculpture was at the Peerless Pagoda Cloud, and he had been waiting for it for a long time. Even though he didn't know what other people would get, could it be comparable to the second stone sculpture left behind by Li Xiaoyao? Lin Ling, let's go. The people on the side of the 7 emperors also smiled and called for Lin Ling to leave together. Everyone stepped on the clouds and headed toward the 7 emperors' sky. Lin Ling, you really helped the 7 emperors' sky vent their anger today. To be able to win against the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, even we can't do it. Along the way, the Law Overlord's fat face revealed a smile as he looked at Lin Ling as vulgar as possible. His appearance shocked everyone. Wasn't the Law Overlord targeting Lin Ling before? How was he going to curry favor with Lin Ling now? Lu Susu and the others sighed in their hearts. Unknowingly, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the heights of the mortal world's 3 great legends. At the very least, if it were them, the Law Overlord wouldn't personally speak, and his tone would be polite. Am I close to you? Get lost. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ling didn't give the Law Overlord any face. Clearly, he still remembered how the Law Overlord made things difficult for him in the past. You. I'm supporting you. You're too hurtful. The Law Overlord instantly became depressed, causing Emperor Liso and the others to burst into laughter. They could see that the Law Overlord, this vulgar fatty, was very afraid of Lin Ling, so he wanted to be friends with Lin Ling and didn't dare to offend him. Chapter 1945. The Nation of God, the Unparalleled Pagoda Cloud. Oh, that's right. Lin Ling, did you see anything at the highest point of the Dharma River? Emperor Yu suddenly asked curiously. No one could go to the Heavenly Law River, and there didn't seem to be any great benefits, so everyone was puzzled as to why Lin Ling was so stubborn. Hee, the scenery up there is good, so I went to take a look. Lin Ling smiled meaningfully because this was the path that Li Xiaoyao took to conquer the world. It was also the place where Li Xiaoyao left this world and looked towards the firmament. Thus, how could Lin Ling not go? Everyone was speechless. Because of the beautiful scenery? Therefore, if he were to risk his life, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, could it compare to his life? Lunatic. The 7 emperors and the others thought to themselves. Lin Ling smiled, but his smile became even brighter because this was the path of triple cultivation. In this world, other than him, who else was qualified to walk this path? After splitting the merit points and exchanging them for treasures, we'll set off for the unparalleled Buddha cloud tomorrow. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said. The battle intent in his heart boiled even more. Yes, merit points. Everyone became excited. Even the 7 emperors were excited. And the place to exchange merit points was naturally the heavenly earth. When everyone arrived at the heavenly earth, they immediately exchanged for treasures one after another. Lin Ling received 100 million gold coins. After all, the 7 emperors had placed their bets, and Lin Ling was too embarrassed to take it all for himself. 100 million. Lin Ling was in high spirits. He kept an eye out for the things he needed. In the end, he did not exchange for any treasures that could increase his cultivation level. Firstly, he had just broken through, so it would be very difficult for him to increase his cultivation level. Secondly, many treasures were required to raise one's cultivation base. Therefore he exchanged for a treasure that could upgrade his weapon. First, his Tyrant Song Sword had reached its limit, but it could be upgraded to a 2-star Spirit Formation Immortal weapon. Secondly, he recalled the Berserk Armor, a 2-star Spirit Formation Immortal armament. This was a memory that had surfaced in his mind after the self-destructing race had arrived. With the remaining merit points he bought a lot of materials and then left Heavenly Earth. In the sacred land of the rainforest, when Lin Ling returned, Princess Fire Spirit, Little Flame, and the others looked at Lin Ling. They were shocked by the increase in Lin Ling's strength, because the current Lin Ling's cultivation had already surpassed theirs. In the past, Lin Ling's cultivation was inferior to theirs, but he could still easily defeat them. And now it was even harder to imagine. Pervert. The 9 spirits of heaven said in unison. Don't look at me like I'm a freak. I just broke through by luck. Here are 3,000 merit points. You can go and exchange them for treasures. Next, I will enter the Peerless Buddha Cloud. That place is not somewhere you can enter. Lin Ling laughed and scolded. As expected of boss, I love you to death. The 9 spirits of heaven said excitedly. The 9 spirits of heaven almost gave Lin Ling a bear hug, but Lin Ling kicked them away. At the same time he took out the immortal weapons that he had forged himself. They were immortal weapons that looked like mechanical birds. After injecting the laws into them, they could erupt with 300 laws of power. They could defeat an ordinary 7th-stage Wuxia, which was enough for the 9 spirits of heaven to protect themselves. Scoundrel, where did you get these birds? Princess Fire Spirit was extremely excited. She sensed that the palm-sized crystal bird contained extremely terrifying laws. Haha, the arrival of the self-destructing race suddenly reminded me of these puppet self-destructing birds. But use them sparingly. The treasures needed to forge one are extremely precious. Lin Ling said. You want to go to the Peerless Buddha Cloud. These treasures are more suitable for you. Princess Fire Spirit said worriedly. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. My current power of laws, space and fire, can reach a total of 700 laws. Hearing this, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was only in the 6th-stage realm, but the number of laws had actually exceeded Wuxia's 7th-stage realm. He was probably able to fight against the 8th-stage realm Wuxia. Of course, the actual situation was that an ordinary 8th-stage realm Wuxia was not Lin Ling's opponent. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Ling headed to True Spirit Island. Princess Fire Spirit and the rest's faces were gloomy. Lin Ling's growth was too fast and they could not catch up. They could only look up to him. However, they were happy for Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had many enemies. If his strength could not increase, Lin Ling would be in danger. After arriving at True Spirit Island, Lin Ling greeted Spiritual Master Kame and then accompanied his family. Because the trip to the Peerless Buddha Cloud took up a lot of time and Lin Ling had to use that place to grow to the peak. Father, all the best. Lin Yi also knew that Lin Ling had gone out to fight and immediately waved his little fist. Lin Ling smiled lightly and nodded. Whereas Ancestor Tai Yen Yuyu and the rest stared at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling did not feel any pressure at all. He appeared calm and unfettered. This made them laugh. Ever since he went to the Dharma River, Lin Ling's temperament had changed. He was more confident and more free and easy. Lin Ling, be careful on this trip. Many experts from the human race and demon race will enter that place. I will also enter later. That place is absolutely wonderful but also extremely dangerous. Spiritual Master Kame walked over from afar and smiled at Lin Ling. Yes. Lin Ling nodded. This trip was considered as a confrontation with the giants of the human race and demon race. Be careful on the way. Spiritual Master Kame warned. He also had to prepare for tomorrow's trip. As night fell, Lin Ling did not cultivate. Instead, he continued to accompany his family. The family was happy and harmonious. At dawn, Lin Ling changed into a clean blue robe and set off without informing anyone. Because of the short time, Lin Ling did not forge the tyrannical song sword. Moreover, if he wanted to increase the power of the tyrannical song sword, Lin Ling lacked a material. Peerless Buddha Cloud, this was from the heavenly earth. When Lin Ling arrived at the heavenly earth, the place was packed with people. Moreover, it was said that many people had already entered early. As for the ancient giants of the human world and the 3 great legends of the human world, they had already entered. Peerless Buddha Cloud, one of the 10 great secret realms of the world, also known as the Godly Kingdom. I'm so excited. This is the first time I'm in the same secret realm with all the experts of the human world. In this trip, I must greatly increase my strength. The crowd discussed animatedly and their emotions were high. I heard that the demon race has also entered for the sake of obtaining the void boundary plate that can allow all the demon race to enter the human world. We must stop them. Hearing those voices, Lin Ling finally knew why the giants of the human world had entered. However, the Godly Kingdom? Lin Ling felt a sense of familiarity. In Li Xiaoyao's memory, there were also martial artists in the Peerless Buddha cloud. They were known as the Children of God. However, in reality, they were actually the abandoned citizens of the martial god realm. Their origin was very powerful. Lin Ling's heart was also boiling. To fight with all the martial artists in the world, this was everyone's wish. After that, Lin Ling followed the crowd into the sky. Gradually, a ladder appeared in the sky as if it could reach the Godly Kingdom. A huge white cloud floated there, sacred and majestic. Above the white cloud, a cloud vortex appeared. It was a dreamy land. Everyone stepped in one after another. Lin Ling suppressed his excitement and also followed in. After an unknown period of time, when Lin Ling appeared, the sky was blue and the clouds were floating. It was as if this was another world. What rich spiritual qi! Chapter 1946. Desolation City. Along the way, Lin Ling took out the astrolabe heavenly shell and saw some words appear on the shell. This meant that the second stone statue was here, but it was still far away. At this time, a giant tiger with white wings appeared. It saw Lin Ling and immediately pounced. This tiger was 10 meters long and 3 meters tall. Its aura was not to be underestimated. God-demon body. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled. Now that his strength had increased, it was a good time to see how strong he was. Boom. He punched out. What surprised Lin Ling was that the tiger's claws collided with Lin Ling's, but Lin Ling could not kill it. Moreover, the aura from the collision was very weak, unlike in the mortal world. In the mortal world, Lin Ling's 30 universe force was enough to make the sky fall and the earth crack. But here it was only a small area of impact. Genesis. A sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. With a slash, all the space laws of the sword were activated, reaching 150. Lin Ling's god-demon body had more than 200. Together, it was more than 350 laws. Whoosh. The sword light was dazzling and the tiger was finally cut in half. Lin Ling looked at it quietly and found a white crystal on the tiger's body. There was a mysterious energy inside it. What a strange thing. But the demonic beasts of the nation of God are so powerful. Just one of them is enough to make me use 40% of my strength. Lin Ling smiled, put away his sword and continued forward. After passing through the dense forest, a huge city appeared in front of them. People were coming in one after another. There were all kinds of people. There were humans and there were demons. It was hard to tell who was from the human world, and who was from the nation of God. However, Lin Ling still saw a few Xiandi from the Seven Emperors' sky. They were mixed in with the crowd. As for the demons, Lin Ling also saw quite a few. This made him feel strange because they were mortal enemies. But here they were like passers-by and did not fight. Let's enter the city and take a look. Lin Ling followed the city and entered. Inside, it was also bustling with activity. It was divided into several trading areas. There was a spiritual fruit area, a divine martial area, and a demonic beast area. The spirit fruit section sold heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but Lin Ling directly bypassed it. Lin Ling's interest was piqued by the fact that the godly martial district was selling godly martial arts unique to the nation of God. However, after taking a quick look at the martial arts on the ground, he immediately lost interest. This was because divine martial arts were, in fact, law martial arts. After that, Lin Ling went to the demonic beast area. This place sold a large number of treasures from demonic beasts, such as centipede feet that stretched as far as the eye could see, toads that were hundreds of meters tall, and so on. After these demonic beasts were killed by adventurers, their valuables were brought here. Adventurer? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The martial artists in this area who went out to gain experience were called adventurers. Moreover, Lin Ling heard from some talkative martial artists that the strongest in this area were the three great adventurer groups, Flying Eagle, Thunder Flow, and Ferocious Desolation. Although he had not come into contact with the three great adventurer groups, but Lin Ling knew that those experts were not to be underestimated. Because when Lin Ling fought the white tiger previously, he needed to explode with 40% of his power to kill it. This proved that this place was unique. No wonder it was called one of the 10 great mystic regions. Because without Wuxia's 6th-stage realm, those who came here would be killed. This was the world of experts. This young master, have you taken a fancy to any treasure? Thunder bee's sting? Do you want it? This is an extremely rare treasure. If you're not interested, how about this? Divine ape's leg bone. Just one leg bone is equivalent to a god relic. If God blocks it, it will kill God. If Buddha blocks it, it will destroy Buddha. Just a piece of blue beast crystal and these carcasses will all belong to you. Along the way, naturally there were people who pulled Lin Ling to promote their treasures. But Lin Ling took a look and all the treasures were not to his liking, so he smiled and rejected them. A space horn? All of a sudden Lin Ling stopped in front of a street stall. There was a horn as thick as an arm lying on the ground. Around the horn there were cracks in the air. This was the horn of a rare space rhinoceros. It was impossible to find one in the mortal world. Most importantly, Lin Ling was forging the Tyrant Song sword. Currently he had the space stone and lacked the space horn. How much is this thing? Lin Ling asked directly. The stall owner was a one-eyed man. His face was filled with hostility. His strength was not to be underestimated. He had probably reached Wuxia's 8th-stage realm. He said indifferently, 500 blue crystals. Lin Ling was stunned. What was a blue crystal? His puzzled look fell into the eyes of the crowd. Many people laughed. Could it be that this fellow had just come out for experience? Blue crystal is the crystal of a demonic beast Dantian. It is also the most common currency for transactions. The stall owner explained. He felt that he had met a fool. But this fool was very lucky to come to Desolation City alone. After all, Desolation City was surrounded by dense forests with countless demonic beasts. Other than the adventurer groups, no one could come here alone. Crystal of a demonic beast Dantian? Lin Ling waved his right hand and the crystal left behind by the giant tiger that he had killed earlier appeared. When it appeared, the surroundings fell into silence. White crystal. It was actually a white crystal. One had to know that a white crystal represented 10,000 blue crystals. All of a sudden, a lot of people revealed malicious gazes. Lin Ling was alone. Moreover, he was dressed in a blue robe and looked clean and tidy. He did not look like an adventurer who lived on the edge of a blade. The stall owner was also shocked. He immediately took out a large number of blue crystals and after the exchange he even gave the space horn to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was stunned. The transaction was completed so quickly? His appearance undoubtedly made people even more tempted because Lin Ling was obviously a little fellow who did not know much. The stall owner also left quickly as if he knew that he should not reveal his wealth. However, Lin Ling did not seem to know this. He played with the space horn and could not help but laugh. Brat, take out the space horn. I saw it first. I will trade with you for 10 blue crystals. At this time a cold voice sounded. 4 figures blocked Lin Ling's path. They wore loose robes with an eagle embroidered on their chests. What a fast move. The Eagle Adventurer group has taken a fancy to that fat sheep. Sigh, if I had known, I would have taken the initiative. After all, he has a lot of blue crystals on him. Many people looked at the 4 people enviously. However, the 4 people smiled evilly. The leader tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling. What? Did you not understand what I, Lin Jun, said? Lin Jun, I have never heard of this bird. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Lin Ling said indifferently. His words stunned the 4 people. They were members of the top 3 adventurer groups, yet they had suddenly become country bumpkins? Aha. Hee hee, you must be a new adventurer. You're brave, but unfortunately, adventuring isn't a game, especially in Desolate City. You don't have the final say here. Besides, since you dared humiliate the Eagle Adventurer group, you won't leave here today. Men, tie him up and take him away. The leader shouted angrily. In reality, he was not interested in Lin Ling's space horn. Rather, he was interested in the blue crystals on Lin Ling's body. Fool. Idiot. Seeing this, many people shook their heads and sighed at Lin Ling. If he was captured, he would definitely die. Chapter 1947. Doesn't it hurt? Haha. The man laughed. He had never seen such a foolish person before. Blue crystals were money, yet someone actually asked what money was? In the nation of God, blue crystals are life, power, and everything. The man laughed loudly. Then do you have any blue crystals on you? Lin Ling blinked his eyes and said, With his blue robe and delicate face, he undoubtedly looked like a young master who didn't know anything. Of course I do, and a lot of it because I'm one of the people in charge of the Eagle mercenary group. I'm one of the 18 people in the group. The man laughed even louder. In fact, he was also telling everyone his identity. As expected, the crowd's expression changed drastically. The Eagle mercenary group had 18 people in charge of finances, and this man was one of them. He really couldn't be offended. So it's a big shot from the Flying Bird Adventurer team. TSK. I've offended the wrong person. As countless people looked at Lin Ling said bitterly. Moreover, he directly stretched out his hands for the other party to grab. The crowd was stunned. This young master was even more foolish than they had imagined. It's an eagle, not a bird. Take him away. The man waved his hand and the people behind him tied up Lin Ling and took him away. I'm envious. It's a pity he's from the Eagle Adventurer team. Otherwise I would have snatched this fat sheep long ago. I guess we'll see that young master's corpse outside the city tomorrow. The crowd gradually dispersed. At this moment, Lin Ling was being taken away with a smile on his face. He felt that the black chains that bound his hands were somewhat strange. They were constantly absorbing the spiritual energy in his dantian. However, he didn't necessarily need spiritual energy to be strong. His appetite for meat was also terrifying. Is this kid stupid? This is the first time I've seen someone deliver themselves to my door. If he's not stupid, then he's crazy. But looking at his stupid appearance, I don't think he's that crazy. Who cares about him as long as he has money? The group stopped in a remote alley. The man in the lead coldly shouted, Lang Air, release the viper lock on his body and make him pay. You will know what to do next. Remember, clean the body. Boss, after dealing with him, you have to take us to have some fun. Go, I'll take you guys out tonight. The few of them smiled and their gazes fell on Lin Ling. However, in the next moment they were all stunned. This was because Lin Ling had broken the chains on his hands and was stretching. In fact, when Lin Ling asked them what blue crystals were, it was because Lin Ling also wanted to rob them of their blue crystals. The reason why he was tied up was to find a quiet place. After all, it was not good to be out in the open in the city. Kill him. Those people were stunned, then they roared. Lin Ling was able to break the chains. This meant that Lin Ling was not weak. However, Lin Ling's cultivation seemed to only be at the 6th stage of the divine power, which was why he was at ease. This was because he was an expert of the 7th level of the divine power. Although the others were weaker than him, there were more of them. If they attacked together, they should be able to deal with Lin Ling. Playing the pig to eat the tiger, what a pity that you're still a pig. The 4 of them exploded with all their strength, releasing their divine power. They were all law power, which made Lin Ling's eyes flicker. However, he still shook his head. He sensed that these people were not simple, but it was a pity that they had met him. One of them exploded with 200 law power and struck out with a palm. You're courting death. Lin Ling spat out. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and punched out. Crackle. As if lightning collided, the person who attacked trembled and his bones began to shatter. Moreover, it shattered from his arm all the way to his whole body. Boom. His entire body exploded. Before he died, he was puzzled. This youth did not look strong on the surface, and his attack did not have any divine power. How could he kill him with a single punch? The other 3 were all stunned. 2 of them even trembled and their lips turned white. Clearly they were afraid. Because the previous person had died too strangely. Trash. The man in the lead roared and exploded with all his strength. He punched out with both fists, his law power reaching 300. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and was indifferent. He's dead. That's the Flying Eagle strike. His divine power has reached 300. The other 2 cheered. As expected of their boss, his first move was the strongest. They were even prepared to flatter their boss after he won. Rumble. The 2 fists smashed into Lin Ling's chest, causing smoke to spread out, causing the 2 people to shout excitedly. However, the shouting soon stopped because the young man was still standing there in the smoke like the immovable wisdom king. The 2 of them swallowed with difficulty, their foreheads full of cold sweat. As for the leader, his face was frozen. The youth in front of him was not tall, but at this moment he was like a giant. Doesn't it hurt? The leader said subconsciously. Facing his 300 divine power fists, the other party was indifferent, so he was very curious whether it hurt or not. A little? Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, making the leader gulp. Then Lin Ling said, Doesn't it hurt? It hurts. The leader finally let out a sinister sound. You said you have a lot of blue crystals, right? Lin Ling smiled. In the eyes of the few people, it was like a devil's smile. No wonder the other party asked them what blue crystals were. It turned out that they were targeting the youth, and the youth was also targeting them. No wonder the youth was so kind and took the initiative to tie them up. This was not stupidity but arrogance. I'm from the Flying Eagle mercenary group. The leader shouted, trying to make Lin Ling fearful. Unfortunately, it was better if he did not say anything. The more he said, the more he died. I know, and you are the money manager of the Flying Bird mercenary group. Lin Ling replied with a smile, making the leader's body tremble. He wanted to say something, but Lin Ling had already punched him with 30 universe force. Rumble. The leader turned into dust, leaving behind a pile of clothes. Lin Ling smiled and looked around. He found a bag and opened it. It was full of blue crystals. The remaining two trembled as they looked at Lin Ling. Was this still their idiotic young master? Because of his blue robe and handsome face, they thought this young master was easy to bully. Who knew that when he killed, he did not even blink his eyes. You dare to kidnap people on the street. I think the Flying Eagle mercenary group is not a good person. Over the years, many people have died in your hands. Lin Ling collected the blue crystals and looked at the two coldly. The two immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Ling's godly devil physique erupted and turned the two people into dust. Then he swaggered off. He counted carefully and found that the blue crystals left behind by these people had reached tens of thousands. It was shocking. No wonder he was one of the 18 people in charge of wealth. However, the Flying Eagle mercenary group was not simple. So, he could not stay in Desolation City any longer. Lin Ling left the city and opened the Astrolabe Heavenly Armor. He found that the words on it were clearer. This meant that he did not go the wrong way. After entering the forest, Lin Ling couldn't help but think about the godly kingdom. He realized that the experts here were even scarier than those in the human realm. This was because a mere passerby was already at the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm, which was what they called the 7th level of the divine power. If a passerby was already like this, then what about those heroes? Lin Ling did not dare to imagine. It was better to keep a low profile for now. Chapter 1948. Forging the Tyrannical Song Sword. I need to increase my strength a little more. At the very least, my power of law should reach 900. Lin Ling came to the foot of a mountain. Then with a punch he blasted open the rock and dug out a cave. Although the cave was ugly, it could temporarily increase his strength. Lin Ling casually piled up the rocks outside the cave and took out the spatial horn and the spatial stone. This time he wanted to forge the Tyrannical Song Sword into a 2-star immortal weapon. Of course, it wasn't a 2-star immortal weapon, but it was very close to it. Currently, the Tyrannical Song Sword had 150 laws. After forging, it would reach at least 400. In the next few days, Lin Ling entered a state of forging because he found that this world didn't allow the existence of the Purple Palace. It seemed that the laws were different, so he couldn't enter the Purple Palace. As for the barriers needed for forging, Lin Ling had a lot of them in his mind, and they were all spatial barriers. Ka. The space continued to shatter. What Lin Ling didn't expect was that the entire mountain was torn apart by the space. This caused Lin Ling to forge openly. Fortunately, there were no demonic beasts nearby, or he would be in trouble. Because during the forging process, Lin Ling divided his attention. It's about time. I hope there are no demonic beasts coming to disturb me. Lin Ling thought to himself. His forehead was full of sweat. However, his luck wasn't very good. The more he didn't want trouble, the more trouble came to him. Moreover, it wasn't demonic beasts but humans. From the sound of it, there seemed to be cultivators from the mortal world. The nation of God is very big, but the experts aren't here. Instead, the ones who appear nearby are the weaklings. Seems like there's a pattern. Wuxia's 6th stage either appeared in this area or on the other side of the fallen mountain. By the way, do you think Lin Ling is here? Your Excellencies with the surname Ji, who is Lin Ling. Several figures walked forward in the forest. He's an enemy of the ancient Ji family, and also a wanted target of the nation of God. Not only the human world but also the demons. Whoever kills him will be rewarded handsomely. That idiot Lin Ling is so unlucky. He's wanted by the human race, the demon race, and the God race. If I see him, I want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Don't underestimate that idiot. There are many people who want to kill him, but none of them succeeded. The voice drifted through the forest, causing Lin Ling's pupils to turn cold. His luck was really bad. Moreover, he had actually been heavily wanted. This treatment was pretty good. At this moment, if he encountered a member of the ancient Ji clan, then he would definitely be in endless trouble. After all, he couldn't leave during the process of forging. Lin Ling hurriedly put on the mask just in case. Hey, there's someone here. There's a sword floating in front of him. He's dancing around the sword like an idiot. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded. In the forest, several figures appeared, and they all looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Because the mountain was broken, there were rocks everywhere, and a figure was dancing around a sword like a god. It was as strange as it could be. After all, which normal person would jump around in a forest filled with demonic beasts? Idiot, what are you doing? Someone spoke. He was wearing a gorgeous brocade robe with a thundercloud embroidered on it. He seemed to be from the Thunderflow Adventure Group. As for the others, they were from the ancient Ji family. At this moment they were also curious. Lin Ling's forehead was full of cold sweat. He was so close. He could sense that these people were not as strong as him, but if he made a move, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. There was even a possibility that the Tyrant Song sword would shatter. Therefore he had to hold on for a short period of time. I'm asking you a question, answer me. An old man from the ancient Ji family said indifferently. His strength had reached Wu Sheng's 8th-stage realm, but he didn't recognize Lin Ling. Firstly, he didn't expect Lin Ling to appear here. Secondly, Lin Ling put on the mask at the crucial moment. So when he saw Lin Ling, he only felt that it was funny because Lin Ling's actions were too unconventional. However, when they saw that Lin Ling didn't answer, their faces turned cold because they also saw that the sword in front of Lin Ling seemed to be powerful. You dare to ignore me in front of me? Do you know who I am? The young man in luxurious clothes frowned and said. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he didn't want Lin Ling to die without knowing the reason. At least he wanted to let Lin Ling know who killed him. As for the ancient Ji family, they didn't want to do this. They wanted to make a move directly because the young man's words were very idiotic and boring. However, the young man was ultimately a member of the top 3 adventurer teams, so they gave him face. You're handsome, dignified, and handsome like jade. Moreover, you have such a powerful aura at such a young age. I think you should be the reincarnation of some emperor. May I know who you are? At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. He was stalling for time. However, everyone could tell that he was trying to curry favor. This made the ancient Ji family's people laugh in disdain. These weaklings were just this petty and lowly. When they encountered the strong, they liked to flatter the strong. However, the young man in luxurious clothes enjoyed it very much. He puffed out his chest and said, Hee, you're quite perceptive. The ancient Ji family members glanced at him. This young man wasn't tall. He had a big nose and a face full of acne. He didn't have the slightest bit of elegance. Kid, listen up. I'm the son of the Leilu Adventurer Team's leader, young Master Lei Feng. Who in the surrounding area doesn't know me? Our entire Leilu Adventurer Team was conquered by me. A single word from me can shake the surrounding area for 3 days. Alright kid, you can die now. The young man said proudly. So it's young Master Lei Feng of the Leilu Adventurer Team. I've heard a lot about you. However, compared to the young masters of the other 2 adventurer teams, I wonder how strong young Master Lei Feng is? Lin Ling hurriedly asked. Humph, I can tell you that I'm the #1 genius of the top 3 adventurer teams. I'll be leading this area in the future. The young man said angrily. Lin Ling seemed to be doubting him. He wanted Lin Ling to know who killed him before he died. Lin Ling couldn't help but be speechless. It seemed like the fact that this idiot could live until now had something to do with his dad's strength. He nodded and said, I see. No wonder I heard of your name in the distant mortal world. Really? The young man was overjoyed. His name had spread to the mortal world? Of course it's true. There's a rumor in the mortal world that there's an ugly man with a big nose and acne in the nation of God. He doesn't have any abilities at all. The only thing he's good at is licking his ass. He licked the old men of the ancient Ji family from the Desolation City to the forest. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The young man was stunned. He turned to look at the old men of the Ji family and felt like vomiting. The old men were the same. Especially when they saw the young man's big nose, they felt even more disgusted. Those old men like to lick your ass too, right? Or maybe they like to lick your big nose even more. Lin Ling's voice sounded again, this time with a hint of mockery. The old men of the Ji family were even more stunned. They stared at the young man's big nose. After seeing the thick nose hair, their bodies suddenly trembled. Then they all looked at Lin Ling in anger at the same time. At first, Lin Ling was flattering them, but then Lin Ling was mocking them. One was licking his ass and the other was licking his big nose. Who could hold back? Chapter 1949. Jianghu. However, Lin Ling's smile was cold, but the Ji family's elders were even colder. In their hearts, that lowly ant actually dared to ridicule them. He was simply courting death. If it wasn't for their good mood, they would have killed that ant long ago. You shouldn't be like this, kneeling and licking our soles. You could have lived longer. One of the elders said. How dare you say that I licked their buttocks? Which beauty's buttocks do you think I licked? I won't kill you today, but licking these old geezers' buttocks, you're infuriating me to death. The youth from the Thunder Flow Adventure group also roared. It was obvious that he was very angry, so he didn't choose his words carefully. He actually called the Ji family seniors old geezers. Die. Let me. That youth and the Ji family seniors fought to make a move, but one of the Ji family seniors was the fastest. He pointed out a finger and endless light attacked. Guardian Spiritual Tree. The power of faith formed 500 laws. Good. Blast him into pieces. That youth clapped. Who asked you to ridicule me and lick my buttocks? Now you know how the word death is written. Boom. However, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Lightning bloomed around the sword, and that was the space cracking. A total of 400 laws. In addition to his godly devil body's 200 over laws. Swoosh. Who could block the sword when it slashed out? The elder who attacked widened his eyes. It was too fast, too overbearing. Wasn't this fellow Wuxia in the 6th degree realm? He wanted to say something, but his entire body was slashed into two. Silence. The forest was silent. The remaining Ji family's elders opened their mouths wide in disbelief. That youth who was clapping also stopped clapping and raised his hands in a daze. Who are you? The Ji family's elders frowned. I'm the idiot Lin Ling that you're talking about. Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. He slashed out with his sword and space cracked. Another old man from the Ji family died in shock. You're Lin Ling? The remaining people's hearts rumbled. Why didn't Lin Ling retaliate against them? Instead he was flattering them? Could it be? Could it be that he was stalling for time? Right, Lin Ling should be forging the sword in his hand. This also meant that they had missed the best time to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, which idiot is this? You're dead for sure. How dare you threaten me? You must die. After being stunned for a moment, the young man from the Thunderflow Adventurer team continued to roar. Lin Ling shook his head, and even the old man beside him shook his head. He had seen a lot of hedonistic young masters, but this was the first time he had seen such an idiot. Don't think that you're invincible just because you're using that sword. Let me tell you, I'm the #1 genius of the Thunderflow Adventurer team. I can shake heaven and earth with a single move. Although the youth was an idiot, his strength was not bad. A green fruit appeared in his right hand and he chuckled, the Berserk Divine Fruit. Swallowing it can temporarily increase one's strength of law by 100. With my strength I can swallow 3 of them. At that time you will know how to write the word, death. The more he laughed, the louder he got. He wanted to put the green fruit into his mouth. Swoosh. With a slash of the sword, even the arm that took the fruit was cut off. Ah! The youth cried out in pain. He wanted to use the fruit to turn the tables, but in the end, Lin Ling killed his hope. After that, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. The few old men from the Ji family had ugly expressions on their faces as they kept retreating. Berserk God Lin Ling's name was like thunder to their ears. Now that they had seen it, his strength was too terrifying. Killing an 8th-stage Wuxia was as easy as chopping vegetables. Plop. The youth was finally afraid. He fell to the ground with a pale face. He never expected that the young man in front of him who was about the same age as him was so powerful. If you let me go, I can give you everything. Beauties, demon crystals, God's martial arts. The youth kept saying. His pants were wet and he was so scared that he peed. Do you know who I am? Lin Ling walked forward slowly and asked indifferently. You're my father, you're my ancestor, you're my grandfather. Spare me. The youth still hadn't reacted to it. I'm the idiot Lin Ling that you're talking about. When Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, the young man finally reacted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Ling waved his left hand and white flames appeared, turning into a huge flame circle which floated in the sky, emitting a terrifying pressure. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Circle. After those people were killed by Lin Ling, their souls were all sucked into the reincarnation circle. After that, they walked out bitterly and became the Yellow Springs Army. Find a place to cool down. If I summon you, come back immediately. As for you wanting to inform me, then go ahead and try. Lin Ling didn't even look at those ghosts as he turned around and left. Great Emperor, we don't dare. Including the youth, they all knelt down. In the depths of their souls, they had an innate subservience to Lin Ling. Even if they wanted to do something bad to Lin Ling would be able to detect it instantly and turn them into ashes with just a thought. Lin Ling smiled bitterly as he left. In the blink of an eye, he had offended 2 large adventure groups. Berserk God Fruit. Increases the power of law by 100, but there's a time limit. Once the time is up, everything will return to normal. Also, if the body is exhausted, there will be a short period of exhaustion. Lin Ling took out 3 Berserk God Fruits and was secretly amazed. The treasures of the godly kingdom were truly heaven-defying. Then he looked at the Tyrant Song Sword and couldn't help but feel satisfied. Currently, his Law of Fire was close to 300, and so was his godly demon tyrant body. With the Tyrant Song Sword, he had a total of 1,000. And this was only Wu Sheng's 6th stage. If he increased his cultivation level, he would have even more. After all, Lin Ling was a 3rd stage Wu Sheng. However, Lin Ling thought about the wanted poster again. Who was it that wanted him? The demons? Humans? Or the so-called god race here? No matter what, he had to be careful. Following the dense forest, Lin Ling quickly moved forward. Not long later, there was a rumbling sound in front of him, and he could vaguely hear angry shouts. Sir, if you're not happy with me, you can just attack me directly. Why do you keep trying to harm me? Harm you, my ass. I saw that you couldn't take care of the Titanic Gate ape alone, so I came to help you. Help my ass. Every time you fight with me, I almost got hurt. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He could feel that the ripple in front of him carried the law of the mortal world and the divine power of the godly kingdom. Lin Ling couldn't help but move forward in the forest to see who was there. After passing through several towering ancient trees, they arrived at an open space in front of them. A nearly 10-meter-tall giant ape was roaring. This giant ape's fur was multicolored, and its body was shrouded in the power of divinity. It looked extremely powerful. Lin Ling's face changed slightly. He had a feeling that if he were to fight this giant ape, he would have to use 100% of his strength to succeed. Lin Ling's gaze shifted. The one fighting against the giant ape was a tall and sturdy man. He was wielding a 2-meter-long giant spear, which whistled loudly as he brandished it. Laws erupted. Lin Ling was very familiar with this man. He was actually Jianghu of the 10 heroes of the Immortal Emperor realm. His cultivation was at Wu Sheng's 8th stage, and his talent was also at the 3rd stage of the divine rank. His law of power had probably reached 800. Chapter 1950. A handsome little fatty. The other person made Lin Ling a little surprised. This person was not tall and was a little fatty. He was about 20 years old and had phoenix eyes, a straight nose and tightly pursed lips. His facial features could be said to be extremely beautiful. However, although the heavens had created a handsome man, it seemed that they had dozed off for a while, causing some small flaws to appear. That was because those handsome facial features were all gathered together at this moment, and their proportions were extremely uncoordinated. It was as if someone had punched him in the face, and all his facial features had sunk into the middle of his face. The area of his eyes, nose and mouth was only the size of a fist. Weirdo. Lin Ling couldn't help but be astonished. What surprised him was that little fatty seemed to want to help Jianghu, but he failed repeatedly. Every time Jianghu was about to unleash his full power, little fatty would appear in front of him and forcefully resist the giant ape, causing Jianghu to be unable to exert any strength. Instead, the giant ape would send a palm strike over, and both of them would be sent flying. Was that guy born an idiot? Lin Ling opened his mouth wide. Don't get in my way. If it wasn't for me, you would have died long ago. Sigh, why would the handsome and unrestrained me have to come and save you? Little Fatty and Jianghu crashed onto the ground together. Little Fatty sighed while Jianghu's face was filled with veins. If it wasn't for you messing around, I would have killed the giant ape long ago. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't tried to get the little fatty to help, but what infuriated him was that if he didn't do anything, the little fatty wouldn't do anything either. If he did, the little fatty would come to save me, and in the end, both of them would be abused by the giant ape. What do you want? Hey, uncle, that's what I should be asking you. What made people speechless was that little fatty actually blamed Jianghu wrongly. Lin Ling could not help but laugh, causing the two of them to look over. Among them, Jianghu was shocked. It was Lin Ling? Lin Ling then smiled and said, "You guys should be careful. That guy is catching up." Sure enough, the five-colored giant ape walked over like a giant. Jianghu and Fatty instinctively felt their hearts skip a beat. They looked at each other and said, "You do it." "Why don't you do it?" Neither of them made a move. Instead they fled in panic. Bang bang bang. Behind them, the giant ape swept through the army, causing all the trees to collapse. As for Jianghu, there was no need to mention how depressed he was. Every time he wanted to use his trump card to kill the giant ape, he remembered that the kind little fatty had repeatedly come to help him. He could only choose to run. "Oh my God, why is this ape chasing after us?" Little fatty shouted as he ran. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was following from a distance. He was speechless. "With that handsome face of yours, who else would I chase if not you?" In the end, Lin Ling decided to lend a hand when he saw that the two of them were in a sorry state and were in danger. This was because he had met Jianghu once in the heavenly earth, and they had a good impression of each other. Reincarnation Flame. Lin Ling waved his left hand, causing a circle of reincarnation to appear in the sky. A huge suction force descended from the sky and actually tied up the giant ape. Not bad. That flame is comparable to the people of Fire Cloud Empire. Little Fatty clapped his hands and said, looking like an expert was giving him pointers. Jianghu was surprised. Although he knew that Lin Ling's talent was not weak, he did not expect that Lin Ling's strength had become so strong. "What are you still in a daze for? Hurry up and attack." Seeing the two of them in a daze, Lin Ling could not help but be angry. Attack. "I'll do it, let me do it, I'll fucking kill him." The moment Jianghu attacked, Little Fatty attacked as well, making everyone speechless. Jianghu stabbed out with his staff and the laws were extremely terrifying. Little Fatty was also a little powerful. His divine power burst out and he actually also had the power of 800 laws. He formed two huge palms and flipped the giant ape over. This made Lin Ling speechless. That was because the two of them were not weak. They could kill the giant ape with their full strength, but the two of them were chased by the giant ape even when they worked together. It was clear how much trouble Little Fatty was causing. And now he was still causing trouble. The flipped giant ape's body was flipped over. Almost at the same time, Jianghu's huge staff stabbed out, and very untimely stabbed between the giant ape's buttocks. Brr. A sound that made Lin Ling's heart ache soared into the sky. Lin Ling was stunned there. Jianghu was also stunned there. His staff still grazed the giant ape's buttocks. Little Fatty was also stunned there, and he had a look of disdain. He looked at Jianghu as if to say, "Bro, you're too cruel. Isn't it all because of you? You bastard, scram far away from me and never come near me." Jianghu was finally angry. Do you have any manners? I'm handsome and suave, shocking the godly nation. I kindly helped you and I even killed the Titanic Gate divine ape. You don't even know how to thank me?" Little Fatty also roared angrily. There was no communication. Just like Little Fatty's handsome features, normal people could not communicate with him at all. Jianghu could not be bothered with him. He walked forward and collected the demon crystals. After a while, he walked to Lin Ling and handed the demon crystals to Lin Ling. "You killed it, so the demon crystals are yours." Lin Ling looked at him with a smile. His impression of Jianghu was even better now. He shook his head. "I don't lack demon crystals at the moment." Hearing this, Jianghu was stunned. He knew that if he wanted to make a living in the godly nation, demon crystals were indispensable. "Then I owe you one," Jianghu said bluntly. Lin Ling indeed did not lack demon crystals at the moment. He had robbed the Eagle adventurers of their belongings and killed the young master of the Thunderfall adventurers. He had a lot to gain. "Are you the only one around here?" Lin Ling asked. "The godly nation is very big. The powerful people of the mortal world are all separated. The people of the godly nation are very strong. Their divine power is also a law, and it's slightly stronger than the law of the mortal world. Yeah. If it weren't for the fact that the people of the godly nation can't leave this place, our land would have been theirs long ago," Jianghu replied. While the two were talking, Little Fatty walked over with his handsome face. "My surname is Zhang. Zhang is an arrogant. My name is Jianghu. His words interrupted Lin Ling and Qin Hu's conversation. They looked over at the same time and saw the handsome face that was destroyed by a punch. They both shook their heads. What a good name. Unfortunately, he was not handsome in any way. Then, have you seen the people of the Seven Emperors' Sky? Lin Ling followed Qin Hu and walked forward slowly. I saw a few, but I also saw a lot of demons and spirit races from the sea. The martial artists of the godly nation don't seem to differentiate between humans and demons. As long as there are benefits, they will work with anyone. Then, did the demons find the barrier tablet? Not yet. If they did, then the demons would have all been mobilized. The two were talking as they walked. Little Fatty was still following behind them. He was very dissatisfied. Can you guys stop talking about such unimportant things? Can you guys talk about how handsome I am? Lin Ling and Qin Hu ignored him. Alright, Lin Ling. I saw your strength before. You must have gotten a lot stronger. How much strength did you use to trap that giant ape? Of course, if you don't want to say it, you don't have to. When I killed that giant ape, I used 100% of my strength. I used 80%. No way. You're already comparable to the CND 10 heroes? Chapter 1951. Top 3 Adventurer Groups. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled faintly. In reality, he had only used 50% of his strength. I'm already so handsome. Do you think I should go for plastic surgery? Answer me. Oh, I know you're jealous of my handsomeness. Behind them, Little Fatty's voice sounded. He was still following Lin Ling and the others. Scram. Lin Ling and Qin Hu finally stopped moving and shouted at the same time. But what surprised Lin Ling and the others was that Little Fatty's shamelessness and handsomeness had reached an unimaginable height. He didn't leave. Instead, he followed Lin Ling and the others and said, "Let this handsome and charming young man of the god race protect you." Lin Ling couldn't help but ask, "Why are you following us?" Because it's more exciting. The Little Fatty revealed a brilliant smile. His handsome face was as beautiful as it could get. Lin Ling and Qin Hu could only ignore such a person. Of course, they were cold on the surface, but they felt something strange in their hearts. Although Little Fatty was an idiot, he had a hot-blooded personality. It made Lin Ling and the others feel as if they had returned to the days when they were fighting. Moreover, such emotions were extremely rare for an expert who had experienced countless battles. Of course, if Little Fatty could be a little less naggy, he would still be very good. The second city was the second city in the ancient forest. It was slightly further away from Desolation City, but there were far more experts gathered here. This was also the headquarters of the top 3 adventurer teams. When Lin Ling and the others arrived, they couldn't help but gasp. The city was huge and there were all sorts of people here. There were countless experts here. Martial Emperor. Qin Hu's expression was grave. He saw many martial emperors in the city. There were humans, demons, and deities. That's Dugukan, one of Xiandi's 10 heroes. After that, Qin Hu exclaimed in surprise. His gaze was fixed on a figure in the distance. Lin Ling also looked over. That person had white hair and looked a little old. However, he did not have legs. He held a sword with both hands and used the sword in place of his legs. Trash. Along the way, some people looked at him mockingly. Whoosh. Sword light flashed, terrifying laws erupted, and that person was beheaded. What a fast sword. Lin Ling was also secretly surprised. Clearly, the CND 10 heroes also had their differences in strength. For example, Shanggong Yu and the others he met in the Law River weren't very strong. Ancient Ji family. Following this, Lin Ling saw some familiar people. Because they were wearing the clothes of the Ancient Ji family, Lin Ling secretly put on his mask. Because this place was not like the human realm, the other party could attack at will. Moreover, the people who wanted to kill him were not only humans but also demons. Moreover, if there was a reward, the god race would also attack. Let's go to the temple auction and have a look. Since we're here, we have to go to the auction. Moreover, the auction is backed by the Sun God Nation. The treasures will definitely not disappoint us. At this moment, Zhang Yingjun opened his mouth and flipped his hair elegantly. Lin Ling and Qin Yun ignored his appearance and asked curiously, Sun God Nation? Yes, one of the 3 great divine nations, the Immortal Divine Nation and the Fire Cloud Empire are equally famous. Among them, the Immortal Divine Nation is full of handsome people like me. Moreover, the Immortal Divine Nation is hospitable and warm. They are strong but they don't bully the weak. Zhang Yingjun chattered on, causing Lin Ling and Qin Yun to ignore his words. However, they had a feeling that this little fatty was most likely from the immortal divine nation since he was bragging so much. Lin Ling and Qin Yun went to the temple auction, leaving Zhang Yingjun to brag alone. Then he roared, "Lin Ling Qinhu, you're jealous of my handsomeness." There were even more experts at the temple auction. It was similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum. Before it even started, the surroundings were already filled with roars like demonic voices. Those scantily clad women walked back and forth, livening up the atmosphere. There were whistling sounds all around, causing those women to take out a flower from their perky peaks and sprinkle it on the crowd, causing the petals to dance in the air. "Haha, little girl, accompany me tonight. Haha, one more, take off one more." The atmosphere became even crazier. Many people took those dancing petals and smelled them. They laughed and said, "So fragrant." In the crowd, Lin Ling shook his head secretly. There were too many races gathered here, causing a mix of good and bad people. Then Lin Ling's gaze wandered around. In the distant stands, he saw a few demon race venerables sitting there like undefeatable war gods. Their faces were cold and indifferent. There were many humans around them, but they were indifferent. Apparently, they were only interested in the geniuses in the human world. Moreover, they knew that this place was different from the human world, so they had to restrain themselves. As more and more people entered, a massive force finally stepped in. Those people were all at the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm. The person in the lead had even reached the Martial Emperor realm. He was tall and had a pair of golden wings. With his arms crossed in front of his chest, he slowly walked in. The surroundings were silent. The leader of the Eagle Adventurer group, Eagle Divine King. So strong he's comparable to the deacons in the human world. Qinhu whispered. Of course, the people from the nation of gods are all descendants of gods. They're stronger than humans. Little Fatty said shamelessly. Lin Ling smiled faintly, they're just people abandoned by the martial god realm. What's there to be proud of? Little Fatty couldn't refute him. He was secretly surprised. Lin Ling looked very ordinary. How did he know all these? "Haha, Eagle, the territory north of the desolate forest, you should return it to me." At this time, a heroic voice rang out like thunder, shaking the entire auction house. A man who was not very tall, but was as sturdy as a bear, led a large number of people into the auction house. This man's body was covered in lightning, and his fists were extremely large, with electric snakes wreaking havoc on them. What a rich power of law. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. This person's background was definitely not ordinary. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was surprised. Even the demon race venerables in the auction house restrained their aura. They didn't dare to be arrogant. This person was one of the 3 great adventurer groups, the leader of the Thunderflow Adventurer Group. "Lei Ba, weren't you not interested in the territory over there?" Eagle Divine King said. "My son died there and the murderer escaped. So I'll scour the area." The man called Lei Ba said coldly. Lightning was erupting in the depths of his eyes. "Hearing you say that, I also think that a little mouse has sneaked into the desolate forest. My Eagle Adventurer Group's people were also killed. Most importantly, he's in charge of one of our 18 treasures. If I find out who has designs on my Eagle Adventurer Group, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death." Eagle Divine King also said. The two spoke without restraint, and the auction house became even more silent. "TCH, 2 small adventurer group leaders, and you dare to be arrogant." Only Little Fatty was extremely arrogant. Lin Ling and the others were speechless. As expected of the arrogant Zhang. Chapter 1952. The Foul-Mouthed Fatty. The gathering of the 3 top adventurer teams made Lin Ling's heart heavy. He chose to keep a low profile because he saw that the Thunderflow Adventurer team was very close to the Ancient G family. It seemed like the head of the Ancient G family was here as well. The auction begins. At this moment, a crisp voice rang out, and the whole place fell silent. Sun God Power Sphere. The first treasure was extremely valuable and came from the Sun God Nation. The auction was in high spirits. Large amounts of demonic crystals flew out, and the various big shots fought fiercely. This treasure is not bad. It can increase a large amount of God power. It can be used to cultivate twice the result with half the effort. The fatty seemed to know what the Sun God Power Sphere was. This treasure was not very effective for Lin Ling and the others because they cultivated God power. Although God power was also a type of law, it would obviously conflict with their own laws. Buy it. Buy it back and play with it. The fatty continued. Lin Ling rolled his eyes and said, "Do you have money?" The fatty immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. He really did not have blue crystals. After the first treasure was revealed, the following treasures were rather ordinary. It was only when the quaking leaf appeared that Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He was currently forging the berserk armor, but he still lacked a few materials, and one of them was the quaking leaf. He immediately bid. Fortunately, this treasure was not rare, so no one competed with him. However, some people still looked at Lin Ling in surprise, and their eyes were filled with evil intentions. Lin Ling was not interested in the following treasures. It was only when a weapon appeared that Jianghu, who was beside him, finally became interested. 1-star immortal weapon, 7 treasures violent purple staff. It can increase a large amount of god power law and its attack power will multiply. It is the best weapon to split mountains and seas. The crisp voice rang out and the auction fell silent. Only strong people who use staffs would be interested in such a treasure. Jianghu stared at the giant staff with excitement. This was because he was a staff user. However, after the silence he realized that someone from the Flying Eagle Adventurer team was bidding. Now he did not dare to offend the Flying Eagle Adventurer team. Moreover, he did not have that many demonic crystals. 30,000 blue crystals. Is there anyone else bidding? The crisp voice drifted out again. I say, Jianghu, didn't you take a fancy to that staff? Why aren't you bidding? To everyone's surprise, Little Fatty was feeling indignant on Jianghu's behalf. Jianghu was touched by Little Fatty's sincerity, but he shook his head and said, "It's not a good idea to offend the Eagle Adventurer team. Moreover, I don't have that many monster crystals. Lin Ling does. I saw that his bag was full of spiritual crystals." Little Fatty asked, blinking as he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and nodded. It wasn't that he was unwilling to part with the Flying Eagle Adventurer team, but competing with the Flying Eagle Adventurer team wasn't a smart move. This rod, I want it. 50,000 blue crystals. Seeing Lin Ling nod, Little Fatty didn't think too much and immediately shouted. Silence. Everyone was silent. Everyone looked at Little Fatty in surprise. Firstly, Little Fatty was very forthright. He directly threw out 20,000 yuan, spending money like water. Secondly, that Little Fatty actually competed with the Flying Eagle Adventurer team? Even Lin Ling's jaw dropped. He was incomparably shocked. As expected of the arrogant Zhang. Moreover, wasn't that money his own? When did he become Little Fatty's? Sir, are you sure? Moreover, 50,000 blue crystals, do you have that much money? The person from the Flying Eagle Adventurer team asked coldly. I don't, but my brother Lin Ling does. Don't underestimate him. He's from the mortal world, but his strength is not bad. He's a person that I, Zhang Yingjun, want to protect. Little Fatty patted his chest and said, Silence. The auction hall became even more silent. Many people from the human and devil race focused their attention. Could it be Mad God Lin Ling? The ancient Ji family's patriarch's expression changed drastically. He whispered a few words in the Leilu Adventurer team's captain's ear, instructing that expert to stare at Lin Ling with malicious intent. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Zhang Yingjun, I really want to beat you up. Is that the wanted criminal Lin Ling? Someone asked with a cold gaze. Lin Ling? So he's a wanted criminal? How much is the reward? Fatty's curiosity was piqued. 1 million blue crystals. Yes. Everyone in the auction hall breathed heavily. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at money. Wow, that's amazing. That's right, my brother is that wanted criminal. If he's not worth 1 million blue crystals, do you think he's worthy of me? I'm a young man from the god race. Let me tell you, my brother Lin Ling robbed a man from the Flying Eagle Adventurer team. He's in charge of finance. Also, my brother killed the young master of the Leilu Adventurer team. So, when it comes to money, you can't beat me. Little Fatty said proudly. Boom. The auction hall finally exploded. The captain of the Flying Eagle Adventurer team stared at Lin Ling. So it was him. Lei Ba of the Leilu Adventurer team was also overflowing with killing intent. He killed my son. At this moment, Lin Ling had undoubtedly become the center of attention. No one expected this young man from the mortal realm to be so arrogant as to offend 2 adventurer teams in a row. That damn fatty only knows how to cause trouble. Jianghu's body also trembled. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people, he would definitely use his rod to ruthlessly stab Little Fatty between his buttocks. Did this arrogant Zhang Yingjun have to be so arrogant? Lin Ling, they all seem to want to kill you. This is so exciting. Little Fatty said excitedly as if he didn't know how terrifying the situation was. As expected, he followed Lin Ling here for the excitement. Lin Ling glared at him fiercely. However, he had seen too many storms in his life. So, since he couldn't keep a low profile, he might as well do it in a high-profile manner. Jianghu, that rod is yours. Lin Ling finally spoke. He looked directly at the captain of the Flying Eagle adventurer team, directly provoking him. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Lin Ling said again. No one bid because the crowd was a little reluctant to part with 50,000 blue crystals. In the end, the treasure belonged to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, thank you. Jianghu was instantly moved. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. His eyes were fixed on the next auction. The auction continued, but cold gazes were vaguely fixed on Lin Ling Royal Demon Divine Light Stone. One stone weighs 50 universe force. There are 3 stones in total. The starting price is 10,000. Another unorthodox treasure appeared. A white stone the size of a small mountain appeared in the middle of the auction. Many people shook their heads, obviously not interested. Although the stone could be used to forge armor, it was too heavy and affected the agility. It wasn't suitable for martial artists to use in battle. 10,100 blue crystals. Someone said lazily. The crowd realized that it was the captain of the Ferocious Desolation adventurer team, Xiong. As a result, there was even less of a bid. Xiong was eccentric by nature and liked to ponder about unorthodox things. So, it was normal for him to buy the Royal Demon Divine Light Stone. If no one bids, then the Royal Demon Divine Light Stone belongs to me. Chapter 1953. Berserk Divine Fruit. This young master wants this stone. 10,200 blue crystals. The voice was earth-shattering. Everyone looked at the person who made the bid and realized that it was a lazy young man. Was Lin Ling. Everyone's jaws dropped. Firstly, that treasure wasn't very useful. Secondly, even if it was useful, was there a need to compete with Xiong? Was that guy stupid? Xiong lifted his head and looked at Lin Ling. Under the brim of his hat, his green eyes were cold. He said in a hoarse voice, "This treasure is useless to ordinary people. What do you want it for?" "This Royal Demon Divine Light Stone is very heavy. This young master wants to use it to build a house and prevent it from being blown away by the wind," Lin Ling said lazily. However, he was excited. He didn't expect to see a material for the berserk armor again. Naturally, he wouldn't miss it. Once the berserk armor was successfully forged, his strength would increase by 30%. As for offending Xiong, he was already a thorn in everyone's side. It didn't matter if he had one more or one less. However, his words made everyone's eyes tremble. Using it to build a house? Offending a big shot for this? Stupid. He was even more stupid than they thought. 11,000 blue crystals. Xiong looked deeply at Lin Ling and said darkly, 20,000. Lin Ling directly raised the price to suppress the ferocious beast. Xiong fell silent. However, everyone knew that he wasn't in a good mood. 20,100 blue crystals. 25,000 blue crystals. Lin Ling called out another bid, which made many people gasp. This guy was really rich and overbearing. Only he would spend 20,000 blue crystals to buy a trashy treasure. After all, not everyone could afford 25,000 blue crystals. The expressions of the Flying Eagle and Thunderflow adventurers turned ugly. They had guessed that Lin Ling's blue crystals had come from them. Just the thought of using their money to auction it off made their hearts ache. "Sir, I want to use this stone to forge some needles. It's better if you don't compete with me." Xiong let out a sound extremely cold, filled with dense killing intent. Obviously, his patience had run out, so he threatened Lin Ling. If Lin Ling still did not know when to back down, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. A cold and gloomy aura permeated the air, as if a poisonous snake had appeared behind Xiong. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary snake but the king's snake. The strength of a martial emperor is too terrifying. Many people felt a chill in their hearts. As for some of the scattered humans, they also looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They never thought that Lin Ling would allow a martial emperor expert to threaten him. Lin Ling smiled. A threat? The one thing he was least afraid of in this life was threats. Just as he was about to speak, Fatty beside him roared, "Old man, don't play if you don't have money. If you can't afford to play, don't embarrass yourself. Look at you wearing a cloak. Could it be that you have something to hide? Sai, how can you give up on life? Although you're not as handsome as me, you can't give up on yourself. If you have the ability, take off your hat. As the voice drifted out, the auction house became even more silent. Xiong lifted his head and looked at Fatty. He actually slowly took off his cloak, revealing a face full of scars and wrinkles. It made people feel ferocious and terrifying just by looking at it. Ah, so ugly. Are you a toad? Indeed, no one in this world can compare to my handsomeness. Fatty pointed at Xiong and laughed loudly. Xiong's eyes became even colder. Someone actually dared to say that he was ugly, and the person who said that was a handsome man. He had nothing to say. However, the other party was just a little fatty who was too ugly to be seen in public. Especially that tight facial features, that laughter that was asking for death, it made his body tremble. Could it be that his appearance could not be compared to that ugly little fatty? Who is that fatty? He's simply crazy. The crowd's bodies were trembling. How could they not know of the name Xiong? In fact, Xiong was not very old. In the past he was also a handsome man. However, because he cultivated poison, his appearance was ruined and he aged prematurely. Therefore, Xiong hated it when people called him ugly or old. In the past, there was once a caravan passing through the wild forest. Someone inadvertently said something, and in the end the entire caravan was killed. After this incident spread, it became a taboo in the wild forest. Even the leaders of the other two large adventurer teams did not dare to casually say that Xiong was ugly. You could declare war on him, you could tease him, but you could never say that he was ugly. Say that again. Xiong made a sound. Hee, I know you're jealous of my handsomeness. In fact, you're really ugly. How ugly are you? Yes, in the summer no mosquitoes dare to come near you. Because as long as they land on your face, your wrinkles will pinch the mosquitoes to death. Fatty said with a straight face. Haha. Many people could not help but laugh, but when they saw Xiong getting more and more terrifying, none of them dared to speak. Lin Ling was stunned again. He was called the Mad God, but who knew that Zhang Yingjun was even crazier than him? Qin, who also opened his mouth wide, but now that he had become a thorn in his side, he might as well go all the way. Cut the crap, old man. If you dare to bid, then continue. If not, then sit down obediently and see how arrogant your grandfather is. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone gasped. These three brothers were each more arrogant than the last. Xiong was almost mad with anger. If not for the auction, he would have slapped the three of them to death. In the end, he sat back down. However, the three large adventurer teams stared at Lin Ling and the other two. They were just short of drawing their swords to fight. Are you jealous of my handsomeness? Fatty liked it when the three of them stared at him. Their words were like salt to the wound, and it could make people vomit blood. In the following auction, Lin Ling could not be bothered to bid because the treasures were not good enough to catch his eye. Berserk Divine Fruits, a set of 10 starting at 20,000. The final treasure that appeared was actually the Berserk Divine Fruit. As everyone knew, this magical fruit could increase the power of laws by 100. Although there was a time limit, it was the best treasure in a life-and-death situation. Furthermore, some talented people could even swallow 10 at once, increasing the power of laws by 1,000, instantly turning defeat into victory. Such a treasure, who would not be moved? The auction venue immediately emitted a rumbling sound. Everyone was competing. This fruit is mine. Divine King Flying Eagle, I won't fight with you for other treasures, but I must get these treasures. Is that so? I just happen to want to refine some poison. I've taken a fancy to this Berserk Divine Fruit too. The three large adventurer teams started competing, making the crowd sigh. They had no chance to make a move. I wonder who the treasure will go to in the end? I think Divine King Flying Eagle has the highest chance. That might not be the case. Lei Ba has always been overbearing. He won't easily hand over the things he takes a fancy to. I know it's Xiong. This person is too sinister. No one is afraid of him. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.